Back in the other world. Let's back out. Exit to main menu. Start game in existing world. I guess it would be region 3 then? Or region 2. Might have been region 2. I did not like Oxygen Not Included at all. I played it in the beginning of early access, and I played its release version. It's too much physics, not enough storytelling or colony sim stuff. How do you think it's tied? I think it's a very, very, very good game. It's just not a game that I find even remotely fun. From what you understand, range squads are broken in the new way in Steam. Yeah, it seems that way. I used to use the default archery uniform. That's what I've seen, yeah. Or that's what it seems based on people's talking about it. Okay, that's where we were. Okay, so we found the right one. Well, same world as Orb Fort, and Orb Fort lives on. We'll keep an eye on Orb Fort from a safe distance. But most of these factions are dead with the exception of this one. So we're going to be playing the not dead faction. The faction that we're going to be playing is the Nourishing Handles. Because prepare to be nourished, chat. And we're going to find somewhere down here that we can settle as part of the Nourishing Handles. This is pretty terrifying. We got terrifying warm mountains right next to untamed wild conifer forest. That's kind of horrific. What do we have up here? We got a mirthful temperate shrubland. That's pretty cool. Peek around and see what else we got. Oh, we got a serene jungle. That could also be fun, actually. Got some interesting options already. Just taking a peek. Serene jungle could be interesting. Mirthful jungle. Okay. All right, so we could do a serene, mirthful jungle. Not joyous, but still interesting. Lots of elves nearby, hostile goblins as well. Congratulations, you've arrived. I'm proud of you. Oh, that's just a fort. I was like, what is that? It's this little gray square. Temperate saltwater marsh. How does one move stuff out of barrels? You don't. Once it's in the barrel, it's in the barrel. What are you trying to get out of a barrel? Actually, Oxygen Not Included has kind of an interesting origin story because I've talked with two of the lead designers of that team. They're both like Twitch people or Twitch people who streamed on Twitch for a long time, so they show up at Twitch partner events. And long story short, with Oxygen Not Included, it's like they built this engine. It was actually very similar to it was very similar to Noida's origin story. They built an engine, and they had no idea what kind of game. They were like, we built this physics engine, and they had no idea what kind of game they were going to put in it. And they knew they wanted to have people running around, and they wanted it to feel kind of like Lemmings, but they didn't know how they wanted it to play out. And initially, it was like a completely different game, and then they just kind of like forced machinery into it and made that. Or made the game that it ended up being, which is kind of neat. So we have Haunted Mountains here. There is like a badass waterfall right there, but it wouldn't be in the Haunted Mountains. So yeah, there is Haunted Mountains here. These are all evil mountains, which could be cool, but you know, we've had so much luck with those. I'm a little not super keen on the idea right now, just because of how many utter failures we've had. There's of course like these haunted plains, but they're right next to a tower, so we just get bombarded with undead all the time. Lemmings is in fact a masterpiece. It's great that they went on to make Grand Theft Auto. But I'm liking the idea of this area. These cold woodlands. These cold, serene woods. See what the elevation is like. Ooh, that could be fun. Like right there. There's a waterfall there. And up there. That would also be really cool. Like this spot right here. Got iron and zinc, so kind of limited on metals. There's several ways to go to war with yourself, and all of them are considered bugs. But kind of. You can force wars between yourself. You're never going to trust amphibians again? I feel you there. I certainly feel you there. The trident? Ooh, actually, I like that. All three. Over two different... yeah, we could do that. How do you guys feel about that? Like, remember how I said, like, all I really want is a cool biome. I just want a cool embark. And this seems like a cool embark. It's mirthful on one side, and yeah, it's two different mirthful biomes. So we've got taiga and temperate conifer forest, both heavily forested, both thick vegetation, and both mirthful. So we'll probably have like feather trees and shit. You like it, Chad? Is it normal for the game to be running at 15 FPS when you get to 200 pops? Or do you have some other stuff going on? How many visitors do you have? Because you're probably at way higher than 200 pops. But it depends. I mean, like, yeah, that can happen, absolutely. If you're severely overpopulated for the amount of CPU that you have. Feather trees are OP, making barrels and bins out of it. It's the lightest material in the game. You learn something new every day. It's the fun of Dwarf Fort. All right, let's... I want to make the map bigger. Let's make the map a little bigger. So let's just once again make sure that we're in the right fort. Choose origin civilization. The nourishing handles. We actually have population. They live down here. Where do you find feather trees? That sounds like it would be in overly good biomes. Mirthful, serene, and joyous wilds. Mirthful and serene are not the craziest, but we have so many neighbors here, we'll have interesting interactions regardless. Two-thirds of your fort are children. Just make sure they're helping with hauling and assign none of your adults to hauling. That would be my advice. All right, you've selected a large area. Choose a smaller area if you experience lag. You have selected an area with a light aquifer. You may need to pump out the water or have it be carried away. So, like, for the person who's asking about, like, frame rate, some things that you can do, check your livestock. If you have hundreds and hundreds of animals, remember that they're all considered to be a little AI and they have their own thoughts and histories. Second thing that you can do is, if you're just trying to troubleshoot, like, where the lag is coming from, go into your game settings and disable weather and temperature. Those are two pretty heavy FPS sinks, especially if you have a lot of in-game entities. As an example, temperature is tracked on everything. So everywhere things go and every place that your little characters are running around and doing, the game's tracking their temperature. Pathfinding can slow down FPS, but like if you have 200 pops, like that's the least of your concerns. Unless someone's stuck somewhere, like that's not going to cause that big of a deal. But like if you have like exposed lava or varying temperatures, every single piece of clothing they're wearing is constantly getting temperature checks put on it. And does it affect the gameplay in any way? No. But the game tracks it. So try turning off temperature as well if you have a stupid amount of pops, because that will absolutely fix things a little bit. Maybe get you half dozen frames back if nothing else. The only time I seem to get frame rate downturns right now is when there's people trying to steal artifacts. Does that stop magma from melting things? I don't think so, no. But like, if it does, then just turn temperature back on until lava melt the thing and then turn it off again. So I don't need to worry about having 7 miners this time because we are not diving straight into a haunted biome. So we're just going to go with 3 competent miners. And we're going to spread skills out a little more. You think your 2 big issues might be lots of animals plus hundreds of cavern invaders? Yep, that'll 1000% do it, right? And every single one of those cavern invaders is sitting there and thinking, right? And they, like, so if you look at your dwarf's thoughts, those cavern invaders have those same menus. They're just hidden, right? So they're down there thinking, talking, making friends, like socializing and hanging out and waiting and impacting that, right? Like, it's to the point now where, like, based on what I've seen from the caverns, I don't really want to break into the caverns until I have lava stacks, so I can just, like, cleanse the caverns by pulling a switch. But just going, and just dumping lava in the thing. Like, I'm at that point now where it's like, the caverns are dangerous like they used to be, and more dangerous in some ways. And when I say like they used to be, it's like you used to break into the caverns and then immediately get swarmed with like 250 Crundles and a Forgotten Beast and some fucking Balrog thing. That didn't really happen for quite some time. Yeah, baptize them motherfuckers. Come on. You understand me. Lost 150 dwarves last night to a small brawl in a temple that spiraled out of control. That sounds like a loyalty cascade. So it's probably somebody who, like, turned heel to try and steal an artifact or something, and then some other dwarf valued the law a whole bunch, and so was just, like, accused them of a crime, and then they just start beating each other up, and then somebody kills somebody, and then somebody goes, "You killed my fuzzo, what the fuck?" And then they turn around and kill that person, and they're like, "You killed my best friend, what the fuck?" And then they kill that person, and then, "You killed my best friend and my father, I'm gonna fucking kill you too." And then they just, and then after you, before you know it, half your fort's dead. It's kind of a, I don't know. I kind of an unpopular, well, you could call them loyalty cascades or tantrum spoilers, right? Tantrum spoilers technically is one person tantrums and breaks something, and then somebody else tantrums and breaks something, and then everybody tantrums and they all break things. That's a tantrum spiral. Nobody's actually tantruming or upset in this situation. They just all decide they're on opposite factions and start killing each other. But I kind of like loyalty cascades. Like, I kind of love loyalty cascades. Like, they're awful in a lot of ways, and I could see some people finding them to be super, super frustrating, but I think that they are hilarious. It's just like suddenly 2/3 of your fort's dead. It's like, what the fuck just happened? I don't know. It's one of the most dwarfy things that can happen to a fort. All right, let's give you carpenter and woodcutting. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, as suddenly the entire fort's just like a blood warp. And everybody did. All right, let's chuck in a mason. Man. I feel like I got punched in the eye. It's really weird. Let's say mason, and lastly, oh yeah, chat. Also, I need you guys to sacrifice a goat and pray to the dark gods today. Don't actually sacrifice a goat, please. But sacrifice a goat and pray to the dark gods that my internet doesn't go out again. Because it was out this morning when I woke up again. And I had to call Shaw again. So if I vanish and disappear from Discord, I'm not dead. Okay? No need to worry. Sorry, Billy. Oh, rip. Instructions unclear. Stuck dick in a... I don't... You don't have a go Pepsi. Okay, you can sacrifice Pepsi, yes. Not shove the dead. Yes. And let's grab... Let's grab a brewer. You can help on other things. And we'll go to other skills for you. We'll give you record keeping. And appraisal. And lying. And I think everybody else here is going to get a few points in some very useful skills, such as musician, and singer, and keyboardist. And you can get some skills in writing, and concentration. And you can get some skills in poetry. Same with you. Same with you. You can get speaking and poetry. And you can also have poetry. What does lying do game-wise? It makes them, I shit you not, Better at being, okay. It makes them better. It works towards things like Judge of Intent, and it helps in interrogations for like the Captain of the Guard, but it also makes them more likely to get elected in a position of political power like a mayor. It makes them into a better in-game politician. Just like real life. All right, so fortress name, Trident, right? We like the Trident. I don't even know if Trident's a word. Fork, I guess? Okay. Oh, I know what we could call it. River Forks. I don't know if 3 is a word. It's too close to tree, so it would make sense why that's not a word. Ooh, I like Riverdance. I like that, actually. Riverdance is pretty good. I don't think Trident's a word. Riverdale? That show is filmed really close to my house. Yeah, Trident's not a word, dude. Can't help ya. I mean, we could call it Riverdank. Or River Balls. But I really like Riverdance. Chat, actually, question. Riverdance or Dance River? I'm canon in Riverdale. I've never watched the show. I just know where it's filmed. Riverdance? Okay. We're gonna have to make this Riverdance. Group name? The Romantic Rim. Wrong game. River Dancers? Ooh. Or the Dancing Rivers, maybe. Can I say the Dangerous Rivers? Pandolfio Malatasa. Thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. How about just the fierce rivers? River rats? Ooh. Like river rats? I wonder if I could write it like that. Like hyphen compound? Fierce rat rivers. It's not really what I wanted, but... Hold on. Rivers. Fierce river rat. We could literally just be the river rats. Or just rat. Because rats isn't a word. Michelle, thank you very much for the raid. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? Apparently we're being shelled, chat. If you guys want crazy, hyperactive, positive streams, I gotta say shoutouts to Michelle. Thanks, mods. You're faster than me. Well done, Animal. I think that was you. Protect the fort from the raid. Ricardo Roth, thanks for the prime. Cheers. I think that we're just gonna be the river rat, chat. Unless we want to call it like just the river dance once again, but that would be a bit much. Ooh, actually. Where's that word? The river blades. We're not orb. No, same world. But I played the Orb Fort for about 2 hours off stream last night, and absolutely nothing of note happened. So I don't really want to do a fort where nothing happens. How's the fortress going? Oh, we're starting a brand new fortress, where we are just doing a fresh embark. We have our 7 dwarves set up, and we're calling our fortress Riverdance because it's on a kind of a 3-pronged river that looks like it's going to be a waterfall. So we're crossing our fingers for a waterfall and hoping for cool stuff. So, brand new fort. We are, in fact, rats. Everybody here is ratified, for those people who were on Twitter for that 1 minute. And our symbol is an image of dwarves and a giant rat and an elf. Let's do a goblin, because they are angry with us. And a goblin. And let's say... shape? River? Nope. Object? Wait, actually, no, we can do waves. Yes. And a wave. Well, okay, delete element. Delete the wave. We're not going to do the wave. I need waves. Set those to 0. Do waves. All right, so it's an image of dwarves, a giant rat, a goblin, and waves. I can't do a trident, I don't think. Huh. The goblin is surrounded by the waves. Traveling. The waves are traveling. Screaming. The goblin is screaming. And the dwarves are laughing at the goblin. So dwarves are laughing. Goblin's screaming, the dwarves are laughing. There we go. I don't think is drowning is an option in here. Jeez. Yeah, drowning is not an option in action or relationship. I think suffocating is. Suffering is. What about the rat? Obviously striking a triumphant pose, naturally. Did the orbs get busted? No. The orbs got retired because the orbs, nothing of value is going to happen at the orbs. Like, literally, I went and checked and stared at it last night after stream was over, and nothing happened. Automated it a little bit and just let that fort run, and nothing happened. Just a couple of hippos showed up. That was it. So we're in the same world as that fort, except at the other end of the world. So hopefully this will be exciting. If I've missed anything important up in chat. But yeah, Michelle, how have you been enjoying Dwarf Fortress, out of curiosity? Because I know you and a lot of other people are jumping in as kind of like greenhorns and learning the game for the first time. So how's your time been with it? Same civ, different civ. That civ has a population of 20. This one has a population of 2,400, so we won't run out of dwarves immediately. Although I would still consider that to be rebuilding a civ. Different civ, same world, yeah. So we're still in the same world, just different civilization. Yeah, it was tiny. We mostly took it because it was funny and because yesterday was just rough for me, just in general. It was just rough. Dormox, thanks for the prime. Cheers. Big thanks. All right, well. I think that's our symbol. The symbol of the nourishing handles. It is the image of dwarves, a giant rat, a goblin, and waves. The goblin is surrounded by the waves are traveling. The goblin is screaming. The dwarves are laughing. The giant rat is striking a triumphant pose. And we're going to call it... The carnivorous rivers. I didn't even see what the middle compound... I think that fits, eh? There's a few quality of life changes. I think the thing that I keep telling people is like, you need to remember that this is a video game that's been in development since 2003 and is held together with zap straps, like super glue and duct tape. And the fact that it works as well as it is and it's as playable as it is kind of a miraculous feat of engineering. But things can always be improved, right? Cheese-based economy. Oh, cavernous, not carnivorous. Well, hold on. Let's see what I can do. The A, V, and E there just kind of run together. Devious. We could be the deviant rivers. Well, we could also be the fleshy rivers, but that would be a little... the fierce rivers? Fierce river is pretty good. I need to mod giant rats to be war trainable. I also need to find giant rats, which isn't guaranteed. Fatal rivers? Most rivers are fatal. Holy rivers would make it the name of a song. The lovely rivers, you know? Who doesn't like the lovely rivers? Thanks for gifting out a sub. HE3, cheers. The muddy rivers. It's probably too real. Ravenous? The Dwarven, like, dictionary is like... Well, we could go with the brave rivers. Ravenous isn't available. Let's just go with the fierce. That fits. All right. So the fierce rivers is an image of dwarves, a giant rat, a goblin, and waves. The goblin is surrounded by the dwarves. The waves are traveling. The goblin is screaming. The dwarves are laughing. The giant rat is striking a triumphant pose. It's the symbol of our civilization. The blind rivers? Nah, I don't like putting me in the game, which might be weird for some people, but don't like doing that. All right. Naturally, we need to bring the holy goose of glory. So we're going to bring our gander. Be a crime if we didn't. And you know, I haven't done this in a minute. Let's bring some pigs. Bring some sows. Let's bring some boars. And maybe a cat. That's a dog. Cat. Okay, so we brought some cats, sows, and some boars. Some things I'm not going to need. I'm not going to need a stepladder. Not worry about that. Let's bring an extra pick, because I'm going to need that from extra miner. And put the rest into ale. Pigs are boring. Ha, ha, ha. Pigs can make milk, and you can make pig cheese. Don't try to do that in real life.
Over here, he has a sword.
Not yet. Well, I mean, Animal does, but I don't currently have a sword. Do you have a sword? Hi, Pilot. Not bringing a rat? Can I even bring a rat? I don't think we have a rat. I'm assuming we don't. It's not general dwarven livestock. No, so there's camels, bunnies, turkeys, peacocks, alpacas, llamas, yaks, geese, reindeer, water buffalo, ducks, cavies, chickens, goats, pigs, rams and sheep, cattle, horses, donkeys, mules, cats, dogs. For finding sand, settle somewhere with sand. Yes, rats are in fact considered vermin. Giant rats are first or second cavern layer dwellers. Pigs don't need pasture. This is true. They do not need to be pastured. Because pigs eat vermin. But let's dive in, shall we? So right as I start, I'm clicking a button. And anybody who knows what that button is can do that. We'll get you sorted here in a second. I'm ready. Let's go. Were you staring at that cold-blooded? How long did you have that up? Ooh, I'm liking this already. I'm liking this already. I like this one. I like this one a lot. This is a mirthful biome completely surrounded by elves and goblins. So evil and savage, not that evil nor savage, but there's lots of neighbors. Lots of neighbors. Name the duck. The dwarves can do that. I can't. A dwarven outpost. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Caterthresh. Caterthresh? There's almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You're expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it is spring now. Is it really? No, it's early winter. Sheesh, game. Stop lying to me. But it is spring now. Enough time. It is winter now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings, ere the cougars get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here, at this place. Egur Matul. Riverdance. Strike the earth. All right, so. Do you have any preference on which dwarf you would like? Cold blood? Just at me while I take a peek. You'd like to give this dwarf to Lady Kelpie for your own safety? Are you sure about that? Because you don't want to step on Lego barefoot? Is that why? I mean, like, I'm okay with that. All right, Kelpie, what kind of dwarf do you want? Do you have any preferences whatsoever? Zakimon, thanks for the tier 1. Admittedly, like, your options are pretty small here. She does want a dwarf. How do you feel bad? Here. Well. Now you can't complain. "81 years old. Values hard work and introspection. Is slow to love. Overcautious and has poor social awareness and is weak. For your description, you're tough. She is tall, but has quite ill-defined muscles. Her straight hair is crinkly, and her very long hair is braided. She has a recessed chin, and she has a scratchy voice. Her extremely tall, broad ears have large hanging lobes. Her head is broad, and her hair is quite sparse. Her eyebrows are somewhat high, and her pale chestnut skin is slightly wrinkled. Her hair is gold, with a touch of gray, and her eyes are gold. No thoughts. Head empty. She has good creativity, and she's not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. She can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, and she has an active imagination. She is often cheerful and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She has a sense of duty. She has a greedy streak, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She is troubled by this, since she dislikes the natural world. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind working outdoors, at least for a time. She generally believes that hard work is one of the highest ideals and a key to the good life, and deeply values introspection, dreams of raising a family. She likes limestone, rose gold, and bloodstone. Doesn't fall in love, but wants to raise a family. Good luck. Limestone, rose gold, bloodstone, and giant ostrich leather, alligator snapping turtle bone, and the color lilac, mittens and splints and cavies for their 3 toes, and the sound of the fancy glimmer, and when possible prefers to consume giant grackle and hagfish and tomato wine, and hates snails. As for groups, you're a member of the Sect of Sweating. I'm sorry. In other news, I'm going to go read the Discord word story real quick. Hold up. Oh, fuck me. All right. How far up do I need to scroll up to? Oh, shit. There's a lot for me to read, chat. All right, sequential. Wait, hold on. 2 days back. I definitely read this yesterday. That's what Jamie. There is orbs lies dead, dreaming of humongous orbs. Bob Orbison orbited orbilously around Bob. Whom do sometimes shimmy whilst singing loudly about Mayor Rats digressing. Orby retired fortresses for clowns. Again. Blah, 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 blah. All right. So the sect of sweating. Oh boy. That's all I have to say. That is, oh boy. Well, sorry about the sect of sweating. I feel kind of bad about that one, but let's see, how popular is the sect of sweating? Who's our expedition leader? Expedition leader is not a member of the sect of sweating. Is in fact a member of the faith of zeal, which is way more religion-y sounding. So we're in a good biome, all right? Which means we have feather trees everywhere. Okay, this is pretty badass. This is pretty badass. I like this a lot. This massive plateau, and we got this three-pronged creek. I thought it would be going the other direction, but... So, hold on. We've got a creek that comes in, or is this a creek or a river? I actually don't know. I don't know if it's a river or a creek. So it starts over here, and it's going to flow this way. And if we dig in, like, this is why people, like, drown themselves, is because they dig through it when it's frozen like this, and then it's not spooky. This is a good biome. It's a good biome on a big triple river. So then we got this massive waterfall right here, which goes down to this lower layer. And then it spins around and then it forks here. So it's like kind of a three-pronged waterfall thing. That's badass. Doesn't want to fall in love, but wants to start a family. Yeah, it's like everybody on Tumblr. Maybe that was too mean. Hey, black sand. Silt loam. Dolomite. That was kind of like actually mean, but I apologize to anybody on Tumblr. It's actually not too uncommon for dwarves who are just like, I want to start a family, but I don't want to fall in love. All right, let's see if I can spot an aquifer. Because I'm pretty sure there was a light aquifer here. Don't see an aquifer just yet. Oh, there it is. Aquifer. You can see it. Right here. As a Tumblr user, you're offended? As somebody who also has a Tumblr account, I am offended on behalf of you in the direction of myself. All right, so we know where the aquifer is. We can unpause for a few seconds and just see what spawns. Can you even make an account on MySpace now? I don't think you can. Ooh. 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 Chat, we'll be eating unicorn on the cob. And eat well tonight, boys. Excellent. The actual thing that I'm nervous about here is I don't know where there's water right now. And there's like ice everywhere. So I need to be really careful about where I dig. Because if I dig through... Yeah, the mini-map is helpful. Very helpful here. It's weird saying the mini-map is helpful in the context of playing Dwarf Fortress. Alright, well, let's hack these down. Do that first. Kind of just see what happens. Yeah, the elves are going to love us taking these trees out, yeah. Before a pig dies or something. Nope, nobody's dead yet. Twitter will be worth less than MySpace? Doesn't, like, Usher own MySpace or something? Like the rapper? Also, thank you very much for all the subs and whatnot, chat room. You guys are very kind. Like, I'm pretty sure it was bought by somebody. Somebody in the music industry owns MySpace. Elves revs up chainsaw. Never met an elf. Yeah, well, we'll probably. I'm gonna be pretty honest about this embark. If it goes the way I'm thinking it could go, based on the stuff I'm looking at in this spawn, this could very much be a we fight the elves fort. Does any of the tree fall into the river when it's on the edge like that? Yep. There's one. How do you get plant to show on the top bar? Oh, like up here? What's the is that monitor resolution thing still an issue, chat? Because if you don't see anything on the top bar, like if you don't have a top bar, you have to set your resolution to fit your monitor, otherwise it doesn't fit. So deep. Yeah, how many layers is that actually? 18 to 2. So yeah, it's quite the drop actually. Like a 16-layer drop. Doesn't show when you set... Okay, so what you have to do is you have to go to settings and you have to set your resolution manually. Because the game is not designed to run on... Like, this is a game that I think is still compatible with 68 by 84 resolution. It's like 68 by 128, I think, is the native resolution for this game. So it's not exactly a game designed for, you know, 4K screens. I mean, like, you can, but, like, you're going to have to set your settings manually. It doesn't know what to do with monitor that big. Yeah, but it doesn't fit that resolution anymore now with the graphics. It was 80 by 24 originally, but now I'm pretty sure it's 60 something by 128. It does for some people, Jado. It does for some people, but trust me, the like literal thousands of comments I've gotten about this subject state otherwise. What's the theme of this fort? I'm just looking for cool biomes with interesting characters, and we're gonna build cool shit. We'll figure it out as we go. But for right now, we're just chopping down some trees and prepping to dig. No super theme currently. Something with rats. We're the Riverdances, sir. A Krug smash, I think is what you mean. You had some serious issues with it? Yeah, I don't know what his resolution is. Why do I always like forget to click the stairs button? A problem. I might have my numbers wrong. Codependent. Adinsky, you inspired me with your good biomes, so damn it, we've settled on a good biome. And you had the maximize window button when the game launches, and you've never had to change your settings. Guess you're lucky. It seems that way. Thank you for all your tutorials coming from YouTube. You just lost your first fort. Turns out weremice are really are a menace. I had a weremouse infestation. The problem was finding the mouse. Where? Sorry if that was a poor taste, but the new were spites are so good. Hell yeah. Good week so far? I'm exhausted. But yes, good week. Ooh, yeah, well, comes with the territory. It's like telling a stoner that you had a weed infestation and their response is just like, where? My own chat encourages you. Well, I'm glad I'm a bad joke enabler. I finally found the influencing power that I don't deserve. It's like I have influence over people. So what do? Well, it's influencer A. Oh, I sell people products and make as much profit as profitable. It's like as possible. It's like influencer B. I tell dad jokes and hope that people mimic it. And we get to extend my terrible sense of humor. I encourage like hilarious wordplay and knee slapping tendencies. Just not promoting fast fashion. All right, let's do that. You. That kind of looks cool. I don't know. Seeing if these work. I kind of do. You used to watch a streamer and he banned puns and bad jokes in his chat. You had to unfollow him. You know, there's two things, right, that I don't ever want to be like. And this is a trend that I've seen around a little bit in streamer Twitter. So if you don't stare at streamer Twitter, you probably haven't seen this. But those people that are just like, if you ain't got something positive to say nothing. Like there's this clip flying around of this person in someone's chat who'd like just had a really big loss in their life, like somebody just died. And the streamer's just like railing on this person for basically venting in chat that a family member passed away, right? And it's just like, when you stream and you run a community of any size, like to a degree you're the voice in a very large number of people's heads. And it's like you gotta be more than just some shitty person on the internet at that point. There's a little bit of responsibility there. Also, LY0XR. Thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. I don't know how to say your name, but cheers. You don't use Twitch much. Are the ads random or is there a warning? They're every 30 minutes. Can sometimes speak bluntly. Yeah, I mean, I'm brutally honest to a fault. But the one thing about me being blunt, there was a quote from someone I know who worked at Paradox for a while, and he said that he always would bring ideas to me and bounce them off me first because I would give him an honest response and tell him that it was a terrible fucking idea. When everybody else would be like, that's a great idea, you should ship it. And then he'd ask me, I'd be like, that's fucking stupid. What the hell, man? The ones that have the best communities, like actual communities versus massive disconnected follow bases. True. Yeah, it's like the difference between the people that have an army of people who have a parasocial relationship with the streamer versus the people that run a community. No, I get you. All right. Well, trying to figure out how I can do like an entrance. I do like this kind of staggered kind of angled look to this. So we're gonna expand the size of this. Unicorns aren't that dangerous unless they're agitated, so we should be okay, at least for the interim. So, oopsies. Let's just knock this out. But yeah, something that like you guys who I guess maybe might stick around here long, just keep in mind, I can be brutally honest and don't mean anything by it. So if I'm just like popping off at somebody because they said something at me, it's mostly just because it's something that I'm genuinely passionate about, and I don't mean to go after people. Don't scare the unicorns. Yeah, nobody clap loudly in the forest or the unicorns are going to spike your head. True, like if I unpause and it's just like, dwarves fighting. Dwarves fighting with unicorn. Eurist is dead. Well, there goes that fort. That can be our first storage area right here. Regardless, though, I hope you guys like the vibe of this stream, because I like the vibe of this stream. Although I would say that I think I'm a little biased on that front. Just accidentally impaling everything, just like stab. It's like the party like poets that I had in adventure mode once that just all were elves and they all rode around on giant jaguars, and they just like ran around stabbing people. Pong is a RimWorld ripoff? Have you seen Pong? No problem, Springmate. Mute. For scaling the learning cliff? Yeah, it's not so bad these days, at least. It used to be a lot worse. All right, well, we got initial storage. We got kind of our entryway. How do I find a vampire that is eating people? Look for the vampire that's a funny... Look for the dwarf that's a funny color. They're kind of turquoisey. They're probably also very old. They're a lot easier to spot than they used to be. Or if you want like a big brain tactic, although it might make your fort look kind of ugly, cut down all of the walls in your bedrooms. And because vampires can only see dwarves when can only eat dwarves while they're sleeping. So if there's no walls on any of the bedrooms, then your dwarves will all witness it. And if you have the criminal justice system set up, then they will just go report the crime. Yeah, I saw that. The nutcracker, the naked human with the sword and wielding his helmet as a weapon. I mean, we had an intelligent undead that showed up at one of my first forts that was wielding a coffin and a shield. And in the coffin was a body. So... because it was part of like 50 factions, that too. I'll also look at their groups. They're usually in a billion different factions. Your vampire suspect is the best broker in the world. This is true. This will always be the case. Which means, are you willing to pay the cost of keeping that vampire in your fortress of like 1 to 3 dwarves a year? Because if the answer is yes, then maybe it's worth it. You know, actually, let's just increase the priority of this area. Get them to dig this out a little quicker. If it ain't broker, don't fix it. Ouch. Sax, it's good to see you. Died to undead last night, and they had demon spawn with them. Did they have demon spawn or necromancer experiments? Those are 2 different things. Shockwave. Thank you very much for that prime 5 minutes ago. I'm sorry I missed it. How quickly do trees regrow? Fast enough. You'll get a good number back per year. Vampire could serve as population control. I mean, you do have population limits that you can set, but yeah. Also, I hope that the information I was able to check around is helpful, Playborn. Introduce him to an accident? Yeah, that's always an option. I will say, vampires are very good lever pullers. Very, very good lever pullers. Because they are immortal and don't get bored, really. So if you lock them in a room with a lever, they will just sit there and pull the lever when you tell them to, immediately. They're also ridiculously overpowered and actually pretty good in the military. Also, yes, I'm aware I don't need to pass through the pigs, but I'm going to pass through them anyway. That faction was too dead. Like, I thought maybe we could revive it, but nah, that faction's dead. Which is what happens to the orbs. Aaron is a necromancer, so I guess he will run with the vampire militia. That's kind of badass, actually. Yeah, vampires and necromancers get along real well. You could also, like, burrow them into their own section of the fortress and then, like, give them their own stuff, their own farms, their own food. All that jazz. Do you think creating a military squad with a uniform of just metal helmet and assigning all your woodcutters to it would make them not die as much when cutting down trees? They don't die much when cutting down trees. Like, actually, chat, show of hand, how many people here have had a dwarf die while cutting down trees? Just yes or no. Have you had that happen to you? Like, recently, specifically. Wow, okay. It's like, that hasn't happened to me in months. Also, a raid got stuck in there, so with the same excitement and amount of spam, click on the follow button for our friend here over at Lucky Marine Games. Thank you, mods. I'm not used to actually having a mod that does things, so thank you, mods. Shouts to the mods. So could we please get a shout out there? Or go click on that shout out. How was your stream? What were you playing today? Were you playing dwarves? Were you doing other things? Anybody who came over from the raid? Thank you very much. Sorry, I was just doing a real quick show of hands. Your very first tree ever chopped down, you lost a dwarf? See, I was almost always under the impression that that was a urban legend. Because, like, I've never had that happen. But, like, I believe it. Channeling up into trees is not the same thing, though. Or channeling around, it kind of disqualifies, in my opinion. So I have a plan for this room, which is hopefully going to look real cool. Will you build walls on the surface because you've dug straight down? You're still unsure about DF security? I will be building walls on the surface, but I don't need to. I mean, the only thing I actually need to build are 4 hatch covers. And then we're going to pause those blocks and get them to do the hatch covers. And you had it happen 2 times in 30 hours? Wow. You always abysmally assign woodcutting and then realize like a minute later. So, pro tip. Assign 1 dwarf to woodcutting. You don't really need more than 1. Trees always fall away from the dwarf who's cutting, right? So the dwarf who's cutting down the trees, the tree will always fall away from him. Something's fighting. A fox is fighting. Oh no. The fox's right front leg takes the full force of the impact. The fox's upper body takes the full force of the impact, bruising the muscle and shattering the left false ribs. The fox's left paw takes the full front of the impact, bruising the bone. Did you just fall off the cliff? Fox fell down a cliff, chat. Fox fell. Well. This is the first year. Yes, we've only just settled. Help with children's burial. One of the children went full berserk and was put down and is now rotting away on the floor despite a tomb being available. And after the kid's dead, how to bury the kid? Are they outside? Because if they're outside, I can do this right now. Go to work orders. Oh, not work orders. Go to labor. Is it labor? Yes, it's labor. Go to labor, click on standing orders, and then go to refuse and dumping and make sure that they're allowed to gather outdoor refuse and gather vermin remains inside the fortress. Still set that. Because they might not actually be allowed to haul it. Also make a corpse stockpile and see if you can get them to pick it up and put it there. Hauling corpses is a very low priority for dwarves. So just make sure that they have somewhere to put the body first, and then they're generally pretty good about it once they have somewhere to put the body. Your dwarf just dropped the tree on his head? Man, what are you guys doing over there? I don't know how you guys manage this. You're better at this game than me. Or at least better at killing dwarves than I am. Here, yeah, that's another thing that you can do as well. I always forget that that's an option now. But yeah, you can go here. You can make a custom work detail and set it just to burial. Right? Set it to just burial, like refuse hauling and burial, and then set everything else to nobody does this. So go to all these, set them all to nobody does this, and then burial, everybody does this, and they'll just bury everybody. It's a pretty good way to expedite burial if you just like need stuff done. All right, the other thing that we need is we need a carpenter, which I'm just gonna plop right here for right now. Well, actually, no, let's actually put the carpenter up here because this is all gonna get changed. Let's see, how much of this have you done? Probably hamburgers and pizza. As a diabetic, pizza is like a one-ticket trip to my blood sugar being high for the next 3 to 4 days, which causes like cramping and migraines and pain, so I'd probably say hamburger. All right, so we've found Kesserite. There's an ore of tin. Useful for bins. But not the most useful thing outside of that. That sucks. Life sucks. It's fine. We're going to start making beds. Just do those on repeat for a bit. Bins of tin? Yes. And pewter? Yeah, I think that's correct. That reads as correct. I'm also going to move this stoneworker up here. We also have precious fire opals, which are very valuable. I'm going to throw down a jewelry shop, and we are going to work on that. Mirror Hall Clay, thanks to the Prime for the 3rd month. Welcome back. I've been getting so many brand new subs recently, dude. Like, it's hard for me to remember what to do when old subs resub. It's like my sub count has just skyrocketed the last week, and it's been crazy, so. You've assigned a hunter, but he doesn't hunt. He has a crossbow and bolts in stock. Does he have a quiver? Just have to ask the question. You built a butcher, and you're building a stockpile for corpses, but nothing happens. There's also a few wildlife in the area, and cats kill birds and lizards and such, but they are just there endlessly, and the hunter doesn't hunt or butcher. So hunters will only go after, like, large livestock, like, you know, like wild horses or water buffaloes or cattle or things like that. We're at 1,800 subscribers. I don't know what the sub points count is right now. I'd have to look. I don't have it up in front of me. And Robbie Cakes, thanks for the Prime for the 3rd month. Welcome back. What are we currently at? Let me jump over to the thingy. Yeah, 1862 out of 2,000. We've got a ways to go for 2,000 sub points. If you burrowed right into the river, would you flood your yeah, it would flood my chamber the second it all, like, melted, which would happen pretty soon. Get you making gems. Sound aimed. Thanks for the prime. Cheers. And you can get deconstructed. All right. So what I think we're going to do here is this is just going to be an everything stockpile for right now, or almost everything stockpile trademark. So you're going to be set to all. We're going to go to custom. We're going to remove stone. We're going to remove wood. We're going to remove corpses and general refuse. I will continue the YouTube things, Spatzer Biter. New to the game, but you're unfamiliar with it a lot. But it seems like the a lot. But is it similar to a quantum stockpile when dwarves drop items in front of a minecart? That's literally a quantum stockpile. If there's like an infinite stack of items and you hover over it and it's like bigger than the screen, that's a quantum stockpile, either accidental or intentional. Yeah, but the pile of hundreds of items, yeah, no, the hundreds if not thousands of items can be in one spot. Just made a nice guard tower building with your Markstar squad where they live in with zinc flooring. Ooh, how many Z levels above the ground do you think is too much for Markstars? I wouldn't go more than like 4 Z levels above ground, really. Also, Carmine Links, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Thanks for starting up that their hype train. Cheers. All right, so we're gonna go up to the surface. Gloves, thanks for the $1. Your axe dwarf just went missing into the underground caves. You fought some hungry heads, but she killed them with ease. Checked her on her next time nowhere, vanished without any trace. Probably bled out, or maybe got bit and got an infection or something along those lines. It could be a lot of things. May have also caught a forgotten beast or a giant cave spider that's stealthed. How massive are the waterfalls? They'll be more interesting or more obvious once they melt, but they're 18 Z levels tall from up here all the way down. We'll see in a minute once they start melting. It's still one of the top-selling games. You didn't expect it to get there in the first place? Really? Then you weren't looking at the statistics much if you didn't expect it to get there in the first place. It would have been shocking if it didn't get there in the first place because of how wishlisted it was. I intend to continue with the YouTube tutorials, although obviously they've slowed down quite a bit. There's only like so much I can do, right? And I'm at the point now where it's like I need to start slowing down or I will burn out. So I've kind of reached max capacity on what I'm capable of. Right, this whole stockpile is also going to get deleted too. No, it's awesome, Spudzilla. It's really nice just seeing, like, you know, very mainstream, like, large people, like Sacriel, just to throw out a name, like, streaming Dwarf Fortress and tweeting about it positively is really cool. What a way to end 2022. Yeah, no kidding. Oh, they added oh, did they actually add separate tiles for the frozen rivers? I don't know if they did. There's snow on top of it, so it's hard for me to tell. I mean, I know that ice exists, but rivers or brooks just looked like stone before. I don't know if they added that. I haven't looked. Hard to tell with the snow there. I do like that we're actually getting snow, though. You say some Brazilian channels talk. You saw some Brazilian talk. You never saw DF outside of English-speaking side of YouTube. There's a, well, I mean, there's like Nautilus Link, but there's a good number of smaller channels from Brazil that stream Dwarf Fortress, including like some that I watch, because like for years I've been starved for DF because nobody streams it or streamed it, I guess, previously. So I would watch just whoever did. And there's a good couple of channels out there that like I've watched that I don't understand a word that they're saying. I'm just like, I don't speak Portuguese at all, but I will watch your stream. I'm actually gonna remove bars and blocks mirror. That was a mistake. It runs on any computer. It runs on any computer. It just doesn't run well on any computer. Yeah, no, lots of people from Brazil play this game. But look at this. A Fluffy Wambler. We got a Punch Boy. Orb. Floof. Yeah, what's that? It's a Fluffy Wambler. They are immortal. You can't kill them. They're made of fluff and pudge. We don't know what pudge is. And they're supreme evil. It's a Fluffy Wambler. They only spawn in good biomes. They're magical creatures in Dwarf Fortress. They're a unique Dwarf Fortress magical creature. You have like 20 of them in your graveyard? Yes, they like to trample upon the dead. They're evil floofs, basically. Do they get eaten by cats? Nope. I don't think so. They're also fuzzy ball of immortal fat. Yeah, pretty much. There's a really good actually that cat just killed one, I think. Here I was saying, I don't think they get killed by cats as the cat kills one. Well, there you go. Are they actually evil? I like to call them evil. I don't know if they're actually evil. Cats! How dare you kill my Fluffy? You killed the Fluffy. One punch cat, one bop cat. You have no idea what's killing them? Definitely cats. Do you have cats in your fort? Cats will just kill everything. They're monsters. You're confused about the non-dwarf citizenship. You've yet to have a petition for any long residence to become a citizen. At the same time, you know, labor, location, occupation, which means they're a full citizen as far as I know. So that means they've become a full citizen already. Yeah. Maybe they've changed it. But the way it worked in older versions of the game is they would petition for residency, and then a year later, they could petition for permanent residency. I don't know if they've changed that. I assume they haven't, but maybe they did. All right, so here we need some more stuff for the stockpile. Let's just expand this one. You stockpile, add to it. Just want to empty that wagon out. Still works as I say? Okay, well then that means they've just already been given residency. What biome is this? This is a mirthful and serene good biome. Mirthful biomes are like the good aligned biomes, which at least previously, yeah, we have unicorns on this map. There will be fairies on this map. We're close to a lot of elves. And of course, it's Dwarf Fortress good aligned, which means we have feather trees, which of course are glorious, beautiful, good aligned biome trees that grow long feathers and have weird fleshy trunks. They also lay eggs instead of dropping seeds like normal trees. Yeah. Which, by the way, I think is disturbing as fuck. So it's very much like Brothers Grimm kind of thing. Lady Kelpie, congratulations on redeeming a dwarf. So I have to give this one to Coldblood. Look at this shit. Coldblood gets a dwarf, right? And then gives it to Kelpie because Kelpie threatened Cold-Blooded with stepping on Lego. Then Cold-Blooded was like, "You take it then." Circle is now complete. Yeah, damn right. Wow. Do you know what kind of dwarf you want? Cold-Blooded. Just at me with it. Hell yeah. I mean, thank you, Freeways. Did you have that open? I guess the last 45 minutes. So we're going to exterminate them? I would like to domesticate them, but that's all. Both are options. You got to tighten in a raid in sequence, and your military doesn't know how. Doesn't know. Oh yeah, that's true. They're good with any. All right. How about the expedition leader? Cold-blooded. Disdains leisure time, is rude and has no self-control, poor memory and focus, and intemperate. Well, I'm sorry. You look splendid today, according to you. That's the most recent thing you've said, is I look splendid today. It's 5:30 in the morning. How the fuck did that happen? Go to bed, man. I'm assuming that means that you've been up all night. Go to sleep. She is very impolite and inconsiderate of property, occasionally overindulges, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and is readily moved by art and natural, and is moved by art and natural beauty. Is troubled by this as she dislikes the natural world. Finds obligations confining, and she is conflicted by this since she likes a little excitement now and then. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. There we go, I got that backwards. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she has little interest in joking around. She is brave in the face of imminent danger and is often cheerful. Is somewhat quarrelsome and bothered by this since she values friendship. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she tends to avoid crowds. She's personally affronted by leisure time and leisurely living, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. She sees perseverance in the face of adversity as bullheaded and foolish, and does not particularly value loyalty, and doesn't particularly respect commerce. She likes marcasite, fine pewter, picture jasper, naff fabric, and the color taupe gray. Gems for their enormous fantails, and the sight... wait, hold on, what? Toy hammers and blue pewfowls for their enormous fantails. There we go. And the sight of the secrets of right. And when possible, prefers to consume giant leopard, date wine, and eggplants, and she hates blood gnats. You're somewhat focused with satisfied needs. It's one heck of a dwarf, let me tell you. So chat, I've got a really big plan for this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to channel out this side, and I'm going to channel out this side. And so we're going to have this big old walkway all the way along here, and we're going to put our tavern at the end here, over on this side, behind that waterfall. And, or maybe we'll put a temple by that. We'll put something by that waterfall. But this is going to be a multi-Z level walkway above a large crafting area. Then, assuming we can find a good amount of iron, or we'll use sand, we're going to go down to lava layers, I think, and get ourselves some lava and pump it up, up. And we're going to have lava forges up here. Why is the walkway not straight? Why is it curved? Because it looks better than when it's a straight line. I don't like straight lines. I mean, if you look at maps of Moria... shit's not straight lines, dude. It's lots of winding tunnels and caves and things, right? And this is a dwarven outpost. This isn't some grand cathedral commissioned by the king. This is an outpost that's going to become a maze-like section of chasms and different small winding tunnels. To those people who are just like, oh, everything has to be like... So there was this comment that was left on one of my videos recently, which I'm going to read verbatim. I'm not going to read who said it or on which videos, so you guys don't go witch hunting, but this exact comment was, "You are a disgrace to the mountain home. The crafts dwarf ship of your fort layout is the lowest quality and an affront to Armok. No symmetry, no planning, no dwarven ingenuity, and your aesthetic sense is no better than a filthy tree-hugging elf." And you know what? And that's all I have to say to that. So I will continue making forts the exact way I want to. That's all. So all I have to say, chat, I have influence. Don't make squares. Fuck symmetry. Piss that guy off. Hope they watch this video. Anyway, Tater Tot, thanks for the subscription. Cheers, friend. All these squares, make them circle. I'll add symmetry, put it off by 1 tile. Is that fort keeping? It's somebody who I think thinks they're hilarious, actually. Is most likely what it actually is. Exactly. In regards to the best part of DF being able to do whatever the fuck you want. I have some really good miners in a little bit. I'll say that much. So size does matter. Well, depends on the context. Can solve any problem with a window, therefore windows are superior to doors and walls. Well, I mean, I would disagree in that you can't lock a window, but... Alright, you right here. Let's actually make another stone worker. Let's put it right there. So the cave dweller coming, all your children are playing the Hunger Games in the storage, 0 to 100. Wow. Okay, yeah. I gotta say that the caverns are meaner now than they've been in a very, very, very long time. Which is good. I mean, I think the game needed a difficulty buff. Actually, chat, would you guys, since somebody mentioned pillars, would you guys prefer I dig this whole thing out straight, or should I just put a big old pillar in the middle? Because I could put some big pillars in it, which might actually make it look cooler. Do you think that a big open multi-layer crafting area would look better with pillars or without pillars? Pillars? Okay, we'll put pillars. There you go, there's 3 pillars, how's that? Although I screwed the top one up. What is this room? This is going to be crafting, storage, everything else. And we're gonna do this on this side, and we're also gonna do it on this side. We're gonna smooth the outside layer and channel it down 1 layer, so it's gonna go underneath this central hallway, which is gonna be like a raised walkway. Can they freeze to death? Absolutely. Dump water on them and wait for the ocean to freeze. Or dump water on them and then dump magma on the water and then watch them turn into obsidian. And then you get a whole bunch of, why am I blanking on his name? Han Solos, there you go. Is there a way to view accepted requests, for example, building a temple or a guild? Same, I also forget shit. I don't have ADHD, but I do forget shit. But, like, the only ones that are formed, like, my actual advice is write it down. But the ones that are formed, when you go to assign them, The only ones that will pop up as available, well, not available, but the ones that are requested and agreed upon have to have more than 10 members. So it lowers the list dramatically. So if there's like 20 on the list and 2 of them have 10 members, it's going to be one of those. You just deny requests until you have time to set it up at that moment. That too. Yeah, if you deny it, they will just keep pestering you to do it again. It's fucking mental to see YouTubers stream DF. You know, believe it or not, like, it's been a really small number of people streaming Dwarf Fortress for the past few years. It's like there's been maybe a dozen of us. There's always been a couple VTubers. Like, there's been VTubers over the past 4 or 5 years, like, as VTubers have gotten more popular, there's a good, like, number of them. Yeah, no, for years when I say that, like, Bruno, you know exactly what I mean. There was maybe a dozen of us that streamed Dwarf Fortress for years. No, Capital and Mountain Home are not the same thing. Mountain Home is final, top, highest value, done, win. Capital is one below. One came up in your YouTube feed today? Don't be hard on VTubers. They're just playing a character and acting, and that's not an easy thing to do. $62,000? I mean, it was at 45,000 when I started streaming Dwarf Fortress. Would I ever use a skeleton VTube avatar for April Fools? Someone was trying to get me to use a VTube avatar of me for April Fools, like just my face for April Fools. They're like, I can PNG you, and we can make you into an avatar. I was like, no, that's fucking stupid. I don't know, probably not. Bloody Crump, thanks for the Prime sub. Although my actual favorite VTube avatar I ever saw was Monotone Tim. She VTubed as PewDiePie. Although this was before it was called VTubing. This was back just when it was face rig. Used a PewDiePie face rig. It's pretty good. Did fake PewDiePie videos for a day. You know. Yeah, I am a skeleton VTubing as a human. Honestly, I just say this to people. If you don't want to show your face and you want to stream and you don't want not a strange audience. If you don't want an annoyingly needy audience, just don't use a camera. Like, I streamed for years without a camera. Just don't use a camera. Having to play, like, unless you are really into the idea of role-playing a character, or you can just make an avatar that's literally just you and your personality, which some people do, playing a character is, in the short term, can be a really good idea. In the long term, not so much. Ah, you can see where the river is. Everything's melted. Look at this. Ooh. Is the Steam release easier than Classic by default? You feel like you haven't had a losing fun moment once, and you also haven't dug that deep yet, so you don't understand how people can run out of food and water? Running out of food and water isn't how you lose in DF. Food and water, like, well, food and alcohol, rather, not water. You shouldn't be giving your dwarves water. Food and alcohol is, like, the easy part of DF. There is no difficulty there, and you won't lose because of it, unless you just, like, don't know what you're doing or intentionally don't make stuff for your dwarves. That's not how you lose in DF. Start digging. Dig down. Dig down. If nothing's happening, you haven't dug down yet, so dig down. Yeah, it does. Saturn. It really does. Go be ambitious. Go dig deeply and greedily. You know, there's, hold on, let me grab this folder. Or, I got a file here. This is a updated version of a flowchart that's on the wiki. Right here. You know, like, this is all it says, right? It's like, cut trees, dig, okay, farm plot, plump helmets, sure, that, butcher shop, okay, medical stuff, yep, loam, making clothing, labor weaving, make traps, wood furnaces, yep, clothes shop, gotcha, craft store shop, yep, trade depot, sell stuff, trade, blah, gain wealth, migrants, absolutely, gain more migrants, do mechanisms down here, go over to armor stands, dig deeper. Dig deeper. Dig deeper. Dig deep. I mean, I hear. I'll toss it up on my Discord. I didn't make it, so I'm not gonna like put it on Twitter, but I'll stick it up in Dwarf Fort talk. Oh, also chat room. I just reapplied for Discord partner because we just re-qualified for it after I lost it last year because it was too quiet. So, fingers crossed we get that back. That'd be pretty cool. Also, a merchandise company has reached out to me because they want to work with me due to me suddenly being big and famous. It's really weird how, like, you gain an amount of internet fame and then suddenly people want to work with you for stuff. What kind of shit should I do? Because, like, if we were to do merch, what would you guys want? The U2s? No. Code Dependent, thanks for the 5 subs. Shouldn't you be going to bed? Cheers, peace. It's nice to have people to watch. Warhammers? Noted. Jeff says stickers. Yeah, I agree with the, like, I completely feel you there with the 15-ounce option. I'm right there with you. A mini forge, mugs, hoodies. I'll see if we can get like a line of glasses or something and like a basic shirt. I like socks. I've done socks before. Where's Blind from? Vancouver, Canada is where I'm from. Born and raised. I can't do like Dwarfy looking stuff. It has to be my own branding, but yeah. Noted. All right. Indeed, Dwarf Fort Talk is where I stuck it. It's a downloadable link. It's this thing. Here, I'll repost it. Obvious. It's a weird file format anyway. Actually, no. Jimmy Chiller, thanks for the Prime sub. An actual rock mug. If I could get an actual rock mug, I would be ecstatic. I'm not going to lie. Quebecois? I was in Montreal earlier this year visiting my little sister, who's lived out there for like 4 years. 5 years? 4 years? Something like that. Her husband is, or has been going to university there for years. Really like Quebec. Lovely place to visit. An obsidian mug? That would be expensive as fuck. I'm not going to say what school he's going to, because I don't really want to dox my brother-in-law. But I can't leave. I can tell you this. I really like Montreal. It's a lovely city. Not very accessible to people who are visually impaired. The number of concrete steps I tripped over, I lost count at 6 and my knees hurt. So I wouldn't be able to stay there for very long. I think like 6 days is maybe the most I could do. Can you explain how to keep your dwarves from snagging jewelry items you've made to sell? Forbid them. Would be my knee-jerk response, is forbid the items. It's so good. But like, it got to the point where it's like, I don't need a cane for walking. I would need a cane if I lived in Montreal. Just because, like, and it's like, it's for practical purposes, right? It's because there's so much snow in the winter that like your front door, like you have to have like high up steps. Your front door has to be like a third of a meter off the ground so that you don't like get snowed in. It makes sense, but it just makes walking difficult for me. But no, I had a lot of fun out there, and I'll definitely go there again. Although I got to ride a bike around the F1 track, and as a F1 fan, that was a lot of fun. Planning on moving to Canada in the next few years. You work in the movies. Okay, I get you, yeah. Well, I mean, Vancouver is Hollywood North, right? Montreal's a beautiful city. I know the architecture's lovely. Except for the roads. Roads are pretty bad, but I think that's also got something to do with the snow. I love all the graffiti art, though, out there. There's a bunch of spots out there that I loved wandering around. Hello, Stone. Good morning. Or good day. I don't know what time or what time it is for you relative to your last wake-up point. Had Stu at your family's. Oh, you shall be going to bed soon, though? I got you. Well, it's good to see you, Stone. Hope you're doing well. Stone is our lovely, or one of our lovely moderators. Shout outs to the mods. We found DF time. It's meaningless. This is true. Your business partner is based in Vancouver, and he fetches clients, and you make things. Brazil's rough. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, you know, it's been a minute since I've just blatantly talked about politics on stream, but I got to say, when Brazil was having their last elections, there was a line out the door of the embassy here, up the street for 3 blocks, around another building, and back down to where the embassy was around the block. There was like, there was photos of people, like, it was like 8,000 people in this line. And there was photos popping up all over the Vancouver suburbs. Like, what are these people lining up for? It's like Brazilian elections. It's like, oh, okay. Like, anyway. So, actually, Stone, are you magma safe? I'm not a bad person like that pooping twice. Come on. Don't be mean to people who speak French. What is happening? We are digging out a very large room, which is going to be our crafting center. But we do need to get the dwarves inside. So what I think I'm actually going to do is I'm going to do a real quick forbid here. All the way across. We're just going to let them dig out all this. Of course, I could use the planning mode, but that would be way too smart. We're just going to let them fill that out. And we are going to dig out a small space right here, which I think is going to become trading eventually, but for right now is going to be Temple Tavern. Meeting zone with some tables in it. Space for the dwarves to chill. Very important. I should also really use the planning mode, but like, eh. I mean, planning is just this, right? Like, it's like, that's all there is to it. It's like it lets you mark things. Tons of stuff on, yeah, I just use priorities. It's like, actually what I could do is I could just say priority 4 funk for this, and then priority 5 for the door over here, and then done. They'll do it in the order that I want it to do them. Seems like locking doors is extremely overpowered. Yep. Here's the thing, right? Dwarf Fortress has abilities in it that are overpowered because Dwarf Fortress is a story generator, right? If you want things to be way stupid overpowered, generate yourself a world full of Bronze Colossus, generate yourself a world full of dragons, and only build things out of wood, right? Or also, yeah, just trolls. Trolls can topple doors. Regardless of if they're locked. So the thing with Dwarf Fortress is like Dwarf Fortress has OP strats, and it's up to you to just choose not to use them. If you want the game to be hard, make the game hard for yourself. If you want the game to be a sandbox, play the game as a sandbox, right? And that is a strength of Dwarf Fortress, in my opinion. Some people are not a huge fan of that, but to me, that is a strength. A benefit of Dwarf Fortress's design is that it lets you do that. And it's what makes the game so accessible to such a wide variety of people. And I know that like that sounds ironic saying that Dwarf Fortress is accessible because it's been like notorious for being like ridiculously obtuse for so long. But genuinely, it is a very accessible game, right? Just because of the variety of playstyles that the game permits. If you want to play something that's ridiculously OP and never have to worry about a threat and just build a computer, go nuts. The game's not going to punish you for that. Right? Whereas a game like, it's everybody's favorite comparison. So a game like RimWorld will actively punish you for that. Most Forgotten Beasts can topple doors, yes. Most. Some are just that weak that they can't. Would you mind giving you a rundown of elevation in terms of mining before caverns? What do you mean by elevation exactly? Because like caverns aren't really going to start to pop up until like minus 10-ish normally. Yeah, no, absolutely. I usually do stuff like that too. Like right now we're just like I could if I wanted this fort to be super hard, we'd be in the caverns already, right? Like I'm just chilling. We're building shit and having fun. All right, so we're going to assign ourselves a manager real quick. We are in late spring. And I'm just going to make it all into our expedition leader, who is cold-blooded. And they are going to get a office assigned to them, which is going to be right here on that chair. At elevation 25. Okay. Well, then that's, I mean, they've also changed how they number them, right? So it's difficult because that's in relation to, so 0 is sea level, right? I guess it depends on what elevation you're starting on. But if you don't have a dungeon keeper, the captain of the guard will tend to prisoners. But the general idea is that the sheriff or the captain of the guard, depending on how many dwarves you have, deals with arrests, will do the hammerer's job if there is no hammerer. The hammerer's job is to beat and arrest people. And then the dungeon keeper's job is to feed and tend to them. The dungeon keeper is pretty optional from what I can tell. Unless you have a huge fort with tons of prisoners, there's no real reason to have a dungeon keeper. All right, so we're going to make a meeting zone up here. Accept that and make this into an inn/tavern. The Copper Nut. Aha. All right. So we've got the Copper Nut, and right next to the Copper Nut, we've got the, that is a good, I kind of like it. Like, I kind of hate it, but also it's growing on me real quickly. All right, so and then down here we can have the new temple. It's just gonna be to no specific deity, but let's take a peek. We've got the chat. We have the word cat in the name of a god for this faction. The perplexing cat of seers. Inmest, the deity of metals, fame, and rumors. We have the cat Setad, which is the god of wealth and trade. The god of jewels, the god of copper, the Deller, the copper canyons, the deity of minerals, the deity of mountains, and the deity of death and disease. First worshiper we've seen. Really? Like, hold on a second. Nope, nobody worships these. And then we have Soul, who's the deity of lightning. Just straight up, like, nobody worships any of these. Well then, huh? Well, I guess we'll just make the deity of lightning because that's the only one that people really worship. So. No, that's the religion of sweating. What does the religion of sweating worship, though? Let's find out. They worship death and disease. Oh, Jesus. You know, the sect of sweat, of death and disease. Yep. Of course they do. Makes sense. Yep. Checks out. Definitely. Well, let's just jump over into our work orders here and queue up, well, let's actually do it through here. You, work orders, table, and you, work orders, please. You, work orders, Roan. You're agents of Nurgle, yes. Not to be confused with agents of Nurgle. Of Garfield fame. Pop and Nurgle just want hugs? I mean, don't we all, frankly? All right, let's go all the way along here. Today you can't understand why it's so boring. It's pretty boring, yeah. At least it's better than liking Dilbert. Dilbert guy kind of went nuts over the last few years. There's nothing to catch in the central swamps. Then why are you fishing? The fuck? Just remember, chat. Nobody does this. Nothing good comes of this. Nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing good comes of that. Gosh. No fish, no. We can buy fish. It's a good way to die to a unicorn, though. Wait, fishing is bad? No, it's not. It's just, it's super efficient, but it's work intensive. It pisses dwarves off if they have to do it outside, and it's just... That's all I have to say. Just... All right, chat. People are about to get stuck in ads, so all we're really doing is mining, so you're not going to miss much. But if you don't get ads, feel free to chuck questions at me in like 30 seconds. Efficient? Efficient. News about random crash desktop latest patch. So apparently on Friday at some point, there's supposed to be another patch. As what I was told the other day. That there would be a patch on Monday, which would add some features and fix some crashes, and there will be another patch on Friday that will fix more features and fix more crashes. So they're working on it. Normal Dwarf Fortress update cycle is usually game drops, and then it takes about 2 to 4 weeks for every like major issue, and by major issue I mean like stuff that breaks the game to get fixed. They're generally pretty quick about that. What's the project for this fort? I'm just looking for cool biomes and building cool shit, really. Still trying to get to know this world a little bit, but we're in the middle of elves, so probably a lot of people have been asking me to do like magma pumping and magma forges, so that's something I've got to help with. But yeah, that's kind of the plan is magma pumping and magma forges as far as projects go. As far as other things go, I'm not sure at this exact moment. I was just too boring. Energy fighter. Just too boring. The memes were fun, but the cool thing about that fort for me was just we had a really cool building style, and I want to stick to that. I want to do more cool building styles. ETA on dwarf name claim. Did you claim a dwarf name? No. So then 15 minutes, I think, because it's every 45, and the last one was 33 minutes ago. It's every 45 minutes somebody can claim one for 5,000 channel points. It's hard to get them right now, but they'll get easier. I swear. It's like the hype will die down a bit. Aside from necromancy, in the longer term, there is the magic arc, the myths and magic generator, and Tarn's done plenty of talks about their prototypes and plans for that. But there's a lot. So, yeah, I know ads right now. As the fort gets established, you get a bigger chance to claim a dwarf. That too, yeah. How dare you not play with 100% efficiency in a sandbox game? The reason I've been able to stream this game so long, for so many years, with a small audience, is because I play it like a sandbox game largely. So. With all soldier runs? Hell yeah. I mean, service guarantees citizenship, right? Ever play Factorio? I'm not a big fan of conveyor belt management games. To be completely honest with you. It's not a problem with those games, it's a problem with my brain. They're just, they feel like work and not in a good way. Yeah, so procedurally generated magics based on, like, myth and histories, essentially. Naturally, Starship Troopers. I hope that Starship Troopers FPS is not going to be terrible. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but there's a Starship Troopers that's FPS that's coming out. It's like, it looks like it might not be horrible. I don't know. I don't trust Starship Troopers games, but like we got a Starship Troopers FPS or RTS rather, not FPS. RTS this year that was passable. So like, we get 2 passable Starship Troopers games in 1 year, maybe. Early summer. I love the movies. Same. They're good movies, but video games tend to be terrible. It's always re-ask, it's fine. Chat's too fast for me to catch everything. Did I ever go over libraries? I don't think so. Yeah, no, I don't think I have. Libraries are pretty much the same as every other zone, though. They just need bookshelves. Would you like to know more, Monster? Yeah, no, if you miss a response from me or I don't respond, just ask again. It's fine. Xenonauts 2 is in February. I kind of want to play that. Your favorite Starship Trooper game is DRG? My favorite Starship Troopers game is StarCraft Brood War, but there was a Starship Troopers custom map for Brood War that was fantastic. Makes requirements for rooms and temples go way up. Hard econ. Hard econ. Oh, hard economy. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I might actually do that. That sounds fun. I have actually, Junkie. Procedural generated expressiveness of Dwarf Fortress reminds you of Super Large World and Daggerfall by Bethesda. Yeah, no, I mean, like, largely Dwarf Fortress's inspirations are like the old Ultima games and things like Daggerfall, right? Because that's what they were playing when this game started development. You didn't know that I'm on the same team as Kiri? You've been following her since 2018? I founded that team with FG, actually. Me and FG founded Halcyon Frequency. Have you ever encountered a forgotten beast that regenerated its health with time? Most of them do, actually. Most of them do. We do have migrants now. The timeline for this fort's a little weird because we've started with, like... We've started in winter, so we it feels like we haven't had trading yet, but we have. Also cut more gems. Precious fire opals will be our first trade good. Yeah, Matt, so just to run over the next, 5, 6, 7 years of Dwarf Fortress, right? Villains Part 2. Villains Part 2 is going to enact all the villain stuff and make things like coups and those thefts better. All the thefts and stuff is all new in Villains. And the whole point of that update is to, give you stuff to do in adventure mode, right? And Fisk, thank you very much for that tier 1. Cheers, friend. That's what Villains Part 2. So that's the next major update arc after, Fortress mode and Classic and everything's done being patched. That's the next major update arc, which I think Tarn wants to bundle that in with the upgrades to adventure mode, which are going to, if I had to guess, take 6 months minimum, because they have to redo all the UI for adventure mode, and adventure mode is 78 screens or something. It's not as bad as Fortress mode, but it's pretty close. And there's some really weird, very unique UI schemes for the combat and that. Because you read the combat logs in Fortress mode. You can do all of that in adventure mode. Those crazy, I grab his tooth and throw a guy kind of thing. You can do all of that. So there's that. So that's Villains Part 2, which is going to be the next big update cycle. Then after Villains Part 2 is Sieges and the beginnings of the map rewrite. And the beginnings of the map rewrite, I'm not a programmer, so forgive me if I fuck up some terminology here. The idea is, instead of when you load into the map right now, it loads everything all the way down to the underworld. Everything that you have from the magma sea to all 3 cavern layers is being processed. The computer knows they're there. The computer knows what's in each layer. The map rewrite will allow them to, instead of doing that, load in things that is currently visible to the player, and load out things so we can run more. Theoretically, this update could allow us to, instead of just being locked to one map, see the whole map at once. So that's what the map rewrite's supposed to be. The map rewrite will then allow them to start working on better sieges, giving the enemies like actual siege weapons, as well as put in the foundations for the myths and magic stuff. And the myths and magic, off-map battles as well will suddenly become possible. Also, high proms. And that will then allow them to start working on myths and magic. And for ages, they've referred to myths and magic as a long wait, because the way they've described the way they were going to do myths and magic is just they wouldn't patch the game for like 4 years and then suddenly myths and magic would come out. But that's changed. And Tarn's very much been in the form of they're going to try and do myths and magic kind of modular. So they will patch in pieces of it over time. So initially it'll be like, oh, World Gen now has myths generation. So instead of like it starting at year 1, it'll start at year 1, but you'll also have 200 years of history before that of the formation of the world and how the world came into being. So it'll expand legends and like that sort of stuff, as well as also allowing for what they're referring to as a magic slider. So you can go all the way down to low magic, which is just like, oh, there's humans that think that there's dwarves around and then humans are playable, all the way up to high magic where it's like further beyond what Dwarf Fortress is right now. So it's like, just when it comes to Dwarf Fortress development, there's a lot of things that are planned, but we're not going to see these for a while, right? Like when I say this is 5 years down the line, this is 5 years down the line, assuming nothing weird happens and Tarn decides to go do something else for a bit, which has happened before, right? Like this is their passion project, and it's not designed to sell tons of copies. And I think the way that Dwarf Fortress has existed in the past is always people play it. They play it for like 8 months when a new update comes out, and then they stop playing it, and then a major update comes out and they all come back. And I very much expect this game to be kind of like that going forward. But right now, I think like the close thing to look forward to is adventure mode and the villain stuff to finish out kind of all the low magic arcs, and then it's going to be a wait for the map rewrite. But also, don't forget that every couple of months, Zach and Tarn join me on stream, and we talk about Dwarf Fort. So if you have questions, I do take user-submitted questions. So, although I'll be honest, the last time I talked to Zach and Tarn was on the 17th of last month. I had almost 400 questions submitted for them. I am terrified about how many questions I'm going to have to sit. It's going to take me a week, I think, to go through all of them and pick out like 30. Any plans for lighting or torches or fires like that? It's kind of weird since there's none now. Dwarves have perfect dark vision. The engine isn't capable of doing lighting. Adventure mode kind of has lighting. So I don't know. Where do you ask? Well, there's nowhere yet, but it will be a Google form. Actually, I think what I need is I'm just going to like reach out to a couple of volunteers and just be like, hey, do you want to help? Although it should be interesting, though, and I'm probably going to take less questions on the next one, just purely because the guest that I'm going to line up for the next one, assuming everything lands perfectly, is I want to have Waylon Snedker, who's the developer of a game called Odd Realm, and I want to get him to poke their brains about some technical stuff, and also we'll go over the next few years of their development. That's kind of my plan for the next one that we do. Oh, yeah, actually, I could open up a Discord forum for it. That could be neat, actually. So, yeah, no, we're going to have, or I'm going to, assuming time zones work out, because he's in New Zealand now, so time zones might be weird. So if it doesn't work out, I have a backup, but, and I can always just bring Tekket on again, too. But that's who I want to bring on. You should check out Zero Sievert. Go look up Zero Sievert on my YouTube channel. I've had that since the backer builds went out. Odd Realm is pretty cool. You should check it out. You should check it out once you're like, getting bored with dwarfs and waiting for adventure mode. All right, so we're up to 12 dwarves now. What do we have? A child? Ooh. Flickery weaponsmith. Legendary weaponsmith, eh? Get behind that. It's a former member of the Fellowship of Diamonds. Also, thanks for the Prime DXR and as well as Wandering. And Shakanu, you're good at this. Wants a dwarf. What kind of dwarf do you want? At me with it. As you can see, they're all on the screen right now for your selections. You have caged goblins and elf thieves. Anything you can do with them? Throw them into a pit with spikes at the bottom. Use them as military practice, like release them into your squads. Throw them in a river. Release them off the side of the map. Throw them into a volcano. The kid? You want to be the kid? Shakanu. You're healthy, but frail and have low willpower. You played make-believe and you enjoyed that. She has a feel for music and she can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. She's grateful when others help her out and she tries to return favors. She tends to help, she tends to, She is grateful when others help her out and she tries to return.
Creature that likes to throw coins at you.
I'll get back to that in a second, Bogarden. Thank you. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and she has a sense of duty. She does not mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. Values-wise, she personally values family and greatly views cooperation as a low ideal. She's not worthy of any respect, so she doesn't like cooperation. She finds following tradition a foolish and limiting, and she values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. Dreams of creating a great work of art. How old are you? You're 11. Okay, this checks out. Description-wise, incredibly straight, sparse hair that is extremely long. Her ears are flattened, and her somewhat broad head is somewhat short. And her heliotrope eyes are rounded, and her hair is burnt umber, and her skin is a crew. And you like conglomerate, gold, red grosslayer, green glass, and amber, and loon bone. I have a visual aid. Loonbone. And Loonbone. And the color dark violet. Gems and greaves and the sound of the owl of rains. And when possible, prefers to consume hemp seed oil. Damn right. And quinoa flour. And hates oysters. Dwarven teenager. Yep. Thank you for posting your first Fortress tutorial on YouTube on Let's Play. It's been fantastic for you to watch and learn. I hope that, like, I can keep going, because, like, I've kind of already run through the basics in 4 episodes, but what the plan for it is to just slowly get more and more ambitious and start doing projects and try and over-explain the projects. So we're going to try and do, like, underwater river or underground river next, so we'll see if we can do that. I mean, who doesn't? I mean, come on. Are you playing, like, at the edge of the map? I mean, okay. Oh. I just figured out why they're playing at the edge of the map, chat. There's an actual river in between us and them. They can't get over to us. I'm like sitting here, I'm like, why are these new migrants like not coming into the fort? What the fuck? Because they literally can't get to us. All right, well, time to fix this problem. Make a raising bridge that just goes across here. We also can start working on the upper walls, too. We got to bridge the gap. Exactly. That all button is so great. Yeah. You're lurking, but you wanted to say hi and thanks. So you came from the YouTube tutorial videos, and they've helped a lot with your first fort. I'm glad I can help. How do you make lye? You make ash into lye. So you make ash at a wood burner, and then you make ash into lye. And I think you need a bucket to make lye. Yeah, it's funny. I get like I get this feedback on both the quick tutorials and the long form ones. There are people who are like, I don't really watch the short ones, but these long form tutorials are super helpful. And then I also am getting people saying these quick tutorials are super helpful and to the point, much better than the long form ones. It's like, well, I'm getting like equal feedback and opposite responses from different people on both of them, which I think is kind of optimal, honestly. You love both personally? Yeah. What do you do with lye? You make soap. Important for infections. Actually, no, I want to leave you pause and unpause you. Yeah, same. I think that if people watch both and get something out of both, then that's optimal. Base plus fat equals soap. Yes. Lie is the base and fat equals soap. What's my favorite Reddit subreddit? Like my actual favorite? Or like my favorite subreddit? Because my favorite name for a subreddit that isn't actually my favorite subreddit is probably Type Pussy, just because it makes me laugh every time I look at it. It's just cats stuck into tight places, just doing dumb shit. So it's like cats in boots and shit like that. Or like under pillows. That's pretty good. So that's /r tight pussy. But if I were to select a like actual favorite subreddit, actually I really like the games subreddit. There's a lot of good useful stuff in that. Yeah, Google that definitely. Damn, what's my favorite subreddit? That's as a frequent Redditor, that's difficult actually. Help me, stepcat, I'm stuck. It's literally exactly what it sounds like. See, so this is Reddit. Type pussy. So, but, it's a cat that's stuck. It's that kind of thing. Or like, you know, Puss in Tower. Puss in Tower. It's a pussy tower. See, it's just dumb cat puns. It's a good time. /r all. I really like the games subreddit, like just the general games subreddit. I'm banned from PC gaming. Fun fact. What happened to the Orb faction? Nothing. That's the problem. I ran it for a few hours off stream without saving, just to see if anything would happen, and nothing happened. No more migrants, no more traders, no nothing. So, it's still alive. It's actually in this world. We're just playing a different faction now. So, our good friends of the Orb are over here, and they have 50 dwarves. So, we'll let the Orb of Catches grow a little bit. And maybe one day in the future, we can reclaim the orbs and become one with the orbs once again. But till then, we are playing with a slightly different faction, who is, of course, I did not put the VOD on YouTube, though, for the orbs. We are playing as the Nourishing Handles, as the Riverblades of the Riverdancers, or Riverdance, which is the name of our new fortress, which is around here somewhere, wherever it's hiding. I actually can't see it. It might not even show on the minimap. Center on fort. Oh, wait, there it is, yeah. So we are the Fortress of Riverdance right here. Is our king actually a Gelder? Hold on a second. What? Yep. Our king's profession is gelding. Cool. I mean, whatever you're into, I'm not here to judge. Although one of my favorite recent factions chats, some of you may remember this, we had a faction that all of their gods were evil. All of their gods were represented by female dwarves. And by evil, I mean like, this is the god of death, destruction, and war. This is the god of diseases and vomit. This is the god of like blackness and murder and suicide and all this stuff. They were all represented by lady dwarves. And there was almost no male dwarves in the entire faction, and the queen was a Gelder. Which was enough storytelling for us to be like, which, you know. Oh, no, exactly. That was a fun fort. All right, so we've got that bridge built so our dwarves can actually join. Get over here, boys. Probably also build a bridge across on this side. I mean, yeah, I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying that it gave us an impression of what our fort was. Oh, we have a peddler hanging out. He's a competent appraiser. Look at that. At least he's got clothes on. His hair is extremely long and his somewhat narrow head is tall. His aqua eyes are slightly wide set and his ears are slightly flattened. His hair is light brown, mixed with gray, and his skin is dark peach. Find something humorous in everything. Who's he from? Where's he from? He's from the Patterned Union and a member of the Glad Fellowship. Well, we're glad to have you as a visitor in our temple, but I wasn't actually intending to allow them. The duck is sitting on his dome. I mean, it's standing there. The goose is standing there, but yeah, it does look like it's standing on him, doesn't it? Saw someone on YouTube play a map with blood rain and zombies and such. Is that a mod or is that in the game? That's just in the game. Just settle somewhere super evil. It has like a weird habit of raining vomit and blood and pus and other fun bodily fluids on those biomes. There's also like clouds of mist that like we were looking for a biome that was doing that yesterday, but weren't able to find one, so I kind of gave up and went for a good biome. So now we're settling somewhere with trees that lay eggs and have fingers. So, which is a good biome, of course. This is where the good magical creatures live. You know what's fun? Actually, chat, if you pay very close attention to your elven traders, at least in the older versions, I don't know if this still applies, but in older versions, elves used to show up coated in feather tree egg yolk. Which amuses me. Yeah, no, feather trees lay eggs. They don't have fruit. So these are feather trees. See? These trees, they're feather trees. So they have feathers, and they have these little frilly things, and they are the lightest wood in the game. They're like lighter than balsa wood, and instead of having fruits, eggs fall and they break, and they can make puddles of egg yolk underneath the trees. I wish I was joking. This shit's disturbing to me too. But the fantasy and, you know, it's funny. When people say Dwarf Fortress, it's like Tolkien. It's like, okay, you clearly haven't played Dwarf Fortress because Tolkien is like high fantasy compared to Dwarf Fort. Dwarf Fortress is actually quite low fantasy, and it's like low dark fantasy. Also, Mad Max 89, thank you very much for the Prime. And I know this was 12 minutes ago, Wogarden, but thank you very much for being the silly little creature that likes to throw coins at me. I appreciate you. Why channel that out? It's going to look fucking cool, that's why. I mean, I have a question. If you could have 2-meter ceilings or 4-meter ceilings, which one would you take? We're going for the 4-meter ceilings, maybe even 10-meter ceilings. But I'm making a multi-layered cool thing. Sure, but compared to Tolkien, Dwarf Fortress is pretty low. At least in its current setup. It's not the highest high fantasy, but like Dwarf Fortress is way lower fantasy than Tolkien is. How do you create a new uniform for your squads? I don't have the thing pop up, so I can't actually show you, but click on the new uniform button. I think it's like edit uniform. I'm trying to think if I covered that in my tutorial. I think I covered that in my tutorial. We're not ready to make a military yet, though. What do I mean by low? Low fantasy equal less magic, more like grimdark kind of. Less magic, less summons, less wizards, less weird powers, less that sort of thing, more grounded in reality. Like, yeah, Game of Thrones is low fantasy, whereas Lord of the Rings is high fantasy. So high fantasy is like Glorious or actually, I'm trying to think of like other examples that maybe aren't Game of Thrones, but I almost don't want to say the Wheel of Time is low fantasy, but I never finished that series, so I don't know if that's a good. Witcher, yeah, Witcher's pretty low fantasy. Witcher's pretty low fantasy. You just happen to play as a pretty magical critter. Wheel of Time's high fantasy? Okay. I never made it very far into that series. I read like the first 2 books, I think. That was a long time ago. Conan the Barbarian is low fantasy. Yeah, that's actually a good example. Conan the Barbarian, low fantasy. A lot of D&D can be low fantasy. You didn't miss much yet. I have a question. Did anybody here play the Wheel of Time video game? It was like a third-person shooter. Very strange. Not very good. Okay. I'm going to throw a still. Yeah, there was a third-person Wheel of Time shooter. It was one of the most violent games I played at the time. I want to say it ran in the Quake engine. It had nothing to do with the Wheel of Time, by the way. Absolutely nothing. Brew drinks from plants. I don't like D&D, so I'm a bad person to ask that question. But if you're going to ask me, it's like, what's your favorite tabletop setting? Probably Gamma World. I know it's not D&D rule set specific, but probably Gamma World. Anything like Heretic or Hexen? What about Pathfinder? I'm not a big tabletops person. And everybody that I tell this to are just like, oh, you just haven't found the right group. But I've played with some arguably really good groups of people for D&D, and I've never enjoyed it. It's just not something that I feel like I'm programmed to do. Shadowrun's pretty cool, yeah. I like the weird of Gamma World, though. MCU, high or low fantasy? Neither. It's capitalism. MCU. Why do you have problems with drinks in this game? Are you having trouble making drinks? Talisman is terrible. What? That's not an unpopular opinion. It's like genuinely a terrible video game. Also, people can use whatever language they want in my chat as long as they're being polite, because I know for a fact that someone will call them out if they're not, so. I don't really care, frankly. You gotta switch a language in your head, yeah, that's fair. Thinking in one language, typing in a different one. One of my mods will occasionally just like type a whole sentence in Russian and just be like, fuck! Is it good if you're drinking with friends? It's good if you're drinking with friends and playing, though. Yeah, but, like, I could also drink with friends and, like, play a board game that doesn't require months of preparation. You know, like, I don't know. I like board games. Like, I'd rather play, like, Carcassonne or, like, Ticket to Ride or, Splendor or Wingspan. Like, if I'm gonna sit down... If I'm going to sit down and play a tabletop game, I'd rather just play something with a set of rules that I can just play. You know, it's about that. According to my stats, Yogurt from Mars, about 4% of my audience. Oh. It's totally playable with small children. I believe it. Yeah. I believe it that's totally playable with small children. No, definitely. And I completely understand what you mean. Like, I'm sure that, like, in the perfect possible setting, with every single thing lining up and being absolutely 100% perfect, I could play D&D and enjoy it. But I've never been in that situation, so I've never enjoyed D&D. Spitalier, thank you for the 5-pack, and thanks for everything you've done for this community over the years, sir. Appreciate you, dude. What you digging out? This is going to be where all of our main crafting stuff happens. Yeah, and like, Dwarf Fortress is very much like playing D&D. Like, to me, Dwarf Fortress is... It's all... Dwarf Fortress and traditional roguelikes, to be specific, is all of the appeal of D&D for me, minus the part where I have to organize with other people to play it, which is way better to me, personally. What do you do if you have no running water or aquifers? You have to go down to the cavern layers if you need water. Was started by the Halls of Nourishment in the Kingdom of Kin, so the Halls of Nourishment is another fort. So if you open this up, right? And you go to your fort, right? We are... The Fortress of Riverdance is the name of the fortress that we are constructing. The local Dwarver government is the Riverblades, which is us. That is our local Dwarven government, right? We are part of the faction or the civilization of the Nourishing Handles. So the Nourishing Handles are all of those green locations you see there. Well, sorry, not those green. The green ones are the allies. The Nourishing Handles are all of those blue locations you see there. All the green ones are the ones that we are allied with. So the blue locations is like our parent faction, right? Our civilization government means that if we become a barony in the future, any holdings that are attributed to us or formed because of us and our successes are part of our site government, right? And this is like the overarching metagame of Dwarf Fortress that the player doesn't have like almost any control over currently. Pythania, what up? It's good to see you. How you been? So that's what those different layers are, kind of. So it's your civilization, it's your government that you've made, like your group, and then the fortress you're building. So it's like, my name is Greg. I live in Canada. I live in this apartment with building name, and I own all of the stuff in the apartment. So this would be like your country, which is your civilization, your site government, which is like the building that you live in, and then all of the stuff you own in it, basically. Are raindrops gone in this version? Are you trying to ask if it, like, how to tell if it's raining? Or like if there's raindrops landing on the surface? Because I've seen raindrops a good couple of times. Do you have weather turned on? If you disable weather, you won't get rain. It's in here somewhere. Yeah, enable weather. With Dwarven Sites was fun. Yeah, it just doesn't make for the greatest stream content sometimes. That's a fun conversation chat's having on Discord. To make it a high ceiling. To make it look cool. Endgame Dwarf Fortress is all about just making shit look cool. The rule of cool, damn right. It's the only thing that mattered when I was, you know, in high school age. I was looking cool. That you could have friends. If you didn't look cool, you had no friends. This is why I had no friends. Also, Zoso, thanks for the Prime sub. When you started the tutorial for Dwarf Fortress, your dwarf died while mining. Best experience of the game so far? Oh no. You were in a band. I wasn't cool. I was the kid playing video games. I used to get bullied for playing video games, Chad. Facts. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the nourishing handles is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight in anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What the merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow, meaningless death. Wah, wah, wah. My fridge just made a weird sound. Please don't die, fridge. I need you. All right. Did I build trading anywhere? I think I did. I thought I did. Guess I didn't. Shite. All right. Well, let's place a trade depot down here because this is not a bad place to put it. Is it possible to plant trees? We're dwarves, so no. Would you consider Dwarf Fortress universe to be grimdark? It depends on the world you generate. They certainly can be. Like, necromancy heavy level worlds, very much grimdark. You know, I've always wanted the trees to just be the thing that turns around and attacks you if you, like, disrespect the forests too much. I've always wanted that to be a thing. One day. So I think we're just going to go 1Z level down with this. I'm sorry, how'd you end up over there, dwarf? Oh. I'm an idiot. You're having an issue, Dwarf Fortress and getting stuck in trees and dying of dehydration. Cut the trees down. I'll get them down. But like, jokes aside, I don't know how you're letting them into trees. To be honest with you, like, I personally have no idea how you're doing that. So, that's awful. Enraged, agitated Glumprongs. Exactly. I want the trees to attack me. Is there any hidden fun stuff lore behind the bloodthorn trees? Not that I'm aware of. Bloodthorns just grow in the deep caverns. They're not as creepy as they seem. They just have a spooky name. I don't know if I need this to be so fancy. You're not screwed. Let's just do something like this. Why is it you have so much rock and stone, but you can't smelt anything because they all require ore? What are you missing here to smelt metal ore? You need to find actual, like, ores, right? Like, this is Kesserite. This is the ore of tin. You need, like, magnetite, Kesserite, limonite, or lemonite, I think is how you're supposed to say that one. Or one of the various other ores, right? Like, unless you have ore, you're not going to be doing much in that regard. All right, where are the traders? Did they not come over? Oh, here they come. Okay, so we're going to trade real quick, and then we're going to get bedrooms set up. Bedrooms are the next priority. Any tips on finding aquifers? Finding them? Jeez, normally people want to avoid them. Dig down. Cut gems. That's what I'm talking about. Look at those precious fire opals. Big fan. All right, I don't want to sell too much, but we'll give them a good chunk. Couple gifts, all that jazz. On exterminating all Kias, take valuable item, put cage trap in front of it. Valuable item, but like gem or a meal or something. Put it on a pedestal. Okay. Put a cage trap in front of it and build a box around it with a front door, and then have lots of cage traps available. And soon you'll have cages full of Kias, and then eat them for lunch. Just keep making stone blocks, make them into stone blocks, and build a castle. Or you can make them invisible using the eyeball button if you just don't want to look at them. Let's trade. Yeah, and or either designate the cages as dumping into a volcano, or pasture them into the well, actually no, birds would just fly out. So yeah, you'd have to throw them into a volcano. All hail Blob. I saw Blob, so all hail Blob. Make Kias in stone. Put them in lava, or put them in water. Dump lava on the water. Encase Kias in obsidian. All right, so I'm going to buy 1 steel bar in case of strange mood. I buy 1 raw green glass in case of strange mood. I'm going to buy 1 case of cave spider silk. Turn off my camera so you guys can see. And we're going to buy food because, like, I don't have any meat and I also don't have any fish. I'm going to buy a bunch of prepared food. Buy that. And the plump helmets. And obviously the cheese to give the dwarves some nice meals. Now, as you can see, trader profit is massive. Let's remove it until, okay. So we'll give them all these. So they get a profit of 848. That's a pretty big profit, but sell them that, and then we'll give these 2 as a gift. Hey, welcome back, Chaotic. Yesterday you learned that it simulates geology so that which ores you will get depend on the type of stone layer. Yep, you were trying to find coal and it turns out you had to look for it in the sedimentary layer. Yep, this game will give you a minor in geology, which is why I say it's like if you don't understand something or you're looking to find a particular type of stone, Google it because it will actually give you accurate results regardless of if it's on the Dwarf Fortress wiki or not. This isn't like Minecraft where you dig like a few layers down. Like if you want to find diamonds, you have to go looking in Killanite, for example. Like it's not a one-to-one accurate simulation of geology, but it's not a bad simulation either. Like, it cheats in some ways, but also, just for reference chat, for anybody who's wondering, we're at 1,883 subscriber points right now. 2,000 is the next emote. But you guys have done so much for me over the past few days. That's just crazy. Whoever thought that the little Dwarf Fortress streamer who was told that his channel would fail by multiple streamers at PAX East would be in this position now. Who'd have thunk it? All right, so we're going to go up to this layer, and we're going to start making bedrooms. So we have 12 dwarves. We're going to probably have 18 in a little bit. I think we're going to do 2 by 3. We're going to do decent-sized bedrooms, but not too opulent. So we're going to do 2 rows of bedrooms up on this upper layer, and this crafting layer is going to go all the way underneath and over to this side and then back up. So we're going to have basically 2 rows of bedrooms down this middle walkway here above this crafting layer. Yeah, opulently nice bedrooms. Why not? It's a big map. Might as well give them big bedrooms. It's far enough. Although, actually, these ones should all be moved up one. And Zealtro, thanks for checking out a gift. Go all the way along the top. Also, we need doors. We use quantum stockpiles for a few things, but not very often. Rock door. Just make 50. We need a bunch. They are pretty cheesy. There's a few instances where I will use them for things, but I prefer using large stockpiles. I mean, it's not like the maps are too small. It's not like we're starving for sizes here. All right, so we got a human bard hanging out in the temple, and we've got a human prophet. Human prophet for who? A member of the Faith of Zeal. So this person's going to be here and trying to make my dwarves join the Faith of Zeal, supposedly. I don't know if that system actually works, but... Interesting. Intolerant. Look at that. Overcalculates. Quick to give up. Not greedy. Bullshit. High social awareness and good intuition. Of course the religious leader is intolerant. Natural. Obviously. Sounds like a declaration of war. It's actually just like early game Civ. Why do you keep sending prophets at me? You check your mandates from the mayor by going to the nobles tab and hovering over this icon on the end. Oh, I know you can win with religion. It's I'm just referencing other video games because that's what I do. It's like how to be a religious leader. Good at lying. Check. Kind of racist. Check. Good at manipulating people. Check. Dwarf Fortress. Thought I gave you your office. Apparently I didn't. Well. Can't export rings. Excellent. There we go. When you want to make a joke about religious leaders but can't, I do. It's pretty much every politician. Oh boy. At least we all agree, chat, right? Mostly. One of my favorite reviews of my stream before this game came out was from somebody who'd been hanging around a bit, and they said, they were like, as someone who's extremely religious, blind, I think that you're hilarious. And I'm like, yes. Some people understand that you can have a sense of humor and also critique things. Can you get water from a river at the surface down like 10 Z levels for a well? Absolutely. I mean, I'm going to be doing some funky stuff with water. As the water in this map freezes, right? So we're going to have to do some fun stuff. When you make a new embark, have you updated have you generated a new world since the game updated? Because if you haven't, generate a new world. That might be your problem. Am I going to use magma to keep it liquid? I wasn't planning on it, but I was planning on just using lava to make glass, but I mean, we could do that. Oh, that's a problem. It is set to everybody does this. Maybe they're all just too busy. What are they all doing? Oh. What? Where are we? Can they... Oh, pfft, there's another river? Oh, man. I didn't even realize this. Okay, hold on. I've just got, like, dwarves starving, like, on the other side of the map that can't get across. Let's place a bunch of floor tiles right there. I'm like, why are they doing that? Just keep digging, yeah. You'll find it eventually. The trident? Yeah, but, like, I don't know. What if we dam the river? Dam it to what? Hell? I mean, like, I'm listening. I'm thinking about... I was planning on kind of redirecting it, actually, and making artificial waterfalls, but... Welcome back, Def. All right, let's see if I can chop down a tree on this side. Okay, so they do in fact have that. So what I can do is I can get them to chop a tree on that side, and we can make a bridge going across with that wood. Now they should just start building this. Using these ginkgo. There you go. Makes sense why I'm getting some annoyed dwarves, because, like, they obviously can't get into the fort, right? Dwarves can have mounts, but not in fortress mode. Which sounds kind of crappy, but it is the way of things currently in the game. Some more migrants have arrived. Let's see, where are they? All right, also up here in the corner. Okay, I guess that's just where migrants are coming from then. English the farmer. Competent swords dwarf. Your aquifer was 2 levels deep. As soon as you hit stone, you kept digging down through the aquifer. When I cracked open the first cavern, you guess you're living in the caverns. Yep, sometimes that just happens. There was somebody on the forums who was, like, quite upset that, like, their design was ruined because they ran into something they didn't want, and that makes me kind of sad. It's like, is that actually something that you're gonna get mad about? 'Tis mid-autumn, and the expedition Umal, the outpost liaison says, I am, Aban Ubal Mush. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated the civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Legend mode of your fort generated world was only recorded the year before you chose start. After 5 years in-game, nothing important happened. Do you need to retire your fort for it to be recorded? In order for it to be recorded, you need to build forts and retire them. When you retire a fort and start a new fort, 2 weeks of time passes, and that turns the gears of world generation by 2 weeks. Like, when you see the calendar moving when you embark on a new fort, that's world gen spinning up for 2 weeks, and it's going thunk, the thunk, the thunk, the thunk, and the game's gears are turning, and it's doing things and spreading stuff out the world. So, like, if you want time to move forward, and you want to, maybe you lost a fort, right? And you're like, man, I want to know what happened, like, over the next 6 weeks. Just make and retire, like, 5 or 6 forts around other factions, which also helps build them up and puts them into the simulation too, and gives you more dwarves. Just build like 2 or 3 factions. One way that we used to always do this is we would do it with adventure mode. So it's like you'd finish a fort, you'd make an adventure, retire the adventure, make another adventure, retire the adventure, make another adventure, retire the adventure, and then you jump back in. But we can't do that right now because we don't have adventure mode. But there's no way to spin up world generation again. But doing that, you'll get things like necromancer towers popping up. You'll get like new fortresses, groups moving around. Like as an example, the last fort that I did in the last version of the game, which was Stonewater, great fortress by the way. I actually recommend going back and skimming through those VODs because some really cool shit happened at the end. But we had a lot of fun with that fort. At the very end, there was a kid alive who punched a demon to death, by the way. Punched it in the head and the demon died. It was a very weak demon, but still killed a demon from hell, right? We'll give you a dwarf in a second, Sam. And after he punched the demon to death, we're like, all right, this kid needs to live. So we just abandoned the fort and let the kid go. Moved time forward by 2 weeks, and then checked legends. The kid grabbed one of several of the other kids that were still alive in the fort. Okay, grabbed those kids and all of the stray dogs that were in the fort, and like 30 puppies, because there was a room just full of dogs, and the demons were ignoring them. So claimed like 30 puppies and a half dozen kids, and they formed a bandit gang. And they're all like 7. So somewhere in this other world that I have generated, an older version of the game, there is a bandit gang of children, which is made up of like 6 kids and like 24 more dogs. So, you know, they ran off into the mountains. I guess they're just going to go do kid things. So, you know, you're sitting there on the screen but never saw it pop up. Oh, I'm sorry. Sam, I'll get you named after I'm done with the trading stuff. I don't know what we need yet, so I'm just going to be easy and request anvils. And they want battle axes and metal bars. Oh boy. Okay. So we got an ad coming up. Sam, what kind of dwarf do you want while we're in an ad? We got let's see. We've got farmers of varying varieties. We got 2 fish workers and some caretakers, or animal caretakers. We got a mason. We got some woodworkers and some miners. What would you like, Sam? Weaponsmith. Dibs. Okay. Also, Energy Fighter, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Appreciate you. You guys have been redonkulously kind to me recently, so thank you very much. While we're stuck in an ad, I'm just going to read this description. He has a very long beard, which is neatly combed. His sideburns are clean-shaven. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean-shaven. He has extraordinarily broad, flattened ears are very short. His bronze eyes are slightly protruding, and his hair is white mixed with gray. His skin is dark brown. Mr. Megabits, thanks for the Prime. He can be very happy and optimistic, and he does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings. He is troubled by this since he values romance and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork in its creation. He is quite ambitious and can handle stress. He does not often feel lustful, and he has a greedy streak, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. How do you build a stair where there are no walls? You have to construct one. So you have to use constructions. And I recommend keeping them separate from designated stockpiles because it's difficult to connect the two. Did I misspell your name? Oh. Let me try this again. S-E-M-T-E-X-A-G-O-N. Did I misspell it that time? You just end a world and it has no elves, only gobs and humans and dwarfs? Well, I mean, peace restores itself. He personally views cooperation as a low ideal, worthy of any respect. Not worthy of any respect, sorry. And values romance. Dreams of raising a family. He likes gypsum, silver, golden barrel, coral, and the color purple. Short swords, floodgates, and crutches and turkeys for their gobble. And the words of the azure lenses, and the sound of the ply of tresses, and the sight of the lances of glitter, and when possible prefers to consume bilberry wine. Hates cave spiders. Liquid fox. Not like a liquid cat. Thanks for the Prime. Thanks for helping keep this strange channel funded. I guess we don't have to worry about funding so much these days. The concept of having a potentially secure-ish income doing this is terrifying to me because I've lived for so long under the impression that I'm going to be struggling for rent next month. This is going to take some getting used to for me. I make a bunch of masonry shops, and we can jump up here and knock out these two because we don't need these ones anymore. Or stoneworkers shop. I'm still not used to that change. Secure income, you've never met her? Well, there's a big difference between having 40 concurrent viewers and 1,100. Only took 9 years. How do you keep your dwarves from committing waterfall suicide? don't give them a reason to go into the waterfall. If they have no reason to go into a waterfall, they won't commit waterfall suicide. Where are the traders? They left. Oh, we got an artifact. Unib, the carpenter, withdraws from society. All right, so Unib, who values harmony and has a developed sense of empathy, wants excitement. Okay, claims a woodworker shop, I think. Yep, claimed a carpenter's workshop. Grab 1 piece of wood. Grab 2 pieces of wood. Wants stacked cloth and a forest. So, I'm going to make a loom real quick. Watch him just be sitting there and being like, man, I want this specific type of cloth that we're never going to have. Actually wouldn't surprise me all that much. All right, so for bedrooms up here, and before that, dwarf dies because I just like don't have the right type of fabric. If he wants like silk, we maybe SOL. Of the medical station die because of being dehydrated. How could this be? Do you have drink? Do you have alcohol in your fort? Or actually, if they're injured dwarves, it means you need buckets and a water source. If they're injured dwarves, and then they need buckets and a water source. So give them buckets and a water source. Let's go all the way down here. All right, we need more doors. So I got more orders for doors, so that's good. I can assign a bunch of bedrooms. It's 8 bedrooms. Not a bad start. And down here, they're smoothing all this. But yeah, this is why we're doing this, because to me, this kind of thing looks real cool. Do they automatically select their own rooms once they're assigned? Yep. Although you can be very specific about it if you want to be. You can be like, you sleep here, you sleep here, you sleep here. Everything in Dwarf Fortress is OP. Literally everything. It just fell into a trap. Yep. They'll do that. Also, yeah, were lizards are the first enemy you run into, kind of. Like, were creatures, they're the thing the game throws at you early game, right? Like, that's not, like, until you've fought a dragon, or a bronze colossus, like, there are tough critters in Dwarf Fort. It's like the Forgotten Beasts can be tough, but aren't always tough. Do you need a temple for every single god? Theoretically, dwarves prefer to have dedicated temples, and they get more happy thoughts if they have dedicated temples. Ooh, okay, we do actually have an ice sprite now. At the very least for rivers now. Look at this. That looks nice. I like that. Cool. Steel blob Forgotten Beast with dust attack, and the dust attack makes the dwarves fall asleep so they die instantly? Yeah. Sup, Anonymo. It's good to see you, man. We're weaving pigtail thread into cloth. I'd swear that we had cloth, though. What do you have in here? 3 pieces of logs, and you just need stacked cloth. This dwarf might die, actually. It's pigtail fabric. You like pigtail fabric, though. There's pigtail fabric, like, right there. All right, well, I'm gonna make a little stockpile for cloth right here. We'll see if that fixes it, potentially. Oh, no. That's not a good thing, Zakamon, or a great thing, depending on what kind of fort you're building. I just don't like playing boring forts, so it depends on the fort. If the fort's boring, I don't want to play it. But as long as the fort isn't boring, I'm okay with any stage of the fort, really. What can I make to reduce the amount of mussel shells? You could make mussel shell crafts, or you could stop fishing. I generally choose to simply not fish. I've never really used the Masterwork mod. I used it a little bit, and it added a lot of things that just kind of felt unnecessary to me, so I stopped playing it pretty quick. I'm sorry, what? Did I, like, accidentally cancel all those workshops? I'd swear that I queued up a whole bunch of these. I'm very perplexed now. Well, okay, I will queue these up again then, I suppose. What are some ideas for after you hit Mountain Home and a Forgotten Beast attack monthly? What do you mean some ideas? Fight the beasts, obviously. Ooh, thief. Protect the horde from skulking filth. I mean, my knee-jerk response would actually be like, go make a new fort, right? Like join, like go play adventure mode for a bit or something, but you can't do one of those things right now. Basically play until you get bored. Kobolds! Look at him! He got a knife! He's so scary! Run away! He's tired. Very readily moved by curiosity and is confident under pressure, and he feels bullshit. Feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. That's true. Anybody who gives me money on Patreon, you know what to do, chat. Cage him? I can't. I don't even have cages built. He's gone. He's already gone. What's he built? Oh, he's covered in sweat. No, animal. That's not what you do. Look, snow's falling again. Bye, guy. Fine, I'll do it. There you go. Yes, that's Tarn. It's one of my sub sounds for people who give me money on Patreon. I don't like personally. I don't like hiding stones. I don't mind them being everywhere. It just means that you got work to do. I have a few alerts. Well, I like to know what's in the history, right? And because there's no way to rewind them if you close them, then that's bad. But it helps me keep track of what's happening. How do you turn that off? Press R to turn off the elevation changes. So if you have R on, you'll see those arrows pointing up and down. If you press R, it'll turn off. It's not Q. And then numerical liquids are F. If you want to know how deep water is, press F. It's getting really annoying. Yeah, that's fair. Old over from old game, you know? I was listening to Waypoint Radio last night, and they were talking about how much they like Dwarf Fort. It's very nice. It's nice to hear more mainstream people who aren't Gita Jackson talking about liking Dwarf Fort. All right, there we go. All of these are all assigned and good to go. You know, I need. You know what I need to do, chat? I need to reach out to Danny O'Dwyer and see if I can stream the new No Clip documentary when that comes out. Do you think he'd let me do that? I'm sure they'd be fine with that. They put free documentaries up on YouTube. How do you guys want to do that? One door is missing? Am I missing a door? Ah, yeah, you are right. I am in fact missing a door. I don't think they'd care actually all that much in general, but these two need walls. All right. Well, then I guess I guess they wouldn't care then. We should do that. That would be fun. Just stopping by to thank you all for the content on YouTube, making learning DF way faster than it would have been otherwise. I'm happy to have helped. Because I'm way too excited for that. Yeah, but I like to ask if I can. Like, if I can just get an official, you're good to go, then I don't care. And I feel better about it. Happy almost Friday. I'm actually going to not stream tomorrow. I'm going to take tomorrow off. Isn't that weird? What are you excited about? No Clip is making another Dwarf Fortress video. They made one a while ago, which left some things to be desired about it just because it was very similar to a lot of other interviews Tarn has done in the past, but it was pretty good. And I'm looking forward to them doing another one. Decent. Yeah, it was good. It was just, as somebody who plays a lot of the game, kind of disappointing because it's like, you know, you want new stuff. You want interesting information you didn't know. And it was just like, oh, I've read this interview like 20 times and I was excited for this video. God damn it. But yeah, very well produced video. And I'm very curious to see what they do now. What weapons do you forge for your most for your first handful of military dwarves? A shield out of the best material I got, and either a sword or a spear. Yeah, the cat alcohol poisoning story was good. Although, like, the reason why it's disappointing, like, it was well produced, but the reason why it's disappointing for somebody like me is like that was big news like 6 years, I guess, before that video came out, right? Like, that was big, exciting, like, funny, new Dwarf Fortress-y news ages before. He's still looking for cloth. My God, man. Wait, you just ran off? Now, does that mean you went insane? Ah, you went insane. Well, that was quick. First insanity dwarf. Might as well pre-make that. Cat poisoning story? Old bug in Dwarf Fort. They added poisons, toxins, and digestion. They also added eyelids and body parts, and the processing of alcohol being spilled in taverns. And so what would happen is Kitty Cat would walk in a tavern, Kitty Cat would get paws contaminated with alcohol, Kitty Cat would clean the alcohol and ingest it off of them because they made cats simulate cleaning themselves with their mouths and ingesting what they clean themselves with, and because they'd also added poisons and toxins. Long story short, dead cats in tavern. It's a classic DF bug. Cats dying of alcohol poisoning. Poor kitty. Yep. Very famous Dwarf Fortress bug. Not my favorite Dwarf Fortress bug, though. My favorite Dwarf Fortress bug was children mind controlling their mothers to death. So, long story short, they added mounts to adventure mode, right? And in order to add mounts to adventure mode, you had to make the character on top drive. So the character mounted on top of the mount drive. The way mounts worked before is AI could have them, and the mount on the bottom was driving. So they just made sure that the mount was aligned with the same faction as the one on top, and then the mount on the bottom would have the same goal, so it would all be fine. They'd just path to where they need to be. But because they changed them so that they could have mounts, the mounts on the on top having AI was totally fine because it works for, you know, enemy sieges. Enemy siege show up, half of them are mounted on whatever animal, and then they just march towards your base and they attack you. So like that's fine because the person on top has the same goal as the one on the bottom, right? But there was one exception to that, which is babies. When mothers in Dwarf Fortress have kids, the baby mounts the mother and rides around on shoulders until baby is old enough to walk on their own. The problem with this is when person on top started driving, baby AI is mom walked in circle or baby walk in circle until baby starved to death. So the result was you had babies walking in circles on top of their mothers until they starved to death. And someone's pissed. Why are you so mad? You want to fight? How about you just go elsewhere? Like it's fine. Just go be somewhere else for a bit. I know that like you just got here and everything, but like let's go join a different fort. I'm sure you'll be fine. Let's do furniture. It's gonna take a minute to get this fort set up, so because I'm being super ambitious with my constructions. Oh, is that the insane person? Well, I just expelled him anyway. Oops. It's fine. It's for the best. They didn't die here. I don't know what you're talking about. They'll die here. We'll crush his body. We'll memorialize him. 2 birds with the design is fine. Cab and rock coffer. I kind of feel bad because it was a strange mood, but at the same time, who needs a legendary woodcrafter? Come on. Game's paused. Oh yeah, no, I'm glad that still happens in this version. Not gonna lie. Also, Animal, since you're around today, Animal is a Minecraft veteran. Animal's been playing Minecraft for years, all the way up to the point where he tried to recreate one of my fortresses in Minecraft once. And I'm curious, Animal, how are you liking this version of the game? Curious from the perspective of somebody who's played way too much Minecraft, what you think. You like it a lot? Hell yeah. But down here, what are they working on? Coffins, cabinets. It is very different. Yeah, it's a very different game from Minecrafty. So he's just taking his clothes off and is running around. Oh, that's unfortunate. Baby Lotus. Thanks for the Prime sub. Can't make an OP emerald farm and destroy the living shit out of the villager economy. You know, like, I keep on saying, it's like Dwarf Fortress has a lot in common with Minecraft. But, like, different kind of things in common with Minecraft. Let's do slabs specifically on this workshop. Which you love because you couldn't bring yourself to learn the old version knowing this was coming out? No, I understand. Makes sense. All right, so let's see. How many dwarves actually have bedrooms now? Still missing a few. But not all of them have been claimed. I can just assign some of these. They'll claim them themselves when they go to sleep, but I just kind of want to make sure that I have enough. We might need more. Might as well just do the other side right now, I think. So that's what we'll do. We've done some thinking and API diving and actually looked into what it would take to convert DF World into a Minecraft map. So there was a mod for that at one point. There was a much older version of the game. Ooh, last to our couple. Sweet. So we have just enough for all the dwarves. We're going to go the other side and make another row of bedrooms. There was a mod that did that before, in a much older version of the game. And so it's something that's possible, but the person who made that mod stopped updating it, and it fell into ancient history and faraway memories. But yeah, I'd love to see somebody try that again. I mean, now we have Armok Vision, which is like its own thing, and I think runs in Unity, which is generally what people use when they want that sort of thing, which Rose makes, and Rose was one of the testers on this version. So I'm sure Armok Vision will get updated at some point, but I don't know. I find seeing Dwarf Fortress in 3D doesn't do it for me. It doesn't benefit me in any way, really. It just kind of makes me wish that either they would like be less honest about how the DF renders look, or alternatively something else. Oh, you need help? Hold on. I said you didn't need to give me money to do that, right? So chat, Jess is requesting assistance on the DF hotline. So what I want you guys to do, see this is her channel. There's a follow thing up at the top. Go pile in there and say hi. And I think I'm going to jump into a voice call with her in a second and see what she needs help with. So let's see this. All right. But it looks like they have an Etten. I'm assuming that's what they need help with. He just left her stream to join my... Happens. All right, what is up?
Hello.
Hi.
Can my chat hear you?
They should be able to hear... Well, I mean, you're hearable on my chat, so let's see. Yep, they can hear me. Cool. Okay, so what's up? What do you need help with?
Okay, so, I just got this message that says, giant two-headed Etten has attacked, and I don't know how to fight.
Hello? I would like to
I can hear your
Fortress help.
notifications, by the way.
That's weird.
Is needed forthwith.
How can you hear my notifications?
Actually, no,
How do
I
people-
understand now what I'm hearing. I'm hearing the text-to-speech that you sent me not too long ago. Okay, anyway,
Oh.
so you have an Etten. Is it on the surface? Pause the game. 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 Pause. Definitely
I
pause
don't
the
know
game.
how it got unpaused.
It will unpause when you close that menu. So where is it on the surface? Hit U and go to your unit screen and see the list of where it is.
Here.
Yes. So let's see where it is.
Uninvited guest.
Yes, it's a guest. They're just not invited. So we can see where he is on the map by clicking that. Currently appears to be absolutely obliterating or getting obliterated by a group of people. They're probably just gonna beat him to death. Actually, like considering you've got a bunch of livestock in there too. Like, let's check out the combat log. Click on the little like crossed swords and knives.
Okay.
Yeah, right there. Click on the combat log.
Oh, they killed my Drake and my blue pea chick.
Oh no! Well, that's a shame.
It just says they're fighting.
So yeah, they're probably what's probably going to end up happening is they're going to hopefully beat it to death. I mean, if we look at the most recent like combat log, you could get a pretty good idea. Looks like it's lying down because it is flashing gray. I think that's what that means. But normally what I would say with one of these guys is try and cage trap them because they are cage trappable if you happen to have cage traps set up.
No. How do you do that?
By making wooden cages or metal cages and then using a mechanism out of the cage section of the build screen or the trap section of the build screen and building cages. So if you put a couple of those around your front doors, these guys will just get snapped up in them. But
Oh.
I would have faith in your military to be able to take them out, though. No, we could probably just
Well,
unpause.
so I
and
don't
see
even
what
know how
ends.
to like mobilize the military.
Do you have a squad set up?
Yes.
Okay, well hit Q.
I have 2 squads.
Sweet, hit Q on your keyboard, or select the little check mark button next to the squads.
Okay.
Okay, so select the little check mark button, and then click on the little sword. Yep,
The sword.
yep. And now we're gonna go find our lovely Etten once again, and tell your dudes with weapons to go bash the crap out of him until he falls over. Or your like peasants do it first. Either or is
Oh.
possible, honestly. He's
Where
down on
did
the
he
ground
go?
somewhere. Up north, I
Oh,
think.
Here we are.
Ah, there he is. Sweet.
So then click him and then confirm.
Yes. Click him and then confirm, and then you can unpause and witness the carnage.
It's so quick.
Yep. They might not even get there in time. He's vomiting a lot. Your dwarves are doing pretty well. I mean, he's on the ground. They're basically just kicking it, probably. Like, he's just on the ground. They're just
Aw.
kicking him in the leg. Oh, looks like they got him. I think. Oh, nope. There's just a dog on top of him now. He's not dead yet, but there is a dog on top of him.
Oh.
Even the sheep is helping. Oh, here comes the
Oh
military.
my gosh. How do you clean blood, by the way?
Oh, they'll get to it eventually. Rain will clean it up too.
Because I have a pile of blood on like at my front door and I don't really know how to clean it. He died.
You could build floor on top of it. Yep, there he
Just
goes.
Cover literally like blood under the floorboards.
Yeah, definitely. Totally fine. Dwarves won't mind.
Okay. I think it's dead.
Think it's dead. Sweet. So,
That was easy.
generally, Ettins are scarier sounding than they actually are, in my experience. I wouldn't be too worried about Ettins and giants. They're a lot of fun to try and catch and like keep around. Definitely get yourself some cage traps set up. And as far as your military goes, I'll just make good use of that sword button. Tell them to go stab things to death.
That was the first time something's attacked me this entire playthrough.
Well, what was this helpful?
Yes, actually, I probably would have spent a while being like, "What do I do?
What do
How
I
do
do?
I move them?"
Yeah. Well, holler at me if you need more help. But
Okay.
generally, I would think like just make sure you get that body put somewhere where people don't have to stare at it all the time, and they'll clean up the blood eventually.
Okay.
Oh, also, if you make a water zone, if you don't have a well, they'll want a place to shower. So give them a water zone or something somewhere so that they can clean themselves because they're all covered in blood right now.
It's just like in the river.
Yeah, it's just anywhere, like somewhere where they can go get showers because like literally all of your dwarves are coated in blood right now, most likely.
Mmm.
Yeah.
Sounds tasty. Okay.
Definitely. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Cheers. I'm gonna drop out now.
We did it.
You did it. Yay. All right, there we go. Take the time to help her with that. This is something that we've premeditated and agreed upon that we would do that. Although, man, that thing like confused the fuck out of me. The little text-to-speech thing that she did. Why do you only have a few dwarves in your labor force and over 100 citizens? What's the difference? Make sure that people are assigned to do jobs. If people aren't assigned to do jobs, they won't do jobs. So press Y on your keyboard and make sure that people are assigned to do the jobs that you want them to be doing. Anyway, that was the first ever usage of the Dwarf Fortress hotline. Which anybody on my team, Halcyon Frequency, has full permission to just call me if I'm streaming. I'll do that. The problem is I don't overlap with everybody. It's mostly just Jess. Cheers, little Bob. Thanks for watching. All right, let's do all that. Can you give me the number to the DF hotline? You already found it. You're in my chat. That feeling when chat room asks for your number. Why is this reminding me of like the old comedy sketch? What's your number? Anyway. All right, let's do that. All the way up, more bedrooms. Need the insurance for the extra bedrooms. Why do I keep doing these on number 1 priority? I don't need to do them on number 1 priority. Put this back down to 5. Oh, I understand. Okay, they might, if they're people that petition to stay, they're not full citizens until they've been in your fort for a whole year. So that's probably what that is, actually. Is they're not full citizens and they don't have full control over you until they've been there for a year. All right, we're gonna let them do that. Yes. Fucked. You have a question. Do you ever wish to build a guild hall for people whom is not specifically requested? If you build one for people who haven't specifically requested one, people with those skills will go there and they will teach other people those skills, and then they'll be happy faster when they request one finally. So basically, they act as like training centers essentially. I build them all the time without them being requested. Is there a way to tell haulers to prioritize moving rock boulders out of the way so that you can place furniture there? Then often wait long times before you can clear out rooms. Not really. You could use dumping zones. So you could make a garbage zone using the zone tool and then set all the boulders you want gone to dump, but then they will be forbidden when they arrive in the location and you'll need to remember to remove the zone afterwards. So you could do that. But outside of that, there isn't a way to tell them to specifically haul one thing or another. Outside of going into the labors menu, adding a new work detail and scrolling and calling it like, I don't know, stone hauling, and just making a stone hauling specific custom labor detail, assigning it to everybody, and then assigning everything else to nobody does this, and then they'll just haul boulders. You could do it that way. But I don't know if that's worth it necessarily. But yeah, you could also just place the furniture and the dwarves will move the rocks aside. But if you want the rooms to be completely empty of everything before you fill it up with furniture, you can, yeah. Miss Dwarf Therapist? I don't. Like at all. Do you need to set their labors, or will people just take the appropriate jobs when needed? They will just take the appropriate jobs when needed in the way the game currently works, with the exception of a few very specific labors. Black Mamba? Why did a dwarf get bit by a black mamba? I hope you have a hospital. Who said it's harmless? The number of dwarves I've lost to like rattlesnakes and shit. Like, man, shit's no joke. Although in regards to those of you who do miss Dwarf Therapist, it is in the process of being updated. So you'll get it back. How do you keep bonus stuff for save keeping? What, like artifacts? Put them on a pedestal somewhere where people can see it. Put it in a vault. Put it somewhere that's defended. Yeah, absolutely. I really like this new labor system. I just wish it was more clear as to who did what. The only thing I dislike about the current labor system is that it's not explicitly clear of what jobs in which section, which makes some things needlessly it's like hiding information for no reason. I'm not a big fan of that. But aside from that, like I actually quite like the labor system in this version of the game. It's certainly better than the old school one. And as somebody who's not super picky and doesn't really care, I do actually like this system quite a bit. Yeah, but I do wonder actually if the embark screen is hiding physical attributes because it assigns them based on the jobs you give them. I wonder because like the first 7 dwarves are formed out of thin air for the fortress, right? Like the game creates 7 blank history dwarves for the new fort. So I do wonder, actually. You spent a lot of time trying to get to know the first 7. I think it's worth doing that once you're in game now. I don't think it's worth doing that outside of game now. Or like before embark. It's worth doing it once you've embarked. Also, bro, B0. Thank you very much for that Prime sub, by the way, 8 minutes ago. Appreciate you. Also, 110 more subscribers before we unlock another emote. Tier 1 subscribers. And like I've said a couple times, if we hit 2,000 subs this month, I will get a tattoo of a old school Dwarf Fort icon. I need to find a new tattoo artist anyway to continue my sleeve, and I actually would have a budget for it, so. I'm looking forward to be able to no-life this in 2 weeks. Well, I mean, you're going to be pretty well prepped by that point, I think. Nice little bedroom set. What do you think? Done. Oh man, were rhinos are brutal too. In 2 months, the number of ghosts is rising and outpacing your slab engraving. Yep, that sounds about right. Am I enjoying the Steam version? Yep. Yeah, no, it's still the same game. Definitely like the old game. You don't have time to play during the week, really, but hell yeah. There was a photo that was posted on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, and it was dig down, girl keeps secrets. And if you manage to miss them all, dig wide while digging down. There's a picture that was posted on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit of somebody saying Dwarf Fortress the way it was meant to be played, and it's like in a boardroom, and it's like on the projector at the end of the boardroom. It's like, yes! Actually, it's like a triple falls embark, I think. Technically. Well, no, it's a triple river. So the river goes along this way up top, falls down here, all the way down to the bottom, and then around, and then splits off this way in a total of way too many directions. And it snows! Look at this. It snows! Gorgeous. Is there a level that they happen on frequently? It depends on your relation to sea level, which sounds weird, but it's true. And Tolus would like a dwarf. Do you know what kind of dwarf you want? Just at me. Sea level being 0? Yes, but it depends on your relation to sea level. currently embarked on Hey, Tellier. You always do the perfect embarks, though. Can a ghost possess a zombie? I don't know the answer to that, actually. You truly don't know where to start? Hammer time? What does that mean? Nobody is a hammerer, and there is no one hammering. Do you want me to assign a captain of the guard and give it to you? Because that's a bit much. We don't have crimes yet. We don't have captain of the guard yet. I don't even have a proper tavern yet. You have to go shovel snow. It's supposed to snow either today or tomorrow here. Minor then? Okay. Tolus. She would be deeply satisfied if everyone could live in complete harmony. And she is prone to strong feelings of lust. Giggity. She has an overbearing personality and is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. She feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and she often feels envious of others. She likes to take it easy and is quite ambitious. She is curious and eager to learn and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Also, often if you're digging down, and you miss the caverns, it's because you literally, like, missed it by a block, right? So if you dig all the way down to the bottom, you're like, I hit the magma sea and found no caverns. Dig a second stairwell, like, I don't know, 4 blocks to the right, and you'll probably find them. Prem's up to 11, making 175 volcanoes. I don't know. I'm not as big. I don't need perfect embarks every time. I feel like it's more fun to find perfect embarks on a boring map than it is to just have a perfect map. It's like, man. You cause 1,000 apocalypses before you get the world that you want. That's what it is. She personally prefers a noisy and bustling life without to boring days without activity, and activity and values honesty. Dreams of creating a great work of art. She likes brass and blue diamond, giant wombat, leather, and coral, which doesn't exist in Dwarf Fort, by the way. Coral. Cotton fabric, papyrus, and the color white, crossbows and figurines, and ballista parts, and reindeer for their large herds. And when possible, prefers to consume artichoke wine and absolutely hates toads. Doesn't like toady one. How unfortunate. Welcome to the fort, Tolus. And Eva Slexy, Eve Sal EXE, I'm not sure how to say that, but thank you very much for that Prime sub. Thanks for the YouTube tutorials. You were struggling, but now you're swimming in fun. Well, that's good. Hopefully you're able to clean that fun off afterwards. It gets kind of murky sometimes. Right, well, we're gonna dig another one of these big ol' areas. Let's do round 2. And I think we're gonna actually start up a little minecart, a little minecart track. No, don't go up. No, actually, I need to dig, not channel. I might actually make a little minecart track so that we can get all of the boulders from one side over to the other side. Just to speed that process up a bit. Also, something I'm going to do, these upper bedrooms are kind of like the upper class dwarves. There's going to be another round of bedrooms that are going to be around the edge of the crafting area down at the bottom of this. Those will be everybody else. The lower class bedroom. And they're going to be smaller. And I'm going to try and see if we can figure out some reason to appoint a dwarf to the upper bedrooms. What's the plan for this fort? Getting to know this world a little bit, but messing around in a good biome. We're going to be pumping lava, I think. And we're we're going to be, you know, doing some cool constructions, because that's what I like doing. Making some cool shit. But now we need pillars. Has anyone figured out how to construct stairs from an empty floor into a hidden area of the level above? I haven't tried. Sanguine Jester, thank you very much for that raid. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the raiding party? Make sure that they don't walk out standing. You're gonna have to be carried out. Nelson Mods, can I get a shout out? For Sanguine Jester. Thanks, Animal. But welcome, Raiders. What were you guys up to today, if I can ask? Were you playing some of this, or were you doing something else? Ultima Online Outlands? Really? Wow. That's cool. You recently got Dwarf Fortress, and you have no idea what's happening. You're playing an old MMO. An old MMO that I've played before on custom servers. Jester's a thief on Ultima Online Outlands. Fun music system in that game. Ah, finally. Idiot died. I don't know if I can put him in a coffin, but we'll see. Let's just place a few coffins over here. We've come this close to running private Ultima Online servers before. All right, Chad. Sanguine Jester needs another 30 followers. See if we can fix that. Sure, there's 30 of you that are willing to watch some Ultima Online. Do you think something like Legends Viewer will return like via Workshop or Vanilla even? Probably. Wouldn't surprise me. Like all that stuff is still in the game. Like, in fact, I was like almost convinced that Sal was using Legends Viewer not too long ago. But those are all external programs. And they all get worked on. They take a little bit of time. That person. Does plant gathering cause a bug? What? What do you mean cause a bug? What bug would it cause? I don't know of any bugs associated with plant gathering. No, not bedroom. Tomb. Let's see if they assign that to him. Yep, they do. Sweet. Crazy guy gets coffin. Let's do 250 rock doors. And let's do 500 rock blocks. That'll be enough to do some surface construction, I think. We're gonna need it. How do you get your dwarves to gather up all the nuts and fruits from under the trees, or do they do that automatically? They can do it automatically, or you have to set it up. Either use this tool, the gather tool, or alternatively hit Z and make a gather fruit zone. So make a zone, accept it, and then you can set them to pick stuff from trees as they ripen, gather stuff from vegetables and fruits, or only stuff from the ground. And then they will just run up there when stuff ripens and they will pick it. But make sure you have lots of step stools if you use the pick stuff from trees, which we have none, so I should remove that. But if you have this on, just make sure you have lots of step stools. See, there they are, all gathering. Just binge the 4 episodes. You're gonna pick up the game next week. Well, I will either, if I don't record another episode tonight, there will be a bunch recorded tomorrow. So, those that Let's Play is gonna continue either daily or every other day until I finish it. So I would guess 20-ish episodes, most likely of it. It's just gonna eventually become an overly explained Let's Play, and I intend to do the same wall of tutorials when adventure mode comes out. Their health risk from picking fruit from the ground? Well, not aside from like natural threats. Like if you're in a scary biome, then yes, there's a health threat. But otherwise, you're pretty good. Pretty much good to go. Like from rotten fruit? That's just extra fermentation. Dwarves are 90% alcohol anyway. Like, you know how humans are 70% water, right? Dwarves are like 70% alcohol. How's my cousin doing? I haven't spoken with him in over a year. Being called sober an insult to dwarves? I mean, it's like telling a human that they look dehydrated, as we're out of alcohol, actually. Get that going again. I'm also not farming at all. Should probably start a lazy farm spot. Let's do that real quick. No booze right now. We literally just ticked down to 0. It's perfectly functional. Hello? Cool. Brewers brewing drink from plants. There it goes. I've just been too busy with constructing. About to create a new world. Gonna lurk. All right. Have a good time. Is there any way to get dirt or sand on stone files? If you drop water on it, it'll make mud, which you can farm on. Also, let's just make this into a wider area to be sectioned like that. Also gonna add a couple extra dwarves to mining. Don't know if I have extra picks, but if I do. All right. An elven caravan has arrived. So we do have people to trade with. I do still have gems. Can sell them that. Got gems. All right. So we will bring more than enough gems down. Sorry, there's just a conversation going on in the bottom, on the background that I need to have input on. Question: what about water wheels? I have 2 water wheels next to each other, but I only have mechanisms attached to one side, and am I getting full power? So if as long as they're both are you saying that there's one and then there's another one attached to the outside? Then yeah, they're both providing power to the same mechanism. Better to sell cut gems rather than encrusting them into something. I'm just too lazy to encrust them into something, but I think they're worth more if you encrust them into something. All right. And request trader at depot. What upsets the elves? It seems to be wood and animal products. So anything that came from an animal or a living creature seems to upset the elves right now. Oops, apparently a yak starved to death. Speaking of course, I definitely got stuff brought from the last migrant wave. Bunny rabbit, let's get you put away. There you go. I haven't been looking at my tavern enough, it seems. Let's go to workshops. Let's go to farming. Let's go to farm plot. I'm going to do that right about there. And let's also make a seed stockpile. So we're going to have to remove seeds from other places. We're going to set... Okay, it's currently got no barrels set. Perfect. Let's go food and seeds. Let's see, does that set barrels to it? Yeah, okay, that does. No barrels. Then I'm going to go back down to here, and we're going to remove seeds from this stockpile. Seeds, none. Perfect. How do elves even survive? They're vegan. Naturally. I ask the trees nicely to grow the wooden shapes that they require, and they're vegan. As long as you don't sell them wooden bins, but shell crafts would be considered animal products, I would think. I also don't really like buying gems, jeez. I don't want to buy their musical instruments. Although we won't know how to play them. Oh, they brought an elk and a jaguar. This explains why they were pissed at me. Yeah, about that. It also means you can't just sell them meals anymore, which was always like the, okay, well, that's what you give them. You give them meals. There really ain't much I want to buy from them. I'll buy the musical instruments. Those are cool. It's a young dragon. It's a duck. Quack. That's all that is. You would like to sell them violence? So sell them violence. World's your oyster. I want them to bring me cooler animals. Yeah. All right. I'm going to take a real quick toilet break, chat. When I return, we'll continue. So what do you mean by you can't play the save? And asking that you just have to delete the save. Like, what, like, I guess that's my question. What do you mean by can't play? It's gonna take a while for them to dig out. Yeah, I'm not too worried about the current threats for this map, so not pausing is an option currently. Kevin, not a thing? No. Not unless you remove every single form of support for everything. Pedestal, the artifact pedestal corruption bug? I don't, wait, what? What's artifact pedestal corruption bug? First I'm hearing of this. I would like to know more about this artifact pedestal corruption bug. Sounds exciting. They did put out an update that broke certain saves, yes. That might be something to do with that, but yeah. That, like, if people's games are crashing, I would assume it's due to an update. That would just be my assumption. Although generally, like, the rule of thumb is, like, if an update for Dwarf Fort comes out, generate a new world. It's just kind of rule of thumb for Dwarf Fort. How you solve aquifers? Only heavy aquifers, not light aquifers. Okay, Condi Valumal. Thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Cheers, friend. I don't think there's been an update. When you say monsters, I've heard someone I saw a post in another chat about monsters showing up if you dig too deep and that causing crashing. Like, crashes related to the underworld specifically. But I'm not sure if that's what you mean. So it's hard to say. I don't actually know the answer. What's up, Zero? Hello? Alright, so we're just gonna hollow out all of this, and then we're gonna smooth the edges and channel the whole thing out. Until then, they're going to be working down here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make minecart transport so we can transport stuff from over here over to here. And they'll load up a little stockpile, and we'll have a little pile of boulders right there in the middle. And it'll be pretty good, I think. Just might as well have some minecart rails. A little bit of fun. Which actually means I can go... work orders. Say, wood, minecart. And do I not have any featherwood? Ah, that's fine. Use apricot. Wait. No, that was the one that that died. Duh. I was like, did we get a second one that I missed? Stop by to say that my tutorial series and quick tutorials are concise and clear, and definitely lowered the hulking barrier that you thought up for yourself. Thank you. Well, no problem. My goal was to show that, like, the basics of this game is actually kind of extremely simple. That was the whole goal of those videos, and I seem to have achieved that in most instances, and that makes me quite happy. This game's easy. Just play hard game. How you doing, Russ? Hey, mods, could I get a shout out for Russ, please? Or mod, I guess, actually, because Animal's the only one who's not AFK. If you guys want peak clown content on Twitch, go watch Russ. It's more black than blue in Cobalt. You need microcline if you want blue. It's actually, they're all more accurate to the real colors. There we go. That's another artifact. A Fey mood on a farmer. There you go. Let's follow you around. Let's see if you have more luck than the other dwarf. While I pour more coffee. So has claimed a workshop, a masonry workshop, a stoneworker's shop. I shouldn't call it masonry shop because they changed the name of them. Old habits die hard, I suppose. Boulders, ore and orc, 2 pieces of Kesserite ore, which is a ore of tin. It's gonna grow a legendary plump helmet. Wouldn't that be funny? Screaming plump, plump it up. Plump up the volume. Spilling coffee here. Not much, just a little bit. Oopsies. It's called Mason in the Skill. Okay, well, I mean, some things about Dwarf Fort never change. Scribbled a little bit of coffee on my keyboard, and it's fine. It'll be fine. All right, so some migrants have arrived. Oh, that's cool. Curious how many we end up with. We're up at 24 now. All right. Works furiously. Okay, cool. What'd you grab? What, like 3 boulders or something? Dolomite and 2 pieces of Kesserite. All right. Cool, cool, cool. All right, did I make these sites? 34 dwarves. Good stuff. Number go up. Ooh. First artifact. But when you're making a labyrinthine path to your gold temple and you want the ground to be the old Cobalt color, not pale blue, I mean, I don't believe I would ever want that because I would simply like just use what the game has now. But I mean, you live your life. This is a Dolomite bracelet. All craft or ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular Kesserite cabochons and encircled with rectangular Kesserite cabochons. Well, that's cool looking. Seems like. But it's a tiny quibble. Yeah. I mean, I'll bet you'll get all that in the ASCII version again. Your mare made a magnetite bed the other day, and now she sleeps in it. Wow. Can't be comfortable. It's like the concrete beds that the Klingons sleep on, you know? That means that they have everything that they need and they are making the artifact insane. I'll say Pablo Rasta. Also, I just want to say, chat, real quick shout outs. You don't need to post beers or anything for this. To all of the people who've been around this stream for a long time that have just been sitting in my chat for the last, like, a week and a bit, just answering questions for people in chat. It's what, 8 days, I guess, since the game came out? 8 days since I went from being a 90 to 110 view stream to being a 1,000+ view stream. And hasn't sunk in yet. Like at all. Hope it lasts. You guys are cool. Said you're cool. Anybody answering questions? It's cool. Feels like I've been a... What, you mean like in the way that I present the stream? It feels that way? Or just like watching the stream? I mean, you could just go look at my stats. Like 2 months ago, we had... 3 months ago, we had an average of, I think it was like 60 viewers over the entire month. Well, that's fitting. The Hall of Passes has many members in Riverdance and now requires a guild hall. The location must be built and furnished. The hall designated for a farmer's guild. So I want to do this, but I don't want to do it for them yet, so I'm going to deny it. All right, guys. They'll request it again later. I want to do this after I have these 2 main halls done. An 18-man snake raid? Oh, no. Well, you'll have to take it to the snakes next time. It gives all of the people in that guild a little annoyed debuff. It's not that bad. I just like the fact that I've been able to go to people that used to be like under 10 viewer streams and just drop 1,000 people on them and be like, have fun. Bye. That is an amount of power that I don't think I deserve. Cult of Sweating needs a club next to the waterfall. I mean, lots of space. Can absolutely make that happen. It's kind of an odd feeling watching a stream and looking over at your new windmills tutorial video and being conflicted. Like, do I want to pause the stream for that or... I mean, I don't know. The video not going anywhere. Stream happens once. So, you know, you do you. Surely they'd need a magma fall to keep the sweat flowing. True. They would, in fact, need that. I'm not going to deny that. I do agree that is, in fact, something they would probably need. You're almost done with your 50 Z level, 90 or 50 plus Z level pump stack right next to the magma C powered furnaces. Good luck. Hopefully those pumps are all magma safe. That's the worst, actually, when you dig those out and then they immediately request it again. I respect their persistence. No. You request it a 3rd time, then I will give it to you. Now we got 2 that are upset. They're like, no. All right, we're gonna jump down here. We're going to make 1, 2 craft store shops. I'm gonna go up into here and we're gonna say, oops, rock mug. It's 50 rock mugs. Did I ever make coffers? I actually can't remember. Apparently we did. Part of the reason I'm doing this kind of open design is I'm hoping it'll actually make it even easier to watch. Because you guys can see what I'm doing on the level above while things are happening on the layer below. Just kind of a theory, but I'm curious if that'll help for like people that are just tuning in. No, I don't need those huge pillars. I mean, but they do look rad, don't they? I mean, come on, look at them. You just lost you just lost your fortress to it. Did you channel up into the falling tree? I beg your pardon? How did you lose a fortress to a falling tree? Giant zipper? Kinda, actually. Thanks, Overdose Online. Means a lot, though. Seriously. Not really an issue, but sometimes I can't process what he's saying. You have to watch a few times. Was me talking too fast? I'm assuming is what that discussion's about. But I mean, maybe you could consider that like a trap to like say slow, like make you watch the video multiple times. Just too big brain for you. I think the only one that I have that issue with that I think I crammed down to being too short after I rewatched it a couple days later was the pump stacks one. The pump stack one was a bit much, bit much information all at once. Behind getting 1K viewer streams. The secret behind this becoming a 1,000 viewer stream is in 2019, this version of this game was announced, which was a game that I was already streaming. I then proceeded to fly to PAX East and pester Kit Fox about it. Go to PAX West and pester Kit Fox about it. Meet Zach and Tarn. Tarn followed me on Twitter because I'd already been like talking with them for about it a bit, and they recognized my name from Twitter because I tweeted at them about Dwarf Fortress before. So Tarn he followed me on Twitter. Then 5 years ago, started streaming this game 5 years ago. Then I knew that they were going to be dropping screenshots of the graphical version about 4 days before they dropped the first few screenshots. Made videos of the first few screenshots that were released. And then started making DF News videos, and then just got really, really good in figuring out when their schedule was and pestering people at KitFox to ask when the schedule would be for when those videos would come out. And it got to the point where sometimes they would send them to me early. Asked Zach and Tarn really nicely if they wanted to join me on my stream. Intruders? Asked Zach and Tarn really nicely if they wanted to join me on my stream. Oh, shit, we got a necromancer coming for a body. Oh. Interesting. I don't think they got anything, though. And 2 Cobalt Thieves. Good luck, you little guys. Run away. Good luck, Iris. Anyway, and then asked Zach and Tarn nicely if they wanted to take part in my live streams, and they agreed. And then did those 8 times plus the DF News stuff, and just slowly gained an audience for it. And then on day 1, because I got the game 4 days early, I dropped 20 videos basically in 2 days. And now people are watching me. So this is like 5 years of work, I think, really. And like, there's a very real possibility none of it would have worked. So it's not like I was just already famous. I've just been doing this for years. And like, also keep in mind, I've been streaming for 9 years. No, it's blind in real life because people used to think that the first I was an L. They used to think it was LRL, and I got real annoyed with it, so I lowercased it so people knew what it was on the Twitch font. And then Twitch changed their font somewhat, so it's not as necessary. An overnight success in 5 years. No, because I've been successful during that entire time. Like, being full-time in this industry is what I would consider successful. Was I, like, financially running away with bags of money? Absolutely not. But, like, I've been successful that whole time. I mean, call me what you want to call me, really. Just don't call me mean things, and I'm okay with it. You know, people have asked me if I was an IRL streamer. People have asked me if I'm a Rocket League streamer. I like it when people ask me if I'm a roguelike streamer, because I do stream roguelikes. You can call me an influencer, but I like to think of myself more as a journalist purely because of the interviews I do. They just don't happen often enough because they don't pay the bills. I don't know how you would get Roblox out of my name. I've never even seen Roblox gameplay, I will be honest with you. Outside of maybe thumbnails, I've just never had any interest in it. Not even a passing interest. So I'm an influencer? Sure. I mean, like, if we want to, like, just go straight up into some semantics, then yes. By that definition, I am, in fact, an influencer. But, I don't know. Obviously, like, I fly adjacent to influencers as a medium, but I think, like, I was listening to a podcast, right? And somebody, and this is a podcast that's hosted by a guy who's worked in games journalism for a very, very, very long time. And someone asked him, they're just like, because all of you guys are just like on Patreon now, like, what's the difference between an influencer and a journalist? It's like influencers frequently talk about and take money from publishers to promote games. I've taken a few sponsorships over the years, but in the last year, one? And I don't want to do that anymore. Like, I don't like it. I've always hated it, and I've only done it because it's like, I need money, and like, I'm broke, and it's either like, all right, I could get the $100 to play this game, or I don't have money for groceries next week. Do you have any idea how many emails I've blocked to stop getting Raid Shadow Legends offers? Last one I saw was like $8,000. And that was before my views got better. Like, they don't offer nothing. They offer a lot of money, and fuck them. Take their money and shove it up there. Wherever it hurts. It doesn't matter where. Somewhere that hurts. It's like them and HelloFresh. Them, War Robots, and HelloFresh are like the most consistently obnoxious. How do we want to go to lots of money? But also, no, we don't, because you have to just sign people up for a shitty thing and make them pay for a thing that kind of ain't great. Are like the most annoying ones. All right, Diamond wants a dwarf. Any request? I don't have any gremlins. Out my window and J-Plate, thanks for those Prime subs. And Danikai, thanks for gifting another sub. Cheers. Shadow Legend. You want to be a lever op? All dwarves are lever ops, so that's anybody. But I could give you a peasant. Wait, actually, hold on. What are you? A sussy peasant. What are your skills? Legendary musician? Welcome to the fort, Diamond. No, they realized they were profitable, so they wanted to be more profitable. All right, so Diamond. Well, Diamond Destruct, you requested it. Do you want your full name? Here. There you go. Why is there a... That should be in the refuse pile. Hold up. Hold up. And did I flip two things? My bad. Let me fix that. Okay, I guess it's considered refuse. Hold up. Oh, wow, I did. I think I got it right that time. All right, so you, personality-wise, does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He is very impolite and inconsiderate of property, and he is quick to form negative views about things, and he is curious and eager to learn. He is quite ambitious, and he is very humble. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he rarely feels discouraged. He often acts with little compassion, and he can handle stress. He occasionally overindulges, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. Don't mind the sock on the ground, by the way. He can sometimes act without deliberation, but is assertive. He personally values family and finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. He respects the law and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, but dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes siltstone, sterling silver, plume agate, and sand pear wood, splints, and the words of the azure lenses, and the sound of the owl of rains, and when possible prefers to consume ratweed and sandpear cider, and absolutely hates cave spiders. He's focused with satisfied needs. It's not you? Well, I was going to make this dwarf into a tavern performer, actually. So, we're also going to make you not do other jobs. So, you're going to perform in the tavern. Diamond, you're a tavern performer. All right, let's do that. And also, I think people might be through ads now. Oh, Moon subs? How many Moon subs are in my chat right now? I'm just curious. Just seeing Moon emotes all of a sudden. Good to have you, crazies. Feels weird, man. It kind of does, but, you know. It's not, honestly, it's just I'm really happy to see Moon like this game. Because I knew he was interested in it, but I wasn't sure he would like it. It's been nice to see him streaming a bunch. It's just a good feeling. What are the big rooms for? I'm going to be putting my crafting stuff on either side. So industry and industry. Basically. I'm trying to make this fortress big and clear so it's easy for people who are just tuning in to see what's happening. And so instead of, you know, having stuff on completely different layers, if you can see from the upper layer down to the lower layer, I feel like it makes it more visually clear what's happening and where what goes where and all that sort of stuff. Saw a lot of my stuff. The one that threw me off was when Ambiguous Amphibian said he'd been watching my videos for the past few years. That one threw me off. What? Incognito stealthy bastard. But possibly, I don't know. Always thought he was too dumb to play. You know, maybe this is just me having more faith in people than a lot of people have in themselves, but people need to give themselves more credit. It's like I know a guy who like streams a bunch of Escape from Tarkov, right? And he's just like, oh, I'm too dumb to play Dwarf Fortress. It's like, you know, Tarkov is like significantly more complicated and difficult to play than Dwarf Fortress, right? In like almost every aspect. It's like, it's more physically demanding. It's just as knowledge and mentally demanding. It's significantly more stressful. Is the cat's nose bleeding, Bastet? Otherwise, because if it is, it's not snuggling. Fair enough, yeah. Last DM. You ever generated a 10,000-year-old history world for fun? I've never generated one that long. I think the longest I've done is I did 2020 for 2020. It was the Age of Death by the time it was done. Which, yeah. How fitting? Yep. Are channels the same as ramps? Channels are making a ramp from the top down. Whereas ramps are making a ramp from the bottom up. Were we talking about Long Death? You missed it? No. No, we didn't. I wasn't talking about Long Death. Feel overwhelmed by having 150 dwarves in your fortress and still be able to have fun and limit your dwarves to 70? So if you feel overwhelmed... Okay, so few things, right? Having a lot of dwarves, don't feel like you need to pay attention and take perfect care of every dwarf, right? If you watch like Krug Smash, or if you pay attention to what I'm doing, I'm picking main characters, right? And those are the dwarves I care about. The ones that are named, like the legendary musician named Diamond Destruct who's living in my tavern, right? The dwarf that's part of the Cult of Sweating, right? Those dwarves are my main characters. Those are the ones I care about. Everybody else is cannon fodder / extra helping hands, right? And if people get upset and mad, it's fine. So it's the way it's gonna work, right? Somebody in your fort's gonna be pissed and they're going to hate their forts. Have I had problems with my dwarves losing their nicknames sometimes? Only if you retire the fort have I noticed that, but if other people are noticing that elsewhere, I haven't seen it anywhere outside of that. So it's just like, I'm so sorry, Pancrutz. But yeah, no, so that's like, yeah, exactly. So like, if you feel overwhelmed, just realize you can't save everybody and not everybody will be happy, right? That's the first thing. But if you really want to turn down your population, what you can do is you can go into this area. You can change your population cap and your strict population cap. There's also a bunch of other options in here, which is like visitor cap, and then also like the rate at which sieges arrive, based on, I think it's in here. Or maybe, no, that's an advanced difficulty setting. So go to difficulty and then click advanced. And then here you can set specifically population triggers. So it's like, if you're at 80 dwarves, they can send sieges from 1 to 300 people. If you're at 50 dwarves, they can send sieges from 1 to 300 people. If you want bigger sieges, or turn those numbers down. And then there's like enemy production trigger based on like the amount of production that you're doing. So you get things attacking you based on how much you're producing, or trade triggers based on how much you're exporting and all that. So you can get really granular about like what threats attack at what level. And if say you only want 20 dwarves in your fort and you want them to be able to send you a siege of like 50, you can go edit all that. All forts end in failure. It's about, yeah, it's a game that's designed to end in calamity, because calamity is the best story. I want to finish this bottom layer before I make that. I mean, I just describe it to people as it's the original make your own fun game, right? And there's lots of games without like a strict win condition now. So it's not that weird, Tillier. Maybe like a decade ago, sure, kind of weird. But like, as an example, I don't think Ark, Survival Evolved, or Rust, or DayZ have strict win conditions, right? It's about the journey, right? Is the miner injured? I don't have any injuries. What? Not that I'm seeing. Your game is ending in 15 FPS in Steam version. You're 9 because it takes 10 minutes of real time to build a stone bridge. Something's probably stuck somewhere. That's not normal. So something's broken if you've got frame rates that low. Like generally, if the frame rate gets that low, there's almost always a solution that just needs to be spotted. But yeah, just start playing the game to scroll up. Another stream we were watching had it happened every time a squad member got a notable kill, they would lose their nickname? Huh. Yeah, I haven't seen that much. That's a weird bug. Is low around your tavern. What's the refresh rate of your monitor? You want to set your graphical FPS to the refresh rate of your monitor, which for some reason it actually reset mine now that I'm looking at it. Hold on. Because there's frame rate and then there's graphical frame rate. You want your graphical frame rate to match your monitor's frame rate. Otherwise, clicking things are going to be difficult. 4 frames per second. Where did it go? not seeing it now. I know it's in here. Is it in video tab maybe? Ah, there it is. Yeah. So you want to set this to your monitor's refresh rate. Graphical frame rate. It's right here. You want to set that to your monitor's refresh rate. And for some reason, when you generate a new world, it resets the setting. Tarn, fix that, please. Or maybe give us a warning so that we remember to change our settings again. But like, yeah, no, it's essentially it's like you need higher graphical FPS. I got one pissy ass dwarf. Some migrants have arrived. Okay, I got one pissy ass dwarf. What are you upset about, dwarf? Interesting. A high treasurer here. Humans, I think, are here to trade with us. That's exciting. I was hoping for lots of visitors. It looks like we're getting it. English, the farmer's very upset. What are you very upset about? Ah, wants a goblet, cup, or mug. Okay, upset about the rejection of the guild hall. All right, we will approve the guild hall, and I will make you your guild hall. I want the guild hall to be right here. So let's crank this up to #1 priority. And we will put a farmer's guild in the middle here. It'll be a glorious guild hall. Many flashy accoutrements. The refresh rate of my monitor is 59 hertz. Just look up the model number on your monitor. I feel like I've had some people ask me to make a tutorial about that, but I don't know if it's worth it. Like, just on frame rate and versus graphical frame rate. Do you think that would be something worth doing, chat? Am I on a CRT? No, I'm just on a cheap, large monitor, because I don't play games that need high frame rate or benefit from high frame rate. And also, up until 7 days ago, I was making about 15 grand below minimum wage streaming full time. So I bought what I could afford. Now I'm doing well, and hopefully it stays that way, and then maybe I can buy a nicer monitor. And you still don't really understand it? Fair enough. $15 a year? $15 a year? I beg your fucking pardon? Actually, I think minimum wage here is about 15... I think it's $15.55 an hour here now. Canadian. But by the end of last year, I did the math, and I made about, it was like $9.70 an hour, and that's just including the amount of time I streamed, not including the amount of time I edited videos and all that stuff. How many hours is full-time streaming? What do you consider full-time streaming? For me, full-time streaming is the fact that it is all of my income. It doesn't matter how many hours. But thanks, Pancakes, for that tier 1 subscription. Oh, that sucks. Ooh, it's a religious figure. Fenrir00. Thanks for the 5 subs. Cheers. The Were-Cody, sacred genius Isha Ebashi has come. A large Cody twisted into humanoid form that is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow spring green. Its cinnamon hair is long and straight. You will know why you fear. The hiccups. The night. So I'm going to immediately pause the game when I click this. All right, let's see where it is. Oh, he's so cute! Look at him! Look at him! Look at that weird Cody! Look at him! I'm trying to cure hiccups right now. This is adorable! He's so cute! Except he's gonna, like, shred us all to pieces. So how many dwarves are outside, or can I just let him fight the pigs? Wait, hold on a second. Oh, wow, he's far away. Like, he's real far. He's on the other side of the river. Okay, so... I am going to give my dwarves a burrow down here. Let's just set this up real quick. Shut up, game. Now, they won't be able to get into that lower layer, so I'll still need to do this. I'll have to add more to this later, but for right now, that'll do. All right, so let's follow the were-Cody. Get those dwarves back inside. Kato, get inside. Fish dissector's been found dead. Gonna lock the doors. Sorry, kid. You get bit, you get bit. Where? What? That's an after response. Oh, they killed a dwarf. Deadbeat artist, thanks for the second month. It's a snooty mongoose, and now it's a drowning sooty mongoose. Well, I guess I could turn the burrow off now. It's now a drowning naked human. She is 231 years old. She's not very smart. Personality-wise, she likes to present herself boldly. Clearly, you're fucking naked. Sacred Genius. So Sacred Genius is her religious title because she's a member of a religion. What religion? Oh my god. She's part of the wisdom. She's part of the religion, the Order of Wisdom. Genius indeed. She's also part of the Coven of Learning. But she's the sacred genius of the Coven of Learning. Save her? No, fuck that. She can drown. Where, Cody? No, she'd kill our whole fort next year. Bye, miss. All right, so I'm going to make a note for myself. Okay, so now we know she's there. I can go dig her body out when it freezes. We did lose this dwarf, unfortunately. It was a shame. That was very funny. I'm making a note here. Huge success. Are divine metals attainable? Yep, dig deeper. What will I do with her body? Oh, I was just going to dispose of it properly. So it doesn't scar my dwarves when they see it. Did I not open the hatches? Oh, I didn't open the hatches. Thank you. Having a good stream today? Pretty good stream, yeah? Chat's been very generous and very fun. Chat, we having a good stream today? You know, I just would like to remind all of you that we're only 95 subs away from another emote, which I'm pretty confident that we will unlock. I'm pretty confident. Only 95. Certainly better than yesterday. I don't have a stomach ache unlike yesterday. And my internet hasn't got out yet. Fingers crossed. Your first werebeast encounter in your current fort went similarly. You had no defenses built yet, but still you burrowed back in. And you had to watch the show on the werebeast, like, turn around and smack into things. Short order by War Dogs station there. Yep, yeah, that'll do it. Hey, at least you had War Dogs. I enjoyed it. Hell yeah, dude. Knock on wood. Done. Thank you very much for the 10-pack. Grand list. And shout outs to anybody who obtained ad-free viewing from that generous, generous gift. And Bad at Baduk as well. Thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. And chat room, cheers to all those gift subs. All right, so this in here is going to be our meeting zone. All right, and then we can arrange that, erase that. And this is going to be our brand new guild hall for the Farmers Guild that they've been asking for so very much. Even though initially we said no. Shall permit them to establish a guild for farming. Now they're going to need tables and chairs and various other things, so we'll give them a couple tables and a couple thrones. And we'll let them engrave some images on these walls. Then we can check the value right here. And once it hits the... Oh, actually, I think we already have the value. It needs to be a value of 2,000. So they should be happy. Now you can't find that? Or were you wrong? The way you add them to the burrow is you click the plus button, and then you go down the list and click every single one of them. I wish that there was a button to assign all to burrow, but there isn't. Instead, you have to go all the way down and assign them all to the burrow individually and cry a little bit when you see it. Does increasing the value do? Well, they need a minimum value of 2,000. 10,000, they will ask if they have 30 members, I think. This game needs an add all in every menu. I won't disagree with that feeling. I will not disagree about that feeling. You gave your first guild platinum furniture. They loved it. Yep, they would. They would, in fact, love that. Also, by the way, channeling out layers like this is one of the most FPS-intensive things I've ever found that you can do in this game. So if the game seems a little laggy, that would be why. Yeah, well, I mean, if you read the most recent Future of the Fortress, Frog for Hire, it does state that menu control will come back. It's just going to take time. And I don't think it's a huge priority, personally. Doing that because it's cool, and I'm hoping that it'll make watching at least these layers of this... Oh, shit, we're out of drink again. I'm hoping that it'll make at least these layers of this fortress easier to keep track of. I really need to do a better job managing my food, because right now I'm doing a terrible job of it. Because I'm, like, paying... The only thing I'm really paying attention to right now in this fort is building, and I need to be focused on farming and shit. No beer revolt? Pretty much, yeah. All right, I'm going to make a big old food stockpile up here. This is going to be super inconvenient for everybody currently, but it'll be nice for the dwarves because they will have alcohol. Why do I always do that? I always just right-click. I was like, all right, it's done. Right-click. Nope, that's not the way that works, Greg. All right, so we got that. And then we can do... Still. I'm gonna jump up here, go to work orders, and type in rock pot. And we're gonna do 100. And we're gonna go to brew Drink from plant, 50. Brew, drink from fruit. Oh, I did fruit first. Brew, drink from plant, 50. When should you get a manager? As soon as you're annoyed with assigning jobs manually. Or when you feel like being a Karen. One of the two. Nope, they are infinite sources of water unless you completely remove them. Deadbeat artist. I mean, I've made managers before I've made anything else before, so certainly wouldn't be off topic or out of character. So I'm going to make 2 minecart tracks. One going from up here to here. I'm just going to use these. And then one going from here. Same location. And it's just going to use those dolomite blocks. These are going to be for stones. You can carve tracks? Sure. I'm aware of this. Emily Ski, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Is there a way to move dirt to an underground location? You have to wet the stone with water? The giant tick that lived in a tree that just ate your wooden legendary woodcutter. Giant ticks have no chill whatsoever. They have absolutely no chill. Hang on, let's wait for that. Fill you up with stone. Let's put one right here. Oh, I never traded with the humans. Shit. Probably do that. Let's also set this one to be... Unless they've already left. And then this one also... We can trade with them next year, though. But to be stone. Have they already left? Yeah, they've already left. Oops. Kind of got distracted by the were critter. And then I will make a single tile stockpile, except it was stone. And we're going to put in 2 track stops. One up here. I think this version didn't drive home how much you used to really rely on the DF hack QQL stuff. I don't understand why people rely so much on DF hack QQL stuff personally. Like, to me, none of that stuff is necessary whatsoever. And it's even less necessary now. But I am also very much aware that that is the least popular opinion I have in the Dwarf Fortress community, so apparently I'm just completely wrong. So I guess I'll just accept my wrongness. I think people are insane, but choose a stockpile from which the tracks will take from. Yep, that one. And at least someone does picture point. Hey, B Milk, thanks for that Prime sub. Cheers. I was losing Dwarf Therapist. Dwarf Therapist is awful and always has been awful, though. But, like I said, least popular opinion I have. And stone. Yep, everything. So that, and then you done. Right, that should almost be it. I just need to put a stop at the end, which I think I already did. Track stop, sweet, sweet, sweet. And this one, same thing. Oh, did I not put a track stop there? Oh, it hadn't been finished yet. Duh. Add stop, done. Stone, yep. Take from that one. And then I just need to assign minecarts. So you, that, and you, that. My game just crashed. When was the last save? Oop. We were in late summer. Beginning of summer? Before Werebeast? Yeah, I think so. Sag. Did we lose our cutie pet? I mean, they're dead. But I mean, if you want to call them a cutie pet, then like, okay. Yep, hadn't even started this side yet. Nor had I built this. All right. Mumble, 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 grumble, grumble. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Just popped in. What's the goal of this new fort? Pumping lava. It's fine. It was all a dream. That's fine. I can set up the kitchen stuff first, which I probably should do earlier anyway. It's fine. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. It's not the first crash I've had. Won't be the last. Let's just remove seeds. Yeah, back to it. Exactly. See, you understand. Trust me, if like crashes and losing gameplay time what made me want to stop playing this, I'm playing the wrong game. If anything, I have a superpower now because I know that there's going to be a spooky creature showing up not too long from now. To rewind in progress. Yep, game crashed. So, that's what it is. Now we can make it better. Yep. Yeah, no, I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. Intruders drive them. Oh, wow. This was a while ago. I was like, what, gremlin? Like a gremlin and a necromancer, I think. Also, this needs to be refuse as well. Like, will it still show up? It's already on its way here. Werebeast is on its way here right now. We know that. The 2 Kobold Thieves, they can leave. The game's already decided that event's happening, so that event's going to happen. Is it murder time? Just tell them to leave. Like, you can click on guests and just force them to leave with this button. We'll approve the Farmer Guild and just get that done for them. So we're working on it right here. They need rough colored gems. Truly outrageous. Truly, truly outrageous. I used to play League of Legends. It was a dark time in my life. Yeah, they just need to read a book to become a necromancer. It's not liking any of your gems? Well, go mine more rough gems. Yeah, fortunately I haven't played League of Legends since 2014, so it's been a good long while. Many years clean. Hey, we don't have to forget trading with the humans this time. I mean, I played League of Legends from beta until about 2014. I had the same username, too. All right, yeah, probably played against you in League. I was a annoying person to play against. Because I was one of those cursing at people in all chat kind of people. I've matured a lot. Let's put it that way. Tracks. It does, yeah. Was I good? I peaked at like low diamond, high plat. So was I good? No. The frustrating thing for me though was like all of my friends were really good. Like one of the guys I used to play with was like a top 200 in the world Osu player for a bit there. So I played with some people that were really good, that were like high diamond, low masters at peak. So in order for me to keep up with them enough just so that I could like play with them, I had to grind like ludicrous amounts of time just to keep up, which is why it was such a toxic game for me and why I quit. We have a human trading caravan here. But the result is I'm friends with Ponce, who's OG, like, YouTuber for that lovely game. They don't pay anything. It's Dwarven Rentals. Dwarves are anarcho-communist, and they house their local visitors. So anybody who's a visitor is free to stay in a Dwarven Fortress, free of charge. Drinks are free, food is free. I didn't die. I ran it for 2 hours without saving Quack Among Us off stream, and literally nothing happened. So, thank you for all of the videos on YouTube. They are great and super helpful. I'm happy to help. Strange question. How do you deal with the muscle? How do you deal with mussel shells? I don't let my dwarves farm, or I don't let my dwarves fish. That's how I deal with mussel shells. I make sure there are none. The expedition leader, Onul, meets with the High Treasurer Uram Althulpajul and says, "On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to you short stuffs. There is much to discuss. There is much information to share. We've added information to the civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? We'll bring them next year, after all." I don't know why I'm doing this voice, but... I want these idiots to bring... What do you guys have for pets, actually? Humans often have good pets. Pets. Just remember that this outdates that YouTuber by, like, more than a decade. The humans have been the Merchants Guild as long as they've been trading. Magpies? Ooh. Grackles, chinchillas? Capybaras? Mountain goats? Well, I could import some rats. No, they have no giant rats, which I was hoping for. They do, in fact, have capybaras. Fishing. Nobody does this. Exactly. All right, we're going to make a rat zoo. Oh, wait, they have grizzly bears? Oh, shit. Yeah. Okay, grizzly bears. Definitely importing some grizzly bears and black bears. I'm sad they don't have giant chinchillas. I want giant fluffy puffballs. Oh well. Where are the rats? Where are the rats? Where are my rats at? Up. Nope. Up. Yep. Rats. There we go. Their rats are vermin though, so they'll be small. And they say, let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your crash dwarfship. We need crutches. As expected, they better be tall enough for us. And you are able to provide these next year, we will offer you 194% increase on the original charge. This agreement only applies to next year's caravans, of course. You say yes. Okay, sure. And I'm going to smack my microphone because I don't know where it is. How do you spot a vampire? They're blue! How do you spot a vampire? Which is dumb to say, but it's true. They are blue. Dwarf Sean Connery. I'll take that. I can live with that. They're blue, diamond, diamond. Alright, so we've agreed to build this. Alright, Farmers Guild. Scroll until I get a flicker. There it is. 15 members. Is he AFK? You asking if I'm AFK? I'm not AFK. I'm right here. If I was green, I would die. Hi, AFK. I'm blind. Grantor, I'm curious, since you're very new to dwarf and you're not about not letting dwarves fish, what do you use for food? Feels like fish are a good supplement. Fish are the easiest, fastest, quickest, most efficient format of food in Dwarf Fortress, next to like harvesting all crops. So they are a very reliable, quick, and easy food source. And I'll be honest, fishing being illegal is kind of just a running joke in the old school Dwarf Fortress community, because it's like dwarves don't let other dwarves fish because it's dangerous. Like, you're most likely to die to the were creature if you're the one fishing, right? Yeah, you sniped it. I saw that, Trizuka. I'll get to you in a second. Just at me with the dwarf that you want. Or the job that you want. Here, I'll plop them up on screen so you can take a peek. It's the most dangerous profession for a dwarf. Also, I'm realizing I didn't name Diamond, actually. This dwarf. There we go. Because save. They get rained on. They spend the most time outside. Basically, if you have indoor fishing, it's a very safe profession. But most people just let their dwarves fish outside, making it the most dangerous profession for dwarves. Loving these viewer numbers. Have a prime sub. Thanks, Matron. Cheers. All right, so what kind of dwarf do you want, Chizuka? Get you some tavern lurking slacker dwarf? Hell yeah. Is there somebody who's currently in the tavern? Well, okay, so I get nobody that's in the tavern. I do have a dwarf that's worshipping, though. I'll give you that. Rizoka. If you have a puddle of water or a water source indoors, you can fish indoors. Yep. Both here and on YouTube. Hell yeah. Well, I mean, YouTube subs are free. That would be YouTube membership. Although, YouTube membership for my YouTube channel is literally $2, by the way. Just saying. Although, frankly, Patreon's more efficient if you want to actually give me money that way. This dwarf is... You're a member of a nomadic group? I'm sorry, what? So you're a former member of a nomadic group named the Ignited Post, a former member of a nomadic group named the Mischievous Anvil, a former member of the Autumn of Peaks, a former member of the Cult of Glitter, a former member of the South Creed, a former member of the Domination of Taxes, a former slave of the Pattern Union. That sounds like humans. Was a member of the Buttery Group. Was part of a nomadic group called the Arches of Swallowing. And then you were one of their soldiers of the Arches of Swallowing. You left both of those. And then you are now a member of the Nourishing Handles and a member of the Riverblades. Must have gone through some serious religious persecution over his life. Probably got kidnapped, actually. He is incurious and never seeks out knowledge or information to satisfy himself, and he accepts favors without feeling a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living, and he tends to consider what others think of him. I like his top knot. Sorry. And man, where was I? He tends to consider what others think of him. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking the abstract concept, and occasionally overindulges and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He personally doesn't care about nature one way or another, and doesn't care about art one way or another. Dreams of raising a family. And he likes bitmanimous coal, gold, red beryl, white spotted puffer leather, greaves and quivers, and dogs for their loyalty, and nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature, and the words of the musical lesson, and when possible prefers to consume giant desert tortoise and cherry wine, and absolutely hates flies. Now he worships spitting. Well, I mean, he's worshiping. All right, so we have humans to trade with. And we just need to request the broker at the depot. So I'm going to do a hard save, because I don't trust it. So I'm going to do a couple hard saves until until we're like good to go. I didn't need to go back to the main menu tonight. I could have just clicked the save button. That's a button that exists now. I mean, I like John Carpenter movies. Isn't that kind of the same thing? Too complicated to describe on Twitch? Yes, what Clinodev said for indoor fishing. All right, let's, the Land of Dawn's Riverdance. There's a save button? Press escape, you silly. Obviously, you press escape to save, naturally. I've straight up just had, like, salmon spawning in my well before, though. So, like, you know, it really depends. But yeah, save and continue playing. Save and return to main menu title are both options. Also, quit without saving is also very useful. I've been using that a lot for my tutorials. All right, so I can just begin bringing stuff over this way. So let's just construct a track stop. This one I'll get deconstructed first, I think, but it's fine. Let's see, is this good? Should be pretty much good. Let's just engrave some walls. Should fancy this up and have her good to go. What does Retire Fortress do? Retire lets the AI take over and you go play another fortress elsewhere. Is what it does. No locks. Second one, maximum locks and dump down. Sweet. So those will both get built. A Colossus shows up and the dwarves are looking from the walls at the carnage. Yep, that sounds about right. You hate having boulders everywhere? Yeah, I only do it if I've moved them with mine carts from a distance, so it doesn't feel cheaty. Although on Friday, I'm going to make a video on how to just do single minecart quantum stockpiling because it is really easy. It just requires 2 stockpiles and a track stop. Trading already done? Nope. I do need to do that. Thank you. All right, so we're going to collect all these and just see what they got. Ooh, they got platinum. I'd buy that platinum bar. All right, what else do they got? Buy an instrument. Buy another instrument. Need any of these weapons or any of these socks? Shields or helmets? Nothing yet. For fancy gems. Did bring a bunch of anvils that I'm kind of tempted to take, but take 2. Buy some food. Buy some thread. They brought us a book. Commentary on the map. Buy those books. Definitely. And then I'll remove things that I don't need to bring the value down to yellow. And then click 1 and trade. There we go. Thank you, humans, for the books and the stuffs. Make sure that you have the job assigned in this screen. Make sure that these 2 are set to everybody does this, and I can never remember which one's on which, but it's one of those 2. Trish. And a minecart stop. Take from that. And that should do it. I just need to put a minecart on the track. You have a lot of boulders. You've been trying to find the aquifers. Yes, you made sure there was one and hollowed out a lot of tunnels trying to do that. Yeah, you'll always have a lot of boulders. Do they know it's a game map? Nah, it's just a lore book, really. Nobody tell Animal that map makers exist in real life, right? Yeah, I don't like the only thing I use dump zones for is garbage disposal. Where did I get all those fire opals from? The walls? They're just everywhere around here. I'm just waiting for someone to start loading it, so I'm like, yeah, I didn't fuck it up. Because I always worry that I forget a step, which I didn't. But yeah, no, quantum stockpiles, if you're going to use dumping zones, that's not a good way to do it. It's much better to do it with us. If you're going to just make them, just make 1 tile of minecart with a stockpile on either side, set 1 stockpile as a give and the other one to take, and set them both to the same thing so it's kept track of in stock so you know what's in your stockpiles, and then they just dump it 1 over, and then they'll just infinite stock whip right there, and it takes 3 tiles. So, like, that's the actual proper way to do it, because then you can be very specific about what goes where without having to, like, mass dump shit. Because I would say that just mass dumping stuff in places is largely a waste of space. Largely. Not entirely, just largely. So, It's like, yes, you can use dumping zones as them, but minecarts are the best, which is what I'm going to be making a video on. But you guys get to know that early, I suppose. Unless you guys want me to record one on stream tonight, which I could. Wait, what that dumping zone do? Dumping zone do? That's. Am I recording another video for you guys, like right here? Forbidden hide? Nah, that's lazy. Anyway, we got migrant wave. After this migrant wave is when the were critter's gonna attack. Can you let me know if I have to make a wall 2 blocks high to keep things out? If you want nothing to be able to climb your wall, 1 up, 1 over. Otherwise, you need to make them like 5 blocks high, because legendary climbers can scale walls pretty easily. I realize there's going to be cancellations. I don't care. It's fine. I'm not religious, so I don't believe in sins. So maybe you can, like, you know, respect sinners and all that crap, but I don't believe it's possible to sin. So, like, don't be a bad person, but sin is a human construct. I don't feel guilty about pleasure. Exactly. Because I don't care if there's cancels, and I, like, find that, like, this system of just having stuff canceling more efficient, because otherwise I forget what orders I have running, and I'd rather just see things canceling and knowing what jobs are running versus the not knowing what jobs I have running and forgetting what jobs I have running. It's just, I find it easier, but do whatever you want to do. I'm also an idiot, and if-then statements are basically, like, Greek to me. So there's, like, no logic behind them to me, and I don't understand how they work, and never will understand how they work. And you know what? I'm okay with this. And then people are just like, hey, can you make a video on that? And I'm like, no, actually, I can't. But that's fine. Well, it's just because the evangelicals want you to hate yourself, your body, and everything that makes life good so that you stay in the church. It's called cult brainwashing, but, you know. Having a hard time. Did I set this to the wrong direction? Push, push, push. Did I set you to too much breaks? What did I do wrong here? Rumble? They're trying to push it, but they're not able to. I can't remember if I pinned it. Hold on. If I didn't pin it, it's gonna be gone. I pinned it, yeah. Yeah, it's this one. Found it. Different person, though. A large coat he twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow spring green. Its cinnamon hair is long and straight. You will know why you fear the night. I don't really hate anything or anyone. I just feel bad for some people. Papan. All right, well, let's pause the game, see where it's at. Cool. That's not good. All right, well. That's bad. That's not good. Yes, no, not good at all. Not good at all. Well, Last time was totally fine. Why is this time not gonna be fine? Chat, can somebody tell me what day the full moon ends on? That'd be cool. It's a decent rate to not lose minecart items in a minecart. You lose items in minecarts? I don't believe I've ever encountered that issue. Third of granite? Oh boy. I'm gonna lose a lot of dwarves this time. How did my pigs not see it? What the fuck? Like, genuine statement. Like, how? Alright, well, sucks to be you, Lady Kelpie. Taking one for the team. Broke my garden. Ah! Shoutouts to this kid who just saved the fortress. She doesn't even know. Those pigs are all terrified, and she's playing make-believe. I don't even know where it went. It's no longer a were creature, that's for sure. Where'd it go? Oh, it's a goblin. Her death wasn't make-believe. Yep, and she saved the fortress. Yeah, friendly, definitely. Mm-hmm. Build a shrine in her name. We should make her a statue at the very least. A statue of Lady Kelpie and that kid. What do you think, chat? 2 statues? Is that a unicorn? Yep, there are in fact unicorns on this map. We are in a good biome. Alright, so chat. Menom Melbil Mostast. Chat, type that in. Melbil Mostast. MELBILMOTHDAST. Type that into chat, please. Specify image, historical figure. Benedict Cumberbatch, yes. MALBILMO. Yeah. Founder. Who's the only daughter of Sodil. So that's statue number 1, and then the other one is for Lady Kelpie, whose name was MATILRAL. There you are. Well, that's a shame. That's truly is a shame. And they want a Rangers Guild. Really? That was quick. Do I really have that many Rangers? I guess I do. Well, that could have been bad. Fortunately, it wasn't. Could have been really bad, though. Did I turn off the burrow? Ah, hey. Wait, did they push it yet? Not sure what's going on with this minecart. Hold on. I'm not actually sure why they're not pushing it. Let's try something real quick. What'd you miss? We lost a dwarf, or 2 dwarves actually, to a rare creature. Where Cody, yep. The Cult of Orb, nothing happened, which was the problem, so I made a new fort. Same world, though. Night, Disney. Alright. Also, Trizuka, I don't think I ever actually named you a dwarf, did I? Like, I'm looking over there, I'm like, did I not do that? I think I just, like, completely spaced on it. You know what kind of dwarf you wanted, Trizuka? How do you remove smooth walls? You don't unsmooth smooth walls. You have to mine through them. You should ask where they are. Ouch. Did I name him? Or am I just like completely blanking on naming Trizuka? Okay, no, I did name Trizuka. Duh. Okay. Don't mind me. I got good memory. I remember everything. What are you talking about? Okay, well, you shouldn't go anywhere. You should just go right there, into the middle. Hi, Neil. How are you? Yeah, let's try this again. Stone. Yes. 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 Take from that. Let's see if that works. And then also assign new minecart to it. Trying to figure out what I did wrong here. What influences migration to the fortress? Renown and wealth. Wealth and renown. How come they're incapable of pushing it? Oh, duh. Right, yes. I need to set the drop-off location. Okay. I've set up too many of these in a row that are all just like... What's the word I'm looking for here? That I've done too many of these in a row that are just... let's see if that works. That are just like kick it into a thing without actually having drop-offs. Did the kid have a favorite stone or is it too late? Wait, what? Anyway, that works. I'll just come pick it up, run it back up. Duh. Might have been nice to make a material from this. I literally have 2. It's dolomite and cert are the 2 that I have here, and it's like 99% dolomite, so it's going to be dolomite, unfortunately. All right, so we got a Rangers Guild. Gives me the opportunity to place another one up here. If I had more options, then sure, I would be a little bit more picky about it, but it's literally going to be dolomite. Because I don't really have options. Now let's just smooth the rest of these walls. But yeah, no, I do agree with you. I think that would be optimal. At least it's not rock salt. Or like mudstone. Not the nicest material. Like it could be marble or granite or something a little bit more romantic, but when it come out, this game? This game got a Steam release, I mean, 8 days ago. But this game has been available publicly since 2006 and has been largely in development since 2003. About 20 years. Only had 21 pop and 22 migrants for what? Normal for what? Scrolling up, see what you said. Remember reading something in a book that reminded you of a Fortress combat medic treating soldier. The medic told the soldier, "I'm sorry you lost your arm," and the soldier replies, "I've lost it. I haven't lost it. It's right over there." Yeah, I think I've heard that story before. Does Blind think of YouTubers? They scare me a little bit, and I don't envy them because they have to play a character, and if you get tired of the character, then your stream's fucked. But they tend to just fall into they don't scare me in like they're bad people kind of way. They fall into uncanny valley for me. And I don't like that. It's like the same reason I don't like watching the Polar Express now is because like it just looks like Uncanny Valley and it's creepy looking and it makes me uncomfortable. It's kind of the same reason I don't like people whispering into my ears in ASMR streams is because it's creepy. It's like I don't like it. So I don't generally watch VTubers because of that. I don't mind PNG tubers or like people that just have like a mostly static image, but like the fully 3D models, it's like I need to not look at this anymore. This is disturbing. That movie is actual hell. It's so creepy looking now. But like, yeah, no, I mean, it's Uncanny Valley for me. Very Uncanny Valley. I mean, some of the tech behind that shit's awesome. Like, Code Mako's fantastically cool, but very few people have that level of tech, right? So unless like you have that level of tech, I genuinely find it creepy. So it's been kind of rough because there's some streams I used to really like watching that I now have a hard time watching because of that. So that's what I think of VTubers. Also, I'm old, so to me, like, everybody goes on about how they're a new thing. They're not a new thing. Like, they just have, like, a weird branding associated now, right? They're not a new thing, though. People have been playing character streams for as long as streaming has existed. And character streams tend to go one of two ways. Either A, the audience gets bored of the character, and the stream dies, or B, the streamer gets bored of the character and then the stream dies. And I don't see that as sustainable. So, I mean, if they can keep it up for years, then good luck, good for them. But I don't see that as sustainable, and I like sustainability. Turns out I can tolerate my own personality more than I can tolerate some character I came up with 5 years ago. Those going to be boring waterfalls or fun waterfalls? Well, I mean, currently it's just a waterfall. I'm going to be, like, incorporating them into the fortress, though, because fuck yeah. Probably never, because I don't collaborate with people, really. In regards to that question. Like, just straight up. Unless it's somebody I know really well. And I don't know anybody who VTubes. It's not totally true, I do, but nobody I would collaborate with. Like, Lime Malicious, who's a VTuber, used to work for Twitch. She was my partner manager for a while, back when I had a partner manager. Yeah, sometimes if the audience gets bored of the character at the same time as the person portraying the character, or some people just like manage to get big enough that they can like make those transitions smoothly and they do it well, but most people don't. Most people don't. Or just people with webcam substitutes. And I never understood that. It's like, why clutter up your stream? Like, I would rather like have a no cam stream with quality microphone than like less gameplay on screen with big and semi-animated characters. It's like, what? Why? What's the point? I don't understand. Maybe I think I'm just not a zoomer, and I don't. My brain isn't wired that way. I don't get it. Been playing a lot of VR chat lately, and it makes you rethink. I mean, VR chat's cool as hell. in some ways. And in other ways, I think it's utterly fucking terrifying. And I have mixed feelings on it. Do stones that they haven't picked up yet knock Minecraft off tracks? No. No, they don't. Did I not assign a minecart to that rail? All right, well, they'll bring it back eventually. The people within VR chat, they concern you? It's like anything, right? It's like cosplaying can be an incredibly cool, amazing, creative endeavor. It can also be a soul-sucking nightmare trap for people that have self-esteem issues, right? That people aren't able to escape from once they get into it. It's the same as, you know, satanic panic in D&D, right? For the vast majority of people, it's cool as hell. But for that one person that it's not, that makes it really weird, that's the reason I step back, because like I have enough trouble trusting people on this website anyway. And that just makes it, if there's an extra barrier there, right? So it's like, you know, I've known many people over the years that play D&D, and the vast majority of them are cool as hell. But then there's that one person who's so obsessed with their character and can't talk about anything but it. And the only thing they want to do is become that character. And it's like, you're cool and I like you, but I worry about you. And that's kind of how I feel about VR chat to a degree, where it's like the vast majority of it's fucking rad, creative as hell, and cool. But that one person in 10,000 people that takes it too far makes me not want to associate with the platform. You felt naked when you walked into a public room, like you're walking to someone else's social circle without an invitation? Yeah, totally, I can see that. Too much fetish crap? I mean, the fetish crap isn't the weird shit for me. Like, honestly, the fetish crap is like, that's fine. Like, let's go have fun, people. Just make sure you're not letting kids in there. All right, we're about to hit late summer. Let's just do another quick hard save. Save and continue playing. Had crash, just saving. RP is fun until it stops being RP. Yes. You know, like there is some legitimate concerns for certain personality types. I'm trying to be very careful because like I do think the tech is awesome and I don't want people to get the wrong opinion of what I'm saying. So but when it comes to VTubers, I'm not into anime, and I find a lot of anime stuff weird, and they tend to be very anime-heavy streams, so it's just like they're kind of just lost on me. I do watch like there is one VTuber I do watch frequently, which is Cherno TV, but that's just because I've watched him for fucking 10 years. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's this weird, like, I don't know how to word it. Shoutouts to the to the smacked fairy. Magmatic repose. I mean, like, I had a phase where I watched a lot of anime. I was a teenager once, right? Like, I've seen I've seen all of Dragon Ball Z, like every single episode of Dragon Ball Z. I've seen every single episode of the original Dragon Ball. I've seen Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood and the original Full Metal Alchemist. I've seen all of Evangelion. And all the movies. I mean, like, yeah, I've worked my way through basic bitch anime. I mean, I've seen I've seen Bacano. These are just off the top of my head. I've seen way more than this. I've watched my fair share of anime. I grew out of it. I stopped being interested in it. I don't know. It doesn't do it for me anymore. Who is Best Girl? I've never had or understood the waifu thing, to be completely honest with you. So I have no idea who Best Girl is. Best girl is actual real life human being that talks to me. And they don't exist, so. All right, I gotta ban somebody. Who am I banning here? Well, maybe not banning, but bop you, just to like give you a clarity's sake, you dumb fuck. Dude sets bar too high. What? Are you saying that they don't have to talk to me? Jeez, they have to be living and talk to me. Setting the bar too high. You really watch Cherno and Limes? Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I watch Skinned Teen. She's kind of a VTuber these days. Ah, shit. Got some livestock that's starving to death. And also, my garden got broken. I love the concept of, like, breaking a garden plot. There's something funny about that. Yeah, I don't want to, like, step on anybody's toes. You guys watch what you want to watch, yeah? And if what you want to watch is big titty anime lady, go nuts. Enjoy it. Different strokes for different folks. I understand waifu culture. I've just never been a part of it whatsoever. Like, I get it. Like, my ex used to cosplay all the goddamn time. I used to help her build cosplays. I used to edit all... Fun fact about me, chat. I used to edit all of the footage used in the hentai and yaoi bingo panels for Vancouver anime conventions. Fact. Because my ex used to run those panels. I've seen my fair share of anime bullshit. So if you ever went to hentai bingo or yaoi bingo at any of the Vancouver anime conventions, I edited that shit. Because I was the only person that my ex or my girlfriend at the time knew who had editing software. So I did that shit. I've admitted it on stream before. That's not an unknown fact about me. Thank you for your service like that. I would like remove the audio lines and then like replace the sound effects with just like somebody stirring a pot of craft dinner and shit. Like, yeah, no, I fucked around with it a lot. I had good times. But yeah, no. So when I like throw shade at anime community, it's because like I have valid reasons for it. It's not just like blanketing shutdown. Steamy do those conventions get? Not as steamy as you want. Well, very steamy, but not steamy in the right ways. Steamy in creepy ways, which is why I stopped going to anime conventions. Long time ago. No wonder that dude got his eyes out. I was born this way, I'll have you know. Yay, we made it to fall. Thought a crash. No, Talir. No. And no one said I missed this to 1,000 people and no one gave, are you saying that no one gave me money for like admitting that I used to edit the footage for like a hentai panel? I mean, where do you think I got my editing skills from? Am I farming pigtails too? Not yet. I should though. Well, to quote Dan, like kind of unrelated chat room, but to quote Dan's Gaming, it's really, really, really fun being at the top of an industry. And it's really, really fun being successful with the coolest job in the world. But my God, it gets lonely up here. It's the last thing on that subject, I'll say. So apparently we have thieves. Kobold's Return! Is it the same one? Yeah, they're the same too. They're part of Thulubigalis. And they're members of Gusligan. Well, that's cool. Still don't believe that you have good intuition, though. I love the Cobalt arts. They're fantastic. Look at these guys. Look at these guys. All right, so you're just being a douche. All right, fair. It's okay. We don't need you. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, or a very quick killer if you're in Dwarf Fort. Ah, come on. All right. Anyway, enough about me, chat. How are you guys doing? How to pump works in DF? Yeah. There's a video on my YouTube channel about it. That's pretty quick. Just popping by to say hi. Hello. You've been binge watching your DF videos on YouTube. You appreciate all the work I've been putting into it. Thank you. I'm exhausted and would like to sleep for like 3 days straight, but it's been lovely. To keep the ceiling from collapsing? No, I'm leaving them there for aesthetic purposes. They don't serve any practical purpose. The ceiling won't cave in, so it's purely an aesthetic thing. You got a child with a Fey mood. God, they move quick. There you go, kiddo. Stukos! Tin blocks. One with the Fey. You're tired too? I believe it. How's the subreddit doing, Clino? For those of you who don't know, Clino Dev in chat here mods on the DF subreddit. And it's one of the few people with more hours in this version of the game than me. Although I like to think I'm catching up pretty quick. More snatchers? 2 more of them? Oh no! Chat, remember the group that this guy's part of. I could spin together a squad, but I don't think they'll get to him in time. This is a good storytelling opportunity and reason for vengeance. Werebeast back? Nope. This kid just got kidnapped. See? But you know what I could do? Never mind. Mid-mood, yeah. All right. Time to make a squad. Can't we actually have an adequate tactician? Hey, Giant Blue Lizard. You need to decide what to do with the troublesome dwarf. He's been killing other dwarves because he can't pray to any of the 5 deities he wants to. Should you execute him or exile him? It's up to you, really. I mean, you could do either. I would probably just exile myself. But if you have access to execution methods and you feel okay with doing that, go nuts. Okay, you're a competent swords dwarf. You're a competent spear dwarf. You're a competent spear dwarf. You're a competent swords dwarf. Okay, back to squads. Kill order. Confirm. So this goblin here is completely unarmed. So they're just going to go beat this goblin to death. Goblin comes back down. The dwarves chase it. Give us our kid back. Beats him up. And kid goes back with strange mood like nothing happened. Is there another snatcher or was it just the one snatcher? There's another one over here, so we're going to set the kill order on this guy too. Do you also have one? No, hasn't gotten a kid yet. And they got him. Well, that's the 2 of them. Goblin Tooth Amulet, hey? Goblin Tooth Crown, Goblin Tooth Earring. Let this be a lesson to you. Do they turn them into goblins? They turn them into goblin citizens. So they basically brainwash them and make them okay with all of the crimes that goblins commit. And give them dwarven or give the dwarves goblin names and all that. And the strange mood continues. A question, actually. Why aren't people hauling this back? So I don't think they can. I've never seen my own, although I'll be honest, I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've actually had goblins leave. It's more of an adventure mode thing, and a history generation thing than a straight fortress mode gameplay thing. But if they can come back, I've never seen it. It wouldn't surprise me, though. How do you fight necromancers? You just lost a siege to the plague husk, and they were not exactly mindless. Necromancers are not mindless. Neither are zombies. How do you fight them? Lava? Ballistas? Very well-trained soldier? About your well building video, you say that it's important to remove water dripping from the ceiling, but you don't really explain why. Or are you talking about the longer video? When I'm like cutting out the aquifer, the reason it's important to channel up and cut it out is because you'll just have water coming down indefinitely and it'll flood your fort potentially, or it could like make a huge mess in that area. But if you're okay with that, then you don't need to worry about that so much. We have traders here. So they wanted battle axes, which I don't have any, but I do have these fire opals, which are quite valuable. What is this game about? You saw it on Steam. This is the original inspiration for Minecraft. It is a world simulator called Dwarf Fortress, and it's been free for thousands of years. It feels like it's been free since 2006. And this version of the game makes it go from looking like a whole lot of ASCII to looking like a more modern-ish video game. Yeah, it's the original. I go to Minecraft first because you never know if people have heard of RimWorld or not. But it's the original inspiration for Minecraft, and also one of the original inspiration for RimWorld, and a very important game in-game history. But outside of that, it still looks like an Excel sheet. You guys have way cooler looking Excel sheets than me, is all I can say about that. But yeah, no, it's a game about building a fortress full of dwarves in a very richly simulated world. There's two different variants in the shorter. The shorter one is how to fill wells with buckets. The other, which is like basically the easy way to make a well. The other one is is actually more complicated, and it's making one in the middle of an aquifer. All right, so here I'm gonna do the bullshit line of text here. So. Minecraft came from Worm Online, but took its cube-based elements and world generation from Dwarf Fortress. It also was partially a fork of a game called Infiniminer. Now, Infiniminer was a game by a guy who went on to found a studio called Zachtronics that made a lot of puzzle games. Infiniminer was an open-source PvP game that used the exact same world generation style as Dwarf Fortress, and directly inspired by Dwarf Fortress because he wanted a game where he could shoot his friends in a first-person shooter in a Dwarf Fortress-like map. Okay, so Infiniminer came out, right? Took Dwarf Fortress's world gen, and it was open source. Notch forked it to make a follow-up to his MMO, Worm Online, also taking inspirations from Dwarf Fortress, and he's quoted saying this. So it's a follow-up to the Worm Online, forked off of a game that was directly inspired by Dwarf Fortress as a continuation of a game that's inspired by Dwarf Fortress. Then also, even more fun, Hunger Games mods and Arma mods were the original inspiration for like the battle royale subgenre of games, right? A game that was also supposed to be like Dwarf Fortress or inspired by Dwarf Fortress, what I guess indirectly now is Fortnite, because Fortnite was originally a Minecraft clone. They were trying to make an open world Minecraft game, running in the Unreal Engine using those flat walls. And it was supposed to be an open world survival crafting game, which started initially being shown off as their Minecraft clone in 2012, 83. And then by about 2016, 2017, it was more of a tower defense thing, and they kind of changed up the structure of it. So it stopped being a Minecraft clone after time, but originally was supposed to be a, like, Minecraft clone. And the original demos and like some very early footage that you can find of Fortnite looks like Minecraft kind of. Then following after that, you know, obviously the popularity of like Arma mods and Battle Royale games and all that stuff influenced Fortnite into becoming a Battle Royale game. So this game caused Fortnite. You got 5 ads, I'm sorry. Jockstrap, thanks for the Prime sub. Gilp, thanks for the Prime sub. This is how I make my money. You can't hear me explaining? Somebody clip it. And has it apologized for causing Fortnite yet? I just think it's funny that, like, the least Zoomer game made the most Zoomer, like, helped inspire the cause of the most Zoomer game. Yeah, Fortnite wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Dwarf Fort. Time to cancel time. Hey, come on. Fortnite's not that bad. Fortnite's fine. Stukos, the Dwarven child, has created Uvil Amen, a willow ring. And she offers it to the River Blades. I don't know where she made it, so I need to figure that out. This is a willow ring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion, Kesserite cabochons, and decorated with willow and bayberry wood. This object is adorned with hanging rings of Kesserite. On the item is an image of the treaties on Rakon oil wills, the forgotten beast, in scroll in hemp. It's got a picture of a book. Are you guys like not gonna reset this or something? Did I fuck? Okay, you know, screw this. Let's just start this whole route again. I give up. You there. Now you there. Did I not set you to dump? Maybe I didn't set you to. Oh shit! Did I not set you to dump? Hold up. Let me just deconstruct this track stop. Games development industry is tiny. That's the reality of it. You're missing macros? Really? I always found macros like ruin my creativity. Hard brakes, stop that way. Let's try this again. All right, you up here. Add cart. Yes, that. No, have they not built it yet? Nope, they did. Oh, so they added it. All right, let's see if this works now. And you, let's bring it back when you're done. Southern Cap, thanks for the Prime. Cheers. My chat's lagging. I'm getting alerts faster in my web browser than I am in my chat. Also, there's a clip of Notch, by the way, at, I think it was the DICE Awards? I can't remember which which awards ceremony it was, but there's a clip of Notch. There you go. There's a clip of Notch stating, "This is my Dwarf Fortress inspired. This is Minecraft. My Dwarf Fortress inspired Infiniminer clone." So, you know. Gonna hop off to bed. You have a good one. We'll see you, Animal. Thanks for hanging out. What does the choose a duck feature do? It's for the first bit of the stream, for when I have records on stream. You can choose a duck to put on the record. There's actually a really good talk or a really good video on the YouTube channel People Make Games, which I'll link. Although all of their videos are good, so, you know. But there's a video that they did a while ago specifically about the guy who made Zachtronics. Yeah, it's called The Game That Inspired Minecraft That Never Made a Penny. There you go. Very interesting little video. So look at this thing. All about Zachtronics and like Infiniminer and, you know, it's worth watching. Everything PMG do is brilliant. Really is good. Yeah, no, they're a good patron support. I feel good about that one. Merchants have arrived and are unloading their goods. Also, the reason frame rate's itchy is because of all of that channeling going on. Let's request broker. This is Dwarf Fortress. If you're not expecting some frame rate issues, you shouldn't play Dwarf Fortress. It's going to have frame rate issues. And at every single update, it runs better. And it runs better now than it did on the version before, and it ran better on that version than it did on the version before. As far as like the problems with certain GPUs, those are in the works to be fixed. Mayor Bembul. Oh shit, we actually have a mayor now. I need to make you an office. I am your liaison for the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've added information, new civilization, and world info. Jess, thank you very much for the raid. Mods, could I get a shout out for Jess, please? I would say this, DJ Boom Boom Shrimp. Look at what Odd Realm is doing if you want to make a Dwarf Fort clone. By that I mean take similar ideas but execute them completely differently. But Jess, how'd you fare after calling the hotline? Other than Adventure Mode ATM, you really see any reason to play DF Classic anymore? No. Honestly, no. This version, in my opinion, is superior in many, many ways. I'm still not sure what I want to order, so I think I'm just going to ask for anvils again. They need powder. Oh, good luck. I don't have any of that. Just going to rudely run up? All right, do what you got to do. That was me yesterday. Take care of yourself. I mean, there are some mods that I think are still more fully featured on the older versions. I would say. So you should go up when full. There you go. Perfect. Or when empty, rather. I'm also excited for Adventure Mode. It's nice to see people excited for Adventure Mode. Because if my pre-release polls were to be believed, nobody was excited for Adventure Mode. And do you get a minecart to go uphill? You push it up a hill. You just can't curve up a hill. So it can't turn on the ramp. If it turns on the ramp, it won't work. So this is going to be another guild hall. This is going to be our ranger guild. We're going to see the value of it, 1,300. Okay. Let's just put in let's just put engravings on the wall and see if that do it. We can put nicer things in here later. And also for those two statues, I'm gonna place them here and here. What do guild halls do? They're like schools. So dwarves that are good at certain skills can teach other dwarves skills in the guild halls. All right. Sweet. They have black bronze, rock salt. Buy that pick. I'm gonna buy those bags. Buy some cave spider silk. And some wool for future mood possibilities. Buy all those anvils. Naturally, we're also going to buy all of the cheese. And any books they may have brought, which they didn't, but I will buy the sheet. Writing materials is good. And I don't need to sell them everything because I got more than enough value. Never mind, I lied. Wow. So they want a lot. Okay, fine. I don't know what's wrong with quivers and arrows. I need to mess with them, and I haven't. So, from what I can tell, well, from my experience in the past, quivers and ranged dwarves have always been messy, and apparently they're messy in completely new ways now. And the last time I looked at the subreddit to see what other people were saying, they hadn't figured it out yet. So, I currently do not know. That's like my big blind spot right now. No pun intended. Will lava destroy a dwarf's corpse? It'll destroy almost anything. Apologies, yeah. The way I would do it, if I had to make it work, is I would just make sure that they were locked in a tower behind a fortification with a 1-tile wide walkway. Fortification on one side, solid wall on the other side, with lockable doors so you can stop them from leaving, station them in there and for them to attack, and then have lots of ammunition in a stockpile behind them. Torrens got it on the list again. Yeah, we've just gotten used to them not working. Yeah, that's actually a very good way to put it. They've been weird for ages and they are still weird. There are some ways to force them to work. Like that description where you have a 1-tile wide thing, but like if you say you have a squad right here and there's an enemy right here, they're just gonna run at them and bash them regardless of if they have arrows. Like they will just go melee. Now they just don't? Really? Okay. Why do I not engrave most walls? Because then you can't dig through them. If you dig through an engraved wall, it pisses off the dwarf that did the engraving. So that's why I don't engrave most walls. I engrave them when I need to. Hey, Infinity, how are you? Let's just do 25 statues. Yeah. No, they get the offended by the travesty of art defacement, I think is the thought that they get. But they get a very dramatic thought like, oh no, they destroyed my masterpiece. Ah! And then they never recover. So. It'd be like you walking into an art museum and burning the Mona Lisa. Like, gonna upset a lot of people if you do that. But Zardos, thanks for the prime. Cheers. Also, something else I just have to say thank you for is like I don't have a follow notification, but since this game's come out, I've been getting on average from 500 to 600 followers a day. We've gone from just over 15,000 followers to over 20,000 followers on Twitch in just over a week. I used to get maybe 80 a month. So, thank you. That's all. Just thank you. Crazy. A lot of numbers. Well, thank you for the numbers. There's no structural integrity. They only fall if there's nothing holding it up. I just don't do it in random places. Yeah, I put it in rooms that need them. I mean, actually, I should engrave the floors in here. That would actually be a good idea. But yeah, it is great for room value. I just don't do it in random places. I don't do it just anywhere. Basically, if you're going to engrave something, make sure you're not going to move it or remove it. All right, so we're going to do that. Next up. Boop. Boop. And next up. Boop. Boop. Make absolutely sure something was dead. I've had stuff cave in that was a surprise to me, but that's usually fiddling around in caves. I'm going to bed and you have a good night, Mind. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Cheers. Yeah, it's weird to finally have my stream get noticed. How do you start an underground farm? You put water on stone. Get all wet, and then it gets covered in mud. And then you use that mud to grow plants. Add a second stop. This one. Why did I back out of that? Oh, I'm an idiot. Not to that one. Let's add a new stop to this one. Wrong button. You take stone, wool, and take from there, and then that way, that way, that way, and what direction are you at? All right, so back in the other direction, so that way went empty, and assign a minecart, done. You can do it from the layer above, yeah. You just have to... well, actually, if you watch my tutorial on wells, it'll explain how pits and ponds work, but it's essentially the same except... uh-oh. Let's... Actually, it might just jump this. I don't know. It might actually... Okay, it's fine. Done. How did you make the study room for some nobles and a dining room? Well, I mean, I need to make a mayor right now. This is a weird one. Like, people keep asking me to make a tutorial on mayors, and I don't actually know how I will do it. Like, I need to do it, but I don't know how I'm going to do it. But we're going to make this into the mayor's study all the way down to bedroom. So it'll be study, dining room, bedroom. When you try, it says pond inappropriate. Fill up one tile square then, and then delete, like, build a little square of walls in a circle, and then deconstruct the walls when it's full. Then it'll spill out. Physics. Oh, yeah, also, I was going to say, like, that, yeah, no, you have to be dumping it down a layer, so you would have to channel out a chunk of it in order for that to work. Chat, do you guys think that using minecarts makes the fort look cooler? To me, like, in this version of the game, I think it really makes the fort look a lot more dwarfy, you know? You guys think it makes it look cooler? Cool. I was like, I've never really used minecarts before in previous versions of the game for one specific reason. They're really fucking annoying to set up in the older versions of the game. So, they're much easier in this version. Much less tedious, much less finicky. You know, one of the quotes I got on in a YouTube comment in the last week was, I haven't been this addicted to a video game since Factorio, and I'm still addicted to Factorio. Which is like, uh-oh. More migrants have arrived. I need to make more bedrooms. Sweet. Value done on that. All right, so this is... Chat, I'm going to turn my camera off for a second here. And I'm going to keep talking. But the reason I'm going to stare at this room and have my camera off is because I'm recording a mayor tutorial. Okay? Because we have a mayor up here. So I'm recording as of now for YouTube. But, like, keeping my camera off just so, like, it works for the tutorial. You know? You guys know what's going on. You can comment in the comments section that I was here. You've been playing in the ASCII version for the last week or so. You understand a lot more now after your long DF. DF makes it a little bit... Oh, you understand now how I was able to keep a fort alive for so long? Yeah. Gotta get that footage. Gotta get that footage. Gotta get that footage. Gotta get that footage. Hi, YouTube. Eat your vegetables. Yeah, damn right. What do you mean by death waves? You mean like everybody getting old and dying at the same time, Templar? Not really. Because they only die after they've turned 150, and it's pretty old for a dwarf. And, like, they die between 150 and 170, so because there's, like, a 20-year gap where they could die, that's a pretty safe amount of time, right? Yep, he has to have his own room, his own office, his own dining room, and his own bedroom. But something else that we're going to need for him, too, is we're going to need a weapon rack, I think. Because, like, he demands a weapon rack, right? Actually, no, it doesn't need a weapon rack. I thought they used to need weapon racks. Okay. Anyway, we're going to need tables and thrones anyway, so might as well queue up table, rock table. Just do 50. And rock throne. And also do 50. Was banished in City Skylines? Yep. Yeah, that's where those terms came from. All right. Do I have chests? Nope. Gotta make those. I don't even know who our mayor is. I haven't looked at the name. Bambool, all right. So we also need rock coffers and... just make 50. And rock cabinets. Again, 50. Put the livestock, build a cage, that guy Kade. Build a cage, assign the livestock element to the cage, and then trade the cage with the animal in it. Show my stockpile. I can't, because I'm, like, recording for YouTube right now. So I literally can't show you. Later, please. There's really nothing to show. It's just a big room with a big stockpile in the middle. We're still working out of temporary stockpiles right now. Until I can move stuff down into this area. And do you clear your cookies, Exostasis? Because that would do it. Room created. Select this. Click that. Find our mayor. He already has she already has quarters, but I'm gonna give her new ones. Her and her hubby. Oh, hey, Diamond is the wife of the mayor, or is the husband of the mayor. Did I make tables yet? Nope. Let's just push the statues all the way down to the bottom. And push those blocks all the way down to the bottom. And those doors all the way down to the bottom. It's already been constructed. We can go take a look at it if you want, Kelpie, after this recording session is done. Just waiting for tasks to get completed. You could make them 2 beds if you want. There should be a button send to top. I agree. One of those things that was far more convenient in the previous version. Mayor's husband also needs a bed. Dwarves only sleep like every once a month or so. And they don't usually sleep at the same time. Theoretically, Prof. Dr. Hamster. Shoganu, thanks for that Prime sub. Cheers, friend. Just give your mayor 10 masterwork beds. They would be really happy with that, to be honest. There we go. I can make a cabinet. See if I can make them a chest. Nope. But what we can do is we can go in here and we can see, look. Our quarters are getting decent. But what we're also going to do is we're going to go up here. We're going to assign this area as an office. Okay, office. Down here, we are going to... Shitty timing. Gosh. Game! Thank you for saving, but also, I'm recording. You're making my editing difficult. Yeah. Bed calls, you have a good night. I mean, you should make a tutorial on Advanced World Gen, frankly. Hey, kiddo was born. All right, so all of this is going to get assigned to my mayor. And let's see. Wait, what? How did I end up with a assemble adamantine ballista arrow up at the top? Throne's done. Okay. So we can furniture up the first one. Put a table in there. Put a second table down here. Let's see if a second throne is done. Perfect. And all these need to get constructed. And then we just need a chest. Which they still don't... Did I even queue up chests? Did. Make a Crawford, damn it. So auto-selected, it seems like it, yeah. I must have, like, misclicked it at some point. Would be my assumption. Perfect timing, Diamond. Oh, great. Well, well, I don't have much to read, so... Humongous orbs! Bob Orbinson orbited orbitously around Bob, whom do sometimes Sammy Willis singing loudly about Mayor Rats digressing. Orby retired fortresses now for clowns again. Rusty wheels squeak. All caught up. All right, let's see. Can I place a chest in this room? No. Can your enemies break through the ceiling? No, they cannot. So that is a room on my Discord, Wild BC, called Add a Word Stories, where you can go and you can add words, and I will read them when chat makes me once every 2 hours. But if they're all curse words, I will ignore them. ! Discord to join my Discord. And help me get Discord partner back so I can actually, like, deserve to wear this hoodie, which I'm currently wearing. That's the only hoodie I own, so. I own 2 Discord hoodies. Dang it. Do it now. Jesus. Literally just need a coffer. Gotta get along. Cheers. Sweet tool. Minecarts still going fast. Will they fall off track? If dwarves are pushing them, minecarts are perfectly safe. They're only a danger and a concern if a child is fighting with a raccoon. Go kid. I'm going with the open floor pan because I feel like it's easier to watch. There's no mechanical benefit to it. Yeah, I'm recording. I'm still recording a tutorial for mayors. Still am. I just need to build this thing, and then I need like 30 seconds of footage, and then we're good. There we go. Literally recording. Yeah. In order for things to be a little bit nicer, he needs a weapon rack and an armor stand. Or we're going to go down here. We're going to say, do it now. We're going to go one over. Do it now. Rack attack indeed. What are they used for? Dwarven shotguns are used for throwing very, very heavy objects at bad guys so that they fall into a lot of very little pieces. That's what minecart shotguns. It's like advanced player defensive tactics is what they are for. And you can completely ignore them and never build one and be totally fine. No. Hexagon. Just go make metal. They're pretty bad. Perfect. They've already demanded coffins. Sweet. Good to know that you posted a video about dwarven shotguns. All right. I know I have enough footage. We're good. Work orders. Coffin. Rock. In regards to my stockpile, for the person who asked, you're going to be very disappointed. It's literally just an everything stockpile up here, and then there's a separate food stockpile at the far end over here. It's literally, that's it. That's literally all it is. Wait, hold on. Why are you set to do that every 28 days? There you go. Farmer found dead dehydrated? I beg your fucking pardon? Oops, I guess I missed something. Maybe the mayor knew that, which is why they demanded more coffins. You want to take all the crap off this stupid human who came to take your... Oh, did you kill him? Just unforbid it. Claim. Hey, hopeful. Warfu, what kind of dwarf do you want? Just at me with it. We're gonna need to be making beds for a bit, I think. Also, the strat for this fort, by the way, if sieges show up, is just hide indoors for a little bit. Where do I keep my barracks? Don't have one yet. I need to make one. But where is it going to be? I'm not sure yet. Someone who fights? Nobody fights yet. I can refund it if you want. Although, actually, I think I have a militia commander, don't I? Yeah, I do. I could give you the militia commander. Hold up. Even though they haven't started anything yet. Yeah, and he's not named. So I can give you the militia commander. There you are. Warfu. 120 something years old. Where's the follow button? What? Oh, there it is. Duh. You're 126 years old. You're part of the Granite Slaughterers. You're currently pushing a minecart, and you feel good about this. He drops activity at the slightest hint of difficulty or even the suggestion of effort being required. And he finds helping others is an imposition on his time and generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He enjoys being in crowds and is pleased by his appearance and talents. He is assertive and he has a greedy streak. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He can handle stress, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He is often cheerful, and he generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he is disturbed by this as he dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. He'll be fine. He personally sees cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and has an active a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and he doesn't particularly value loyalty. And he likes Galena steel, tapazolite, crystal glass, and hornbill tooth, and the color. Where is it? And the color pale blue, warhammers and backpacks and cabinets and rings and water buffaloes for their wallowing, and the sight of the and the sight of the jewels of tenacity, and when possible prefers to consume plum wine and 100 camel's milk and hates toads. And as far as groups, you've been in quite a few. Former members on a number. And yeah, you're a legendary tracker. Hates toads, yep. It's a shame. All right. Wood and wood-based crafts are easy to make. This is true. All right, so far, all I found is Kesserite. Need to do bedrooms. Let's see. Can we do more bedrooms up top? I think we're going to do another round of bedrooms around this side. I'm thinking like bedrooms around the outside of the top. I think that's going to be pretty cool looking. This is like one hell of a dwarven fort, I gotta say. Blob is orb. All hail Blob. This will be more than enough bedrooms, I think. For a while, at least. Oh, it's Pete. Interesting. Also, thanks, chat, for covering the kitchen stuff. Y'all are the best. Okay, so we could, like, build a walkway through here, even. Game needs a blueprint mechanic? It has one. I'm just simply choosing not to use it. Actually, it has two. It has macros and it has planning and blueprints. I just don't like using them. I was thinking I could, like, construct balconies, and also I was thinking I could do glass windows. Or alternatively, gem windows. Yeah, I mean, I don't use them. I don't like blueprints. Blueprints stifle my creativity, and if I'm using blueprints in video games, I stop playing the game. I just let the game play the game after a while. Like, I tried using the blueprint tool in Songs of Six, and then very quickly stopped using the blueprint tool because I realized that I was just building the same building over and over, and half of the fun of that game is, like, getting to design every single individual building. And it's like, well, I'm just, like, ruining the game for myself using this mechanic, so I will just not use this mechanic now. Let's go all the way up to there. All the way up to there and all the way up to there. We'll also go all the way over to there. All right. Jagged tunnels zigzagging all around. Yeah, no, absolutely. Make tunnels, make forts that you think are aesthetically pleasing. It's the best way to go about it. All right, right down here, we're going to make a big old stockpile. Going to be for finished stuff. Finished goods. So let's check out those 2 statues that we made earlier. Specifically for furniture. So for the first one, this is a Dolomite statue of Yushat Bendtriti. This is the child who was killed. The Dwarf in Dolomite by Eshan Nishandolith. Yushat is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the dwarf Yushat in Riverdance in the early winter of 251. And then the other image is a superiorly quality image of Manom, Tomon slots. And the item is in a superiorly designed image of Manom Tomon slots, the dwarf, and slugs by Nil. Manom Tomon slots is surrounded by the slugs, and they look terrified. So, Sorry, Lady Kelpie? I mean... It was a dwarf that saved our fort. I guess you hated slugs. I'm unable to change the labor settings on the tavern residents before they become full civs.
Thanks for the UD tutorials.
You're currently able to change the labor settings on tavern residents before they become full civs by clicking on them first and then going to the labor tab. I don't know if that's intentional. That sounds like it's not intentional. Clino, is that intentional or is that an exploit? Anonymous, thanks for the $5. Who's saying thanks for the YouTube tutorials. So thanks for the $5, by the way. That's what the explosion sound was. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's intended. Doesn't sound intended to me. Do you love it when they make troll art? What, when they're just being mean? Also, AJM, thanks for that Prime subscription. Cheers. You thought it was odd? Yeah, that seems like an oopsie. Lucid Chameleon. I like chameleons. Chameleons are cool critters. I need to change the sub goal on Twitch. True story, I was trying to do that the other day, but I couldn't figure out how, so I just kind of didn't. I had a pet chameleon growing up. Chameleons are awesome. All right, let's go over here. Do that. Well, that's not good. Cammy, because I was not creative at all when I was that age. All right, this is a giantess named Enkos Elbinlakos Sejastolois. Do I have a barracks? Nope. I have no military at all, actually. I got 5 dwarves that are assigned to it, but none of them have weapons or anything. You beg me to cage her? Sounds Russian. I mean, we could cage her. Unless she's already in the fort. It depends on where she is. If she's at the edge of the map, totally cage her. All right, she's at the edge of the map. All right, so that gives us time. So what I can do, I can assign the dwarves that aren't assigned to the burrow yet. unpause the burrow and give them some time to get in. Does she have any items? Okay, she's completely naked. Actually, I want... no, I bet you she can get to us through the... Yeah, she can get to us. She coming. Can you sell them after caging? No, they escape. I'm letting my dwarves get inside if possible. All right, anybody who's not inside is now fair game, and sorry, livestock. All right, well, sorry, piggies. All right, well, I can unpause this now, or pause this now. Let's go into here and go to work orders. And type in wood Kate. Wooden cage. I hope that I have wood inside still. I might not, actually. But no, I might not be able to cage her. Aim for the kneecaps. Yeah, pretty much. I don't think I have wood. Made too many beds. Yeah, I don't have wood. So, because I don't have wood. Can you plant trees? Nope. This is Dwarf Fort. We're dwarves. Not elves. If it was Elf Fort, we could probably plant trees. Make a cage out of something else, please? No, I'm gonna fight her. You could make a cage, but if this was your video game, but it's not, so no, we're gonna fight her with what we got. Lead cage? Nah, I ain't making a tin cage. I'd need charcoal, and that would require me going down into the cavern layers, which no, I'm not gonna do. Elf Fort when? When it's when they make it those characters playable, that's when. Alright, so it's like we've got 2 axes. Orfu got equipped. Okay, so we got copper battle axes. Let's see how this goes. Where's our tall lady? No, I just don't want to go to the caverns yet. Got nothing to do with being scared. All right. It's chasing a pig. Diamond, you know my response. Let me do the thing that I want to do. I'm gonna do the thing that I want to do, okay? Dwarves jump on it. Orfu appears to be kicking her in the leg with the right foot. Wait, hold on a second. That's old. Orfu. Where is it? Oh, shit! They moved the most recent one to the top. Oh my god. Did they like quiet patch that? The most recent one used to be on the bottom. Did they flip it? Yeah, I'm working on it, Cypress. But like, holy shit, stealth patch. Yeah, so happy. Anyway, the giantess attacks the gander, but she jumps away. Well, she's going after a giant. Or she was going after a gander. Okay, so it looks like we got her on the ground already. Let's see. Where do we show up? The spear dwarf punches the giant in the right lower leg with her left hand, bruising the muscle. The force pen bends the right knee. The giantess misses the spear dwarf. The spear dwarf then hacks the giantess in the lower leg with her copper battle axe, tearing the skin. The giantess then misses the swords dwarf. The spear dwarf then hacks the giantess in the upper body with his copper battle axe, tearing the skin. The spear dwarf then swords dwarf bites the giantess in the left upper arm, and bruising the fat and bruising the muscle. There we go. We'll move it over there so you guys can see. The swords dwarf latches on firmly after biting her, and then loses grip with the bite. The swords dwarf then punches the giantess in the head, bruising the muscle. The force pulls the neck. The spear dwarf then hacks the giantess in the left hand with her copper battle axe, tearing the fat, and the force bends the neck. Then Inkus, the giant screams, "Help, save me!" And then the swords dwarf punches the giantess in the left upper arm with his right hand, bruising the muscle. Damn right you gotta latch on firmly if you bite a giant. One of my dwarves is naked. Hold on. Oh, I see. It's a baby. I was like, what? Anyway, I just want to say shout outs to the baby Odom, Bell Bears, who's hanging around on mom right now, who's split an image of her mother, and is delighted upon watching a performance and is saying Maba. I'm just saying, you know, baby's very ecstatic about this. Is that, no, it's definitely combat. They're definitely killing each other. They're not making love, I swear. Chat, why are you so horny for the giant lady? Serious question. Actually, why am I asking that question? Anyway, the militia commander hacks the giantess in the head with a copper battle axe, tearing apart the fat. The force bends the neck. The spear dwarf hacks the giantess in the upper head with her copper battle axe, tearing the fat. BB is 0 years old. Yeah, naturally. And the force pulls the neck, and then the spear dwarf hacks the giantess in the head with the copper battle axe. Seems like we're winning. Meanwhile, how's baby doing? Yeah. Personality? Preferences? Need? Relations? Who's your dad? Oh, well, look at this. Mom and dad, both military. We let the combat play out a little bit. Yep, looks like they've just got her on the ground and they're just punching her and cutting her on the head. Giants are usually naked. They don't have clothes. And does not seem like English likes this job very much. And before somebody drowns in this river walking across. Nope. Okay. What's the story of this fort? Well, I mean, we're a different faction, so we're getting to know this faction. But if we look at the world map, story kind of comes slowly. Like, you know, we're mostly right here, so we're one of the more remote forts as part of this faction, kind of off in this good wilderness forested area, surrounded by humans and elves, some of which we are non-particularly well acquainted with, and there's a dwarven tower here, and I'd like to go after that tower at some point. But there's also, like, these dark human pits, as well as these humans up here that we're allied with. Well, actually, a lot of peace, a surprisingly large amount of peace in this zone. And then over here, there's these evil spots, these dark dwarven pits and these tombs and this tower that we're not friends with. So maybe we'll go after them eventually, too. But currently, it's pretty basic. Kind of, you know, getting to know things. The giant destroy everything? Your PC crapped out? No, I sent my militia out and we beat her to death. And chat enjoyed it way too much, I think. Multi-squad mission. Yeah. A family bonded over beating her to death. Yeah, baby very much enjoyed it. Did I ever sign these as tombs? No, I did not. Oh, that's awkward. Another baby was born. Excellent. Well, the giant was here, so naturally babies have to be born. Also, I'm kind of just expecting this fort to gain some natural lag. And the reason I'm expecting this fort to gain some natural lag is because it is a rather large map. So, that in mind. I'm expecting this fort to lag. Why don't you ever seem to be getting honey? Because you need to press the honey out of the hives using a presser. And then they put it into the jugs. You managing meal cooking orders so that it uses an ingredient only if X amount is available and then it uses something else, or is that not a thing? If you want specific materials, you have to use give-take stockpiles. There is no specific cooking order. And to quote Tarn Adams, if you want a better cooking system, play Caves of Cud. It's an actual quote. Subscribe during an ad. If you refresh, ad should end. Gentle Fish, thanks for that Prime sub, though. I will be streaming. I mean, if you're interested in Caves of Cud, that's a game we stream here. Oh. Caves of Cud, the game with better cooking in it. Also equally as insane, but in completely different ways. There you go. This game has better cooking. I played CDDA. Too much of a survival game for me, but really cool. This is Caves of Cud. Fucking nightmare of a video game. I love it. And here we are. Hooray! The YouTube algorithm introducing you to this channel used to be a... Oh, really? Well, hi. Yeah, I've been a forum lurker my whole life. It's quite good, yes. Quite is good. Good as Cud. Better Ka, yes. You absolutely have to Ka. It's the only game with, like, crows that talk to you that I've ever played anyway. Kind of know your answer, but isn't it better to have a few more entrances into the long bedroom corner? I mean, I only need 2, and I can easily build some. Like, here's the thing I think that you need to know, Tropic Communist, is like, just because I haven't built something yet doesn't mean I'm not going to. I was literally just looking at this going like, yeah, I'm going to have like a stairway down here in the center. We can have a stairway down over here. It's like, just because I haven't built something yet doesn't mean I'm not going to. You know? Caves of Cud also has a faction of intelligent, quill-covered bears that teach you things. Dwarf Fortress happens instantly. Nothing is in the future. Nothing is planned. Nothing is considered later down the line. Everything is pre-designated, and if you don't do it immediately upon entry, you're a bad player. Blah. Also, if things aren't symmetrical, you're literally Satan. So, better grab your pitchforks. Yeah, you crazy people. There's one person who keeps getting really mad in my YouTube comments about my lack of symmetry, and you know what? I don't care. Symmetry is boring. Golgotha's distressing, dude. Not very much in like the way of video game horror scares me, but holy fuck, the whole concept of Golgotha's terrifying. Thank you, chat. Did you get raided by Jess into here? Because Jess raided me like an hour ago. So you don't feel lonely? I mean, I don't know. I'll do the exact same thing I do to them, which is sometimes respond snarkily and the rest of the time not give a shit. I mean, it is beautiful. I agree. Asymmetry is also beautiful. I just find asymmetry to be significantly more beautiful, and that is a personal preference. The fact of the matter is probably way more people in chat are making perfectly symmetrical forts. That's fine. I mean, Soviet apartment blocks are really good at one thing, right? Making every single person in that entire building want to jump off the top floor. And people complain that dwarves are too moody. Also, we're almost out of beer. Should probably kill more. I don't know you. I don't know any of you, actually. You guys know way more about me than I know about you. Probably for the best, rather. Way too many people for me to know all of you. There we go. Almost out of beer. We're doomed. Yep. Truly. Truly, truly doomed. There is no hope. We're out of beer. I mean, there is actually one really pissed off dwarf in the fort. Just like YouTube comments. There's always one pissed off dwarf. I don't know why they're pissed off, but... Intruders! Drive them away! Or are they going for the bodies? Protect the horde from skulking filth. Kobolds! God dang it. Chaotic squares? Is that like, oh geez. What's the name of that TV show where they just put a bunch of celebrities inside of boxes and it's celebrity tic-tac-toe? Fuck. So it was something squares, right? Hollywood Squares? Is that the name of it? Okay. Yeah, it's like Hollywood Squares, but chaos. I'm here for it. Way to date your audience? That? What? Wasn't that old. What are you talking about? Show's only like 10 years old. I just remember the spin-off series of that show. I think it was called Rapper Squares or something, where they just had like various random rappers that nobody's heard of. I better buy you some wine. Twitch isn't a dating website. Thankfully. You're new to Dwarf Fortress. You can't seem to find a good guide on farming and gathering both cloth and components in the Steam release. Are you supposed to get webs or something? There's a video on my YouTube channel on both of those subjects. One's called Plant Cloth and the other one's called Brewing? Shit, I can't even remember what I titled my videos. But I have tutorials on both those things. Chat, surprise. Surprise Pikachu, Twitch isn't a dating website. They really don't love you? I mean, what you do with your money is up to you, sir. How could this be? Yeah, well. You know, when I talk about TV shows, though, to like change the subject, I haven't seen any of those shows really because I never had TV growing up, so we didn't have TV. I've literally never lived in a house with cable television. No. I just remember seeing them on like at jobs that I've had and at other people's houses or in like restaurants or bars. But I've legit never seen any of those shows. Didn't miss much. That's what I've been told. TF-themed pickup lines. Oh, God. Something about digging deep. All right. Let's go chests. And we should get a military squad set up. Time of the year? Is it early spring? I need those soon. I can fight a pansy-ass giant, but, like... strike hard. Dig deeply and greedily. Why are we doing this, chat? We're better than this, I think. I mean, I'm better than this. You're not, clearly. It's funny. Is it, though? I mean, I guess. There's certainly, like, an element of humor to it, but... Don't let me in with you. I'm a proud degenerate. All right, well. Elven caravan has arrived. I don't have anything I want to sell them, though. All right, well, let's dig down. Need to find some metals, if nothing else, that aren't tin. Any plans for a magma forge and smelter? I have to have that set up in a fort to be able to do a tutorial on it, so I'm working on it. I swear I'm working on it with this particular fort, in fact. Ugh, gosh, yum. Where'd that come from? Sleepy time? This is the most hours I've worked in 8 days in the last, like, 4 years, probably. I've basically done, with the exception of Tuesday, I've done 18 plus hour days since last Friday. Like, not this past Friday, but the Friday before, because that's when I got code for this. I mean, admittedly, a lot of it's like, you know, sitting there and putting time into a video game. So a lot of people are like, not real job, but trust me, it's work. Sounds healthy. I mean, it's not unhealthy, but it's not something I do very frequently, right? I'm used to working about 50 hours a week, give or take, which is, you know, quite a bit, but, you know, I work from home, so it's generally not so bad. We're mining out magnetite. That's ore of iron. I think I'm just going to use that to quickly spin up some non-lava forges, and we will build magma forges in the future. Right now, I'm just going to make non-lava forges. I'm going to do a normal metal industry and just get her started just so that we can have the basics down. Let's do... No, not magma smelter. They used to just straight up not let you build them on the UI until you were deep enough to see lava. 1, 2, 3. And then wood burners. Check out that artifact in a second once these are all ready. Oh, shit. Mood. All right, let's just jump up to the surface up here. Chop down a bunch more trees. I'm sure the elves will be real thrilled about us. Fly back down to here. And place a big old wood stockpile up here. Because I'm going to need to do underground water power, and I'm going to need to know where all the cavern layers are before I can pump lava reliably. Do dwarves' likes affect the strange moods? It can, but not always. I don't know what affects the odds of that, but sometimes they specifically want the thing that's in their brain, and sometimes they don't care. Or fish cleaner. Carrying a kid, too. Pumps are used for millstones. Or power is used for millstones. It's used for pumps. It's used for powering mine carts. Various different uses for it. Got an artifact brass shield from a dwarf who likes Shields and says that they were taken by an armor smith mood. Ooh, that's good that you got a shield out of it. Shields are pretty damn great, actually. Brat kept it as a family heirloom. It just means you can't sell it. Named workshop. All right, so you're looking for something. What do you need? Rough gems? Rock? What do you have? Whoops. Let's see, you've got dolomite, cassiterite, rough fire opals, and 2 pieces of cloth. What else do you need? Got plant cloth. Got yarn cloth. Oh, bones. Okay, you need bones. Bones. Exactly, cold-blooded. Exactly. Giantess bones? No, that's intelligent creature bones. They wouldn't use those. Also, it's probably mangled. They don't use mangled bones either. Slaughter 2 wild boars. You make skull thrones. Dwarves aren't going to, well, can you stud bones? I don't think you can. You can make bone crafts. As far as furniture goes, the dwarves do not make such artifacts unless there is extreme circumstances, and extreme circumstances are rather rare. Is the best diagnoser out there? I mean, it's in his mind, man. Decorate with bone? Okay, so you could decorate a throne with skull bone bits, but I don't know if that's necessarily what you mean. You could put images of skulls all over a thing. A dwarf wouldn't turn a fellow dwarf into an artifact. No, not unless something was very wrong. That would never happen. All right, chat. So, I'm hungry. We have 2 options here. I can end early and I can go eat. Or, I can do a real quick break, go eat, and we stream for another 2 hours. How are we feeling, chat? It's 2 a.m., go to bed, Diamond. Eat, break, take a break. I'm super down to keep streaming, so it's just if you guys are willing to stick around. I will do a real quick hard save here. Well, actually, let's just save the title. So stream's not ending. We will continue streaming for another 2-3 hours, if I had to guess. And I'm going to go eat, and then maybe this evening we'll play some Cheese Runner, because I've wanted to play Cheese Runner with a bigger audience. More duck? Yeah, I was going to just put the record on if you guys want that. All right. So, I'm going to put a marker here so I know where to cut the VOD. $1,522 other kills? Hot damn. And you can find some pretty brutal murder hobos out there. All right, let's just mute this. All right. I will be back in a couple of minutes.